This matter is serious. We don't know what it will bring. Confidential. We must regulate this thing. Confidential. We don't know what it will bring. Modern facility in our flow. Exhumer, run for house and Riley. Now for the capital, come Michael Road, Coppin Road. Now for the Lincoln Coconut Grove.
Tonight, the wait is over. After weeks of campaigning on the campaign trail, those votes are coming in. It is 6 o'clock and polls are closing tonight. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a special broadcast of Eyewitness News, our election coverage. Your vote, your choice. I'm Janae Nawal.
And I'm Shanique Miller. Good evening.
We also want to welcome to our panel tonight Dr. Christopher Curry and also former MP Reuben Ramming. Welcome to the desk, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
It's great to be here.
Well, we have had an exciting day. We're already getting some preliminary things that are coming about that we won't discuss just yet. But before we get to that, for you, Shanique, also, how did things shape up for you all this election season? What are your thoughts?
This election season was very interesting. I, in particular, paid attention to the youth vote, the interest of young people. Young voters are, funny enough, quite interested, engaged, and want to be engaged as well and involved. And they're paying attention to the very same things that you or me may be paying attention to. Who knows? They want their future set, and they want a clear picture of what that looks like.
Yeah, I was very interested in the campaigning and how complex now our political season has become, where you have rallies with production that is really high, you have musicians and performers, you have slogans. It just seems like it's been taken to a whole nother level. And so, I often think that we love Junkanoo, but I think our true love is the political season.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Reuben, we absolutely love politics.
Junkanoo is the precursor that prepares us for our political seasons. And the passion that we put into it and the stress that goes along with it is reflected in this season. For me, it's about the human experience, because at the end of the day, we get what we choose and we have to live with it. Thank God the Constitution puts a set time that we have to live with the decision that we make today, and then we have another opportunity. But it's the psychological effect, the mind-boggling, juggling, jostling, and the state of hope or hopelessness that is reflected in the minds of our people when decision time comes. That has been my major focus.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, this evening we will have coverage from around the Family Islands. We have teams who are, embedded with many political organizations.
And the big question tonight is, who will lead the country for the next 5 years? As you said, we do have around-the-clock coverage. We have teams across New Providence. We have teams in Grand Bahama. We also have a team in Long Island, Cat Island, where the Prime Minister is. And we'll see tonight if he will still be the Prime Minister by the end of the night. We understand that voters there turned out in large numbers to decide who will lead the country. Now, will the Progressive Liberal Party be able to secure another term? Can the Free National Movement complete a political comeback, or will the coalition of independents shake up the system tonight? Every vote counts. Every vote counts tonight, and we'll be bringing you live, fast, and accurate results. But tonight we go live now to our Devontae Hanna. He is standing by live in the Fort Charlotte constituency. Devontae, you've been there for most of the day. And gentlemen, this has also been a seat to watch. There's been a lot of controversy about the candidates in this seat. But Devontae, how did things shape up?
Well, Janae, it's been a pretty interesting day. The polls here are about to close at 6:09, and we can tell you, just standing here, there's one voter that has moved into this polling division, and we can hear some of the other party supporters as well as some of the officers who are saying, if you want to get on the ballot, you need to run inside these rooms because once the doors are closed, that is it. And of course, we know that today here in Fort Charlotte, there's been a great turnout. They were spread across two different polling divisions, but here at 6:04 this afternoon, it's virtually a ghost town. There's just a few voters who are straggling in, and that is an indication of two things. One, there was either a low voter turnout, or two, the process has been extremely smooth, and that is what we've been hearing on the ground here as well. We know that here in this constituency, there have been chairs and shaded areas. My cameraman can come with me for just a bit. You can see right here some of these tents that have been erected by the PLP candidate Sebastian, to ensure that voters can move in and out of this area as quickly and as efficiently as possible, that area being extended beyond this polling division here. So all of the polling areas have been blocked off, or gated off as some may call it, along with these chairs, to ensure that people were rested and it was a comfortable experience. We got a chance to speak to him earlier today. He said that this was not about just for PLP supporters. He said it was for anybody who wanted to ensure that they had their votes cast, their ballots cast today, especially considering what we experienced on the April 30th advance poll, where Bahamians were just stuck in that excruciating heat and there were long lines. And so that was not the case here today in Fort Charlotte. We also visited Bain and Grantstown, St. Barnabas, Mount Moriah. Also similar stories there, where they report that the process itself was smooth as possible. We know that yesterday the election consultant, his name is Jeffrey McPhee, he says, the reason why the advance poll was so cramped and was so chaotic was because there were just 13 polling rooms. In this general election, he says that is expanded to about 300 rooms spread across the country. And so you have voters that are here. Just in Fort Charlotte alone, we have about 15 to 14 polling divisions. And that is spread across here at C.C. Sweeting Senior High School. And it also goes to St. Francis and St. Joseph. We also have similar situations like constituencies like Bain and Grantstown that are spread across three different areas: University of the Bahamas, Woodcock Primary, and C.R. Walker. But of course, today, as you mentioned, Janaea, every vote certainly counts. We just saw somebody run past trying to make it into the room. It is 6:07 here, just 2 more minutes until the polls close here. But every vote counts at the end of the day, and we will have to wait on that count once everything has closed and once the PRD makes their announcement of the numbers. No doubt it's going to be very interesting here in the Fort Charlotte constituency to see what kind of happens at the end of the night. We know what has been happening along the campaign trail. We know the characters, PLP candidate Sebastian, also the FNM's candidate Travis Robinson, and the COI's candidate Daphne Johnson. They have been in a critical race that many people have kept their eyes on. It's one of the races that we have been excited to cover as reporters, and I'm sure that a lot of the general public have been excited to see unfold on social media and on the rally stages. And so, of course, we're going to be waiting and seeing exactly what happens here in the Fort Charlotte constituency. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you on the desk.
Thanks so much, our Devontae Hanna, live tonight from Fort Charlotte. And as he said, those polls now close at 6:09, and it's 6 o'clock. All polls closed. They've officially closed across the country, and we know that what this means. If you're on that line, you still have to be accommodated, obviously. But this has been one of the hottest general elections in recent times. And I guess over the next few hours, we can expect drama, possible upsets, tight races, ultimately the decision of who will form the next government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Now, of course, our teams, you saw Devontae there in Fort Charlotte, and we have teams, Janaea, ready to give us the information. Devontae mentioned something about a smooth process, certainly different than the advance poll. And also, could that be an indication of a low voter turnout? We have heard this, gentlemen, and Janaea, we heard this coming today of, yes, being very smooth, unlike the advance poll, but also possibly a low voter turnout today.
I lean towards a smooth production today. And the reason I say that, I experienced it myself at St. Anne's. I took longer to park than I did to vote. It took me 5 minutes to get a parking spot and to walk up to polling division number 3 at St. Anne's. It was my old teaching classroom. It was very interesting. But I was in and out in 3 minutes. It was just spectacularly well organized. I'm hearing that across the Bahamas, that in most instances, people were in and out very quickly, and exactly what Devontae described, because you had several classrooms or several more spaces spread out, and an orderly way of getting in and out. It was very good.
Any challenges you experienced?
First of all, it's 6 o'clock. If the polls are closed and my election hat comes off.
That's your lucky hat.
Well, I don't believe in luck. It's a character hat. Church of God of Prophecy, people with disability, Free National Movement, my country, different altruistic things that you do. And as the poll close, I hope the spirit of our country reverts from the political back down to we are now Bohemians again.
Yeah.
It's decision-making time. But what stood up with Devontae and the word process that was used is something I have a major issue with, regardless of it being the candidate in Fort Charlotte. I have a problem with our governments as a whole not preparing for this election and properly budgeting. The polling stations are sacred. They're holy ground, and there are boundaries where things could be done by everybody else, but all of that is a quarantine area that is managed by the government. There should not be, even in this report, whereas a candidate is providing anything in that zone. And it's a major conflict because you go to one poll, they won't even allow candidates to bring water in because they say, no, you can't, that's intimidation. You don't bring chairs in, can't, it's intimidation. These are our schools. They have enough chairs. Why do we have to bring out chairs? Bring out chairs, they're the people's chairs. You know the environment of schools, set up tents for our residents that are going to vote. No candidate should be providing anything inside the sacred area, period.
Well,
and we need to be more guarded about it.
A learning lesson, not being prepared and being proactive, wanting to not just do for, what you may see as a political candidate doing something, but wanting to be proactive to help all voters. It wasn't just for a certain grouping of people, one who may or may not have shown support. And I get your point. But what I'm saying is, I think it was a move of being proactive toward wanting to help everyone to, disregard what we experienced, especially what we saw with the elderly, especially what we saw with the disabled persons. I think it was an effort to kind of minimize some of those challenges and chaos
for everyone
that we
But
saw.
it transcends Mr. Sabas and his altruism.
Yeah.
All right? This is beyond him and his
got you.
altruism. It's just to the fact that we have been doing elections long enough in our country.
And we have, Ruben, and you make an excellent point. We have been, and maybe the parliamentary registration department.
I do applaud his
yeah.
altruism. And
Yeah.
I've seen how many persons bring wheelchairs, and I've said this about this on all things. If you say it's a sacred area, then prepare and budget for it. And I've said this on many different elections. We need to improve on what we're doing. If not, then just allow it to be done openly.
These issues that have arisen from the advanced polling, and then we see the corrections in today's event, they need to be embedded in an election act, whoever is the next government.
Absolutely.
And have it as exact policy that X amount of tents provided by the Parliament Registration Department, they should be emboldened through the legislation to be able to provide these things. And of course, then you could even talk about bigger issues, like having a standard election date set and a boundaries commission that is independent and all of that. Those are bigger issues.
It also comes down to resources too.
Yeah.
Getting those resources. But we do have our Jose Etienne. He's standing by live tonight in Cat Island with the incumbent for that area. Jose?
Well, Janea, as you said, I'm here live in Cat Island. As a matter of fact, the nation's leader, Prime Minister Philip Davis, and longtime member of Parliament for this area, just touched down not too long ago. We're now in Old by Cat Island. And the Prime Minister He was just behind me moments ago. He just entered his Jeep. They're about to go to the party's headquarters in a few. But, Janae, let's keep it in mind now. The polls just closed and party supporters are already on the grounds. There's celebration erupting as if they've already made the count. They've already known the outcome of the election process, particularly here in this constituency. As far as they're concerned, their member of parliament, who's been in the chair since 2002, he's not going anywhere. As far as they're concerned, his winning streak will continue. But, of course, the votes will decide that. We know, again, the polls are closed. They are being counted, but again, the Prime Minister now inside this vehicle. The convoy is departing from where we're at. We're at polling station 6, which is the Old Bike Primary School. They're going to party headquarters, and so we're going to join this convoy in a moment and meet them there, and we will be joining you back live from that location. But Janelle, so far, again, we're live in Cat Island. Again, polls are closed. Counts are about to begin, and we'll get to see whether this incumbent member of parliament retains his seat or whether there's any appetite for change at all in this constituency. We spoke with some voters today, and as far as they're concerned, there's no appetite for change, and so we'll get to see whether that is truly the case once the count comes out. So, Janelle, I'm going to send it back to you. We're going to go back to party headquarters where the Prime Minister is expected to convene with party supporters. He is rallying his base as they look to celebrate what they believe could be a potential victory, if that is the case, here in Cat Island. For now, Janelle, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks so much, our Jose Yatin in Cat Island tonight. Cat Island, not really considered a hot seat to watch. It's typically a stronghold for the Progressive Liberal Party. But when we talk about some key battleground seats, Killarney sticks out to me. Pinewood Gardens, Fox Hill.
Freetown.
All eyes are on Fox Hill. All eyes are also on Freetown tonight. Marco City over in Grand Bahama. Pine Ridge, possibly. Any thoughts, Shanique? What about you? What seats are you watching?
Those seats that you called right there, I mean, those are those seats. For example, we can add Southern Shores to that as well. But those seats that you called, Janae, people are paying close attention. Freetown, for example, has 5 candidates. 5. And so how will those votes pan out and be split? Can Wayne Monroe be re-elected and maintain his position, or will Lincoln Deal from the FNM, or even an independent who's been making quite the stir, Blue Johnson?
Right, that's right. And that's the thing, I think, what makes Freetown so intriguing is that you have a Blue Johnson who may pull votes away from either one of the legacy parties or the other candidate, Ms. Hannah. And so what happens then is it makes the contest much tighter between the incumbent and Lincoln Deal and others who are contesting that seat. I want to throw in another one. We have Garden Hill Estates. We have Garden Hill. Garden Hill's with the coach and the player.
The coach and the player, they are on the court tonight, right?
So
Garden Hill
that's an interesting
constituency,
one.
which I'm also a part of, we'll see who will be victorious tonight. But another seat to watch, Bamboo Town. Laurentia Smith is standing by live in Bamboo Town with the latest. Laurentia, we know that there were some challenges in Bamboo Town earlier today.
That's right, Janae. We're here in the Bamboo Town constituency, and it's about 6:15 now, so the polls have been officially closed. And behind me, you can see supporters from the Progressive Liberal Party have gathered, and just beyond, behind my camera lady, members of the Free National Movement have gathered here as they're waiting for that official count. We know the Bamboo Town constituency is a 3-way race between Dr. Dwayne Sands for the Free National Movement, the incumbent, Patricia DeVoe, and for the Coalition of Independents, Maria Daxon. Now, Janae, I've been making my rounds today, and I spent some time here in the Bamboo Town constituency today, and it was a quite interesting day for the most part. We saw voters come out, talk about the process being smooth and straight to the point in terms of getting in and getting out. However, some very interesting allegations were levied against the Free National Movement, from what we understand. Now, when we arrived here, we had a chance to speak with the legal representative for the PLP, Ms. Lachelle Adderley, who noted that she went inside along with supporters who alleged that supporters were receiving money. Now, Ms. Adley never indicated that it was the Free National Movement. However, based on information that we heard, we understand that persons were suggesting that the Free National Movement were paying persons for votes, and that was a serious allegation. Now, we had a chance to speak with the candidate for the Free National Movement, Dr. Dwayne Sands, who made it very clear that that did not happen. And he said if that's the case, he was asking for evidence to be brought forth against that allegation. And then we had an opportunity to speak with the returning officer here, who noted to us that the matter was under investigation to the police. As we know, under the Parliamentary Act, if there is any such act of bribery, it is actually against the law. So that was one of the most interesting things of the storyline coming out of the Bamboo Town constituency. As we noted, for the most part, when we talked to voters, it was a smooth process. And right now, as you can hear, the base has rallied, and they're saying they're going to stay put as those votes come in. We know that Ms. Tavoshi went inside around 5:45 before the official close of the vote. We saw Ms. Jackson went inside for that as the official count begins here in the Bamboo Town constituency. And some political experts are suggesting that this is definitely a seat to watch as the night go on. So we'll definitely be staying put to bring you all of the details from Bamboo Town. Back to you at the desk, Shania.
Thanks so much, Laurencia. As we said, some stirring allegations being made in Bamboo Town today. Voter buying, we talked about this earlier, and Ruben, I know you made some comments concerning that, but and the fact that there's been this talk or this culture of buying votes. You would often hear, oh, you know, the money in the t-shirt, and that's from either side of any political divide, or, you know, they giving out this and that on whatever number of days. What's your thoughts concerning those allegations and the fact that now we have persons making official complaints? I think for me, it's the first time I've seen it being taken that far to have police now involved in investigating that matter.
I've seen one even presented against the Progressive Party candidate where they showed persons going into a bus afterwards. But the thing about this is about a character flaw in my country that I'm very concerned about. Our elections is very, very sacred. This is why we don't sell alcohol during that time, so we do everything so people can have a clearer head as possible, no inducements, because the decisions that you're making is not immediate. It's going to hit us generationally, even though it's limited to a 5-year period. When you approach people even in their houses and you see them, oh yeah, but I have a bill, you know, that is corruption. It's all around, so much so to even be a candidate in the Bahamas, you have to wrestle against that. So it's not just what you per se see at the polls, the coupons that are being given out, the inducements that are being given out. I have heard persons saying themselves that when they heard that if you wear a certain shirt and you, when you come out of the polls, you can collect some coupons and in some instances some monies. And they did that. They took off the shirt they had on, went put on that shirt, came right back, collect the money and go. We have to be careful of the corruption and the appearance of corruption in our country.
We're going to pick that point back up, but first we're going to go to a quick break as we understand some numbers are beginning to come in. We'll be back right after this.
Vibes is resilience in motion. So even when things go out of sync, we do what it takes to bring the vibes back. At BTC, we understand your vibes because we live it. That's why we are dedicated to building a network as resilient as you, with a team of familiar faces working every day to keep you on beat. You are at the heart of everything we do. Our commitment is to keep your vibes flowing, no matter what.
Looking to transfer your designs directly to fabric or garments for the family gatherings, funerals, social clubs, team uniforms, and much more? Contact Janae's Uniform Center digital team via WhatsApp. Text only 817-3295. Get that special effect image on your t-shirts or garments for your group. We use the latest technology in embroidery, DTF, and regular DTF transfers to print your file. Contact Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road, 394-8385 or 6, or email sales@janae's.com or www.janae's.com. Look sharp and fresh.
Captain Cash & Go viral videos have shown you using what is said to be super speed to deliver cash to citizens around the world. Can you explain this?
Those people are simply taking advantage of Cash & Go's Cash Now money lending service, our easy-to-use money lending portal.
How does it work?
Well, you simply enter your information along with a recent payslip, a picture of your ID, and then select your loan amount and the repayment term. We review it as soon as possible. And then once approved, we could have your cash delivered to your mobile wallet, or we could send it directly to a bank of your choosing. Any more questions?
No. Thanks, Cash & Go, man.
It's Captain Cash & Go.
Comfort Suites Paradise Island is the best kept secret in the Bahamas. Located directly next door to the Atlantis Resort, you'll receive all the privileges of an Atlantis guest with all the benefits of a Comfort Suite stay. Enjoy everything Atlantis has to offer, including Aquaventure Water Park, plus all the amenities of Comfort Suites. Free Wi-Fi, free breakfast daily, and kids stay, play, and eat free. Visit ComfortSuitesPI.com.
Welcome to Grand Bahama Tiles Post Mother's Day pop-up sale. This Thursday and Friday, enjoy 15% off store-wide. Come in and see our new arrivals of outdoor and indoor tiles with new designs and textures. There's something special waiting just for you. Just 2 days only. Call them at 352-7920. Restrictions apply.
The week moves fast. Move smart with KFC. Monday, start with crunchy deals. Tuesday, you already know it's crazy. Wednesday, keep it under $10. Thursday, the Kentucky Crunch for $7.50. Friday, the meal deal for $9.85. Saturday night, we got you covered. And Sunday, no stove today. The fill-up box feeds the family. Outsmart the week with KFC.
Our future is here. And no matter the result, we must come together. Together, we will innovate. Together, we will lead the way. Our future belongs to us. Happy Election Day, my fellow Bahamians. Leading the Bahamas in home improvement since 1973.
Need a break, take a rest. A tranquil lead is where the best. Feel the calm, feel the peace. A tranquil lead is every stress will cease.
Welcome back. It's Your Vote, Your Choice. You're tuned into our live election coverage of the 2026 general election. Once again, I'm Janaea Noel, joined by Shanique Miller, our panelist, Dr. Chris Curry, and also former MP Ruben Ramming. Again, we are back waiting on those results to come in. The polls have closed about 25 minutes ago. And it's been interesting so far hearing about some of the allegations that have been brought about. There's also some concern about who's doing what at the election site. But tonight we are going to go to Grand Bahama, one of the islands to watch. 5 constituencies. We have some incumbents coming in. That's 2 from the Free National Movement, 2 from the PLP, and 1 from the COI. Arlington Ritchie Jr. has been on the ground for the most part of the day, from yesterday actually, covering the bases there. He was in West End. He was also in Central Grand Bahama, Pine Ridge, Marco City, and East Grand Bahama. Linton, what's the latest on the ground in what you're at F&M country tonight? What's the latest?
Good evening, Janaea. That's right. Well, coming to you live from the Free National Movement headquarters here in Grand Bahama. As you said earlier, 5 constituencies, 5 seats are up for grab. 2 are held by the Free National Movement, 2 held by the Progressive Liberal Party, and 1 by the Coalition of Independents. But here tonight at the F&M headquarters, there's not much action going on as the polls just closed a little over 30 minutes ago. But supporters are beginning to flood in, as tonight this is where the watch party is expected to happen. Earlier today, Eyewitness News canvassed all constituencies. That was West Grand Bahama, East Grand Bahama, Central Grand Bahama, Marco City, and Pine Ridge. And the consensus from all the voters was that the process was extremely smooth. It was easy flowing. We witnessed some lines that were very short, and at some polling divisions, there were no lines at all. Persons were in and out. And when we spoke to many voters, they simply described it to be completely different than what things were like at the advanced poll. Many persons saying that process was chaotic. We also had a chance to speak with the opposition leader, Mr. Michael Pintard, who made it very clear that once the sun is set on election day and the sun sun rises tomorrow, he is confident that he will emerge as the 6th Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But once again, here tonight, not much action. Many Grand Bahamians, Free National Movement supporters, that is, they are saying that they are hoping that Mr. Pintard will come out on top on this race, as they are hoping for a Prime Minister from Grand Bahama. Many of them citing that from their view, the island has been completely neglected. Many of them were citing how tough things have been since Dorian, more than 6 years ago. And of course, tonight they are saying that tomorrow, hopefully it will mark the start of a brand new era for Grand Bahama. Many of them saying that they're hoping for switching the economy. Many persons down in West Grand Bahama saying that they need jobs. The persons need to go to work and they need the monies to bring home to their families. But of course, no numbers just yet here from Grand Bahama. Once again, 5 constituencies. The races are tight. Many persons are watching Marco City. They're waiting to see if the constituency will stick with Mr. Pintard or move forward with progress, according to the Progressive Liberal Party, which is Eddie Wan, who is facing off once again against Mr. Pintard. But if you take a look behind me, if my cameraman can pan the cameras, all the FNM candidates' posters are hanging here outside of the headquarters. There's East Grand Bahama, Kwesi Thompson, Dr. Charlene Reed for Pine Ridge. In the middle, there's the opposition leader, Michael Pintard for Marco City, Central Grand Bahama, Fraser Gibson, and West Grand Bahama with Omar Isaacs. Many Free National Movement supporters say that they hope that all these posters hanging high is a signal that at the end of the night, Grand Bahama will be red, 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 according to Free National Movement supporters. But we're standing by. We will be awaiting here more details outside of the FNM headquarters. That watch party is expected to begin here very shortly. We are seeing more supporters, but no candidates just yet. I'm Linton Ritchie Jr. sending it back to you at the desk. Janelle.
So much, Linton, joining us live from Grand Bahama tonight. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how those results shape up over there in the nation's second city. A lot has been going on in Grand Bahama. Government recently getting those shares with the power company, and we've also seen movement with the Grand Lucayan Resort. So was that enough, as some persons have asked, to push the needle in Grand Bahama to see votes either going in the government's favor, or have Grand Bahamians said, we've had enough, we've tired ourselves of being in a limbo mode and we want to see forward movement? Or they do have a representative from the COI. Did the COI do enough convincing of Grand Bahamians to push them to the independent side for the coalition?
Yeah, Grand Bahama is going to be very interesting. And don't forget, they also challenged the Port Authority.
They did.
And so that was a big, I guess, decision on the part of the Brave Davis administration. And of course, the way they spun it was a positive outcome to hold that authority to the feet to its fire, so to speak. I think that Grand Bahama is going to be an interesting litmus test for how the rest of the election carries out.
Who wins Grand Bahama wins the government? What are your thoughts, Ruben?
You asked such a very important question.
I'm asking.
I was still reflecting on the optimism of Shanique. I love your spirit and how you think about the young people in election. But to your question, no, you must drill that in, because I think the country need to hear your soul on this.
Yeah.
Please don't rob us of that. Grand Bahama is very, very pivotal. In New Providence, where the South goes, election goes. But Grand Bahama is interesting because of all the controversy that's been happening.
I'm going to stop you right there, because we do have the results coming
Go
in.
ahead.
And as they
Go
come
ahead.
in, I want to get them straight to the people.
I'm with you.
San Salvador, polling division number 9. COI, 0 votes. Free National Movement, 2 votes. PLP, 36 votes. Cat Island, San Salvador, polling division number 9. We're going to enter that in and bring those numbers up on your screen. Again, that is San Salvador, polling division number 9. The COI, 0 votes. We have the Free National Movement, 2 votes. And the PLP, 36 votes. The first set of results coming into our news desk tonight. There you have it, 36 votes for Philip Brave Davis, Mike Holmes, 2 votes, Donna McKay, 0 votes. First set of numbers, thoughts? Well, as we said, this is any surprise there?
There's no surprise. That is absolutely predictable.
No. None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. Yeah. Okay, the first set of votes, scores or results rather, are in, and as we talk, we're going to keep sending them to you. If you hear me stop and delay you, that is because the numbers are coming in. The next set of votes, we now go to Michael, Ronell, and Brister. 26 votes. James Leo Ferguson, 14 votes. And for the COI, Kate Williamson, 2 votes. That's an independent, sorry. Kate Williamson, 2 votes. I remember we did not have a COI representative in Michael due to some challenges there. Again, What are we seeing? Because we've seen Michael flip-flop, but of course this has been the first set of
Michael
numbers.
is much more difficult to predict because it's not a single island, although of course San Salvador is tied to Cat Island as well, so that's 2. But here it's 5, right? We're talking about Mayaguana, Narwak, Crooked Island, Auckland, and Long Key. So the point here is the demographics might be different in one community over the other. So I would put a pause on that. I can be more.
Another set of votes coming in. We're in North Eleuthera now. Sylvanus Petty, 45 votes. Howard Mackey, 31 votes. Natasha Mitchell for the COI, some 4 votes. This now North Eleuthera, those votes coming in. Again, Sylvanus Petty, 45 votes. Howard Mackey, 31 votes. And Natasha Mitchell, 4 votes. She's with the COI. North Eleuthera coming in, that voter count now at 80.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's balanced right there, especially being early. It shows that that is in the fight. I agree totally with you with Michael in that regard. The demographics, it makes it hard to make any kind of swift decision on Michael.
Especially on a Michael where each island sort of is a
There's a
stronghold in
whole
different ways.
microcosm. You're right.
It absolutely is very
And-
different.
and
So
yes.
that's going to be a constituency as well to watch.
To the end.
Yeah, exactly. Because various islands vote different ways. And so
That's
we'll
right.
see how it all plays out.
You are so right. And to the extreme.
Yes.
And you know, this is interesting because we have this new constituency with Barrie and Bimini being combined.
Yes.
So you have several constituencies now that are more than one island. And so that's going to make for interesting watching.
Another seat to watch tonight, right here in New Providence, the Killarney seat. We spoke about it earlier. We have a former prime minister running as an independent in that seat. We go live now to our Janelle Longley.
Good evening, Janaea. Good evening, Shanique. And good evening to our guests on the desk with you. That's right. We are here live at the H.O. Nash Junior High School. Now, this served as several polling divisions for the Killarney constituency. And as you know, this Killarney race is expected to be one that many people are watching tonight. You know, we have the Free National Movement's Michael Barnett Ellis, who's running for the first time in this constituency and for the first time in a Bahamian election. We also have Robin Lyons from the Progressive Liberal Party camp, and we have the former Prime Minister and the incumbent representative for Killarney under the Free National Movement banner at the time, Dr. Hubert Minnis. And we also have some independents in the race. Now we also have Coalition of Independents Deputy Leader, Dr. Veronica MacGyver. And Janaea, I can tell you, as I canvassed the area earlier today at this polling station, but also at Aquinas College that hosted some of their polling stations, at Gambier Primary that hosted some of their polling stations, there was a lot of support for the 3 major parties, but also for Dr. Hubert Minnis. So it's going to be interesting to see how these results turn out in this election. Now, Janaea, just to bring you guys up to speed with what happened in the last election. Last election, the voter register closed at about nearly 8,000 voters that were expected to go to the polls for the 2021 election. Out of that number, less than 5,000 actually voted. And out of that less than 5,000 that actually voted, Dr. Minnis won less than 3,000 of those votes, taking home the seat for Killarney. Now, this election, many say, can be a toss-up, and not necessarily because the devotion or the loyalty lies elsewhere now, but because the competition is stiff, and many people are expecting that if Dr. Minnis may not run with this seat, he could possibly impact the vote greater than many are expecting him to. So it is something that we are obviously continuing to watch. We know that all candidates have some great plans that they want to present forth for Killarney, but obviously we're going to make sure that we keep our ears to the ground to find out what's happening. Now, we are near one of the rooms where they are calling the voters, where they're calling the results right now, and I can tell you, Janelle, there's a particular party that's getting called a lot more than others right now, but we don't know what the other stations are going to look like. But like I said before, we're going to keep our ears to the ground and see what information we can get you up to speed with. But as always, we are encouraging our viewers out there to continue to check our social media platforms as we bring you the latest updates on what these stations are looking like and what we can expect to be the end result and who's going to reign victorious for the Killarney constituency in this 2026 general election. Throwing it back to you all at the studio, Janaea.
Thanks so much, Janelle Longley, live in Killarney tonight. And I'm going to repeat some of those results from Cat Island. That was polling division number 11. So if you have your tally sheets out, get them out. Polling division number 11. We are in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. The PLP, 99 votes. The Free National Movement, 16 votes. The COI, 2 votes. Again, that's polling division 11. PLP 99, Free National Movement 16, and the COI 2 votes. We also have more results coming in from Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. Philip Brave Davis, if they can tell me which polling division this is. 135 votes for the Free National Movement, some 18 votes, and 2 votes for the COI Donna McKay. This is Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador polling division. We're waiting for that information for you. Again, that was polling division number 11, PLP 99, Free National Movement 16, COI 2 votes. More results are beginning to come in, and we'll be bringing you the latest. But from what you're seeing so far, thoughts on any of these numbers and how they're looking?
Well, I wanted to make a comment, if I could, about Minnesota and Killarney. But before I do that, let me just say that I think you can see a trend with Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. The trend is clearly towards the incumbent, our current Prime Minister. It looks like it's a massive lead, and I don't see that changing through the night. He has had a dominant presence. We know that there was the work on the Cat Island Airport in Newport, and I think it was huge. When people see infrastructure change and improvement, that makes a big difference, especially in remote family islands.
Before we get to that point, we're back in Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. Cat Island, those numbers are coming in quickly. Polling division number 8 in Cat Island for the COI, 0 votes. The Free National Movement, 11 votes. The PLP, 39 votes. Again, polling division number 8. COI, 0 votes. Free National Movement, 11 votes. The PLP, 39 votes. Then we go to polling division number 3. Cat Island, Free National Movement, 14 votes. The COI, 2 votes. The PLP, 65 votes, and they had 2 rejected votes. That is in polling division number 3. So we have polling division number 11, polling division number 2 in Cat Island, the FNM 9 votes, the PLP 56 votes, the COI 2 votes. In polling division number 7, Cat Island, PLP 80 votes, Free National Movement 3 votes, COI 0 votes. Again, polling division number 11, FNM 16 votes, PLP 99 votes, COI 2 votes. Polling division number 8, COI 0 votes, Free National Movement 11 votes, PLP 39 votes. Now we go to polling division number 3 in Cat Island, Free National Movement 14 votes, COI 2 votes, PLP 65 votes, and 2 rejected votes. We should be all caught up in Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, but now we go to Mangrove Key and South Andros. This is polling division number 6. COI 4 votes, FNM, PLP 29 votes, and FNM 35 votes. Now we are in Mangrove Key and South Andros. Julian Gibson for the Free National Movement, 109 votes. Leon Lundy, 85 votes. And Carlton Clare, 8 votes. Mangrove Key and South Andros. More votes are coming in. We're going to take a quick break right after this.
That's the first one we've seen.
Bahamas tourism today.
At the Eleuthera Business Outlook for 2026, Director General of the Ministry of Tourism, Latia Duncombe, laid out the progress achieved for the island of Eleuthera in the tourism sector.
In 2025, Eleuthera and Harbor Island welcomed more than 119,000 visitors to these shores, 53% increase over the previous year, and nearly doubling 2019 levels. As we look at this year alone, we see that strength. For the first 2 months of 2026, air arrivals into Eleuthera exceeded 17,000, slightly above last year and more than 50% ahead of 2019 levels. This level of stopover growth is particularly important. It reflects increased demand for the types of experiences that Eleuthera is known for: boutique, personalized, and increasingly wellness-driven travel. This tells us that the demand for Eleuthera is not only strong, it's sustained. We are deliberate and very targeted in our approach to airlift. And this year, we are seeing additional capacity in Eleuthera through key routes: Charlotte, Miami, Fort Lauderdale. These are not just flights. They represent increased access to key markets, greater visibility for Eleuthera, and expanded opportunity for businesses and communities across the island.
For more tourism updates, visit Tourism Today or Bahamas.com. I'm Michael Miller, and this is Tourism Today.
Looking to transfer your designs directly to fabric or garments for the family gatherings, funerals, social clubs, team uniforms, and much more? Contact Janae's Uniform Center digital team via WhatsApp. Text only 817-3295. Get that special effect image on your t-shirts or garments for your group. We use the latest technology in embroidery, DTF, and regular DTF transfers to print your file. Contact Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road, 394-8385 or 6, or email sales@janae's.com or www.janae's.com. Look sharp and fresh.
At Shield Insurance, we protect what matters most to you and your family. With over 10 years of trusted service, we offer coverage for your motor, home, marine, construction, business, liability, health, and life needs. Our dedicated team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a smooth, stress-free experience. Don't take a chance. Put it in our hands.
Our future is here. And no matter the result, we must come together. Together, we will innovate. Together, we will lead the way. Our future belongs to us. Happy Election Day, my fellow Bahamians. Leading the Bahamas in home improvement since 1973.
Only at Popeyes can you get the amazing deal of 5 pieces of chicken for $10 at all Popeyes locations. Visit us every day, any day, and get your 5 for $10 only at Popeyes.
Y'all again?
Monday, Popeyes. Tuesday, Popeyes. Wednesday, Popeyes. Thursday, Popeyes. Friday, Popeyes. Saturday, Popeyes.
Girl, what we getting for lunch today? Popeyes again?
Popeyes. Every single day, get the Popeyes.
Hi, my name is Wesley Neely, CEO of BKS Special Need Concierge Services. We are the premier non-emergency medical transportation provider in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We provide transportation for all occasions for the disabled and the elderly. As you can see, we have a fleet of buses to transport you and your loved one in style and in safety. Only thing we ask is 48 hours in advance booking. Give us a call at 808-6719. 808-6719. Call us because we care.
I bet you didn't know that Bahamas Power and Light Company Limited has made a mega investment in some brand new technology that not only reduces the impact of outages, but is also smart enough to isolate the affected area, preventing power disruption from impacting larger areas. Gone are the days where an outage in one area subsequently impacts another. Let me introduce you to the Intelleruptor.
For customers, this device means less downtime. Crews can now go straight to the Intelleruptor, identify the fault, and begin restoration efforts faster.
So we have 47 Intelleruptors throughout New Providence. So the Intelleruptor, it senses a fault. In that, it'll send trip signals down the line. Trip signals come back positive or negative depending on if the fault can be cleared or if the fault is not cleared. That determines whether or not it stays open or closed.
Mr. Smith shares in detail how the system actually works and how its effectiveness saves time.
Without the Intelleruptor, if it is a fault, the entire feeder would go out, causing everybody to be off. But with the Intelleruptor would open, isolating that particular fault area. Therefore, not impacting all of the customers. If it's open, then they know that the fault is beyond that point. Therefore, that would avoid the amount of time they would take patrolling the entire area.
As smarter technologies continue to be integrated across the grid, it all comes back to reducing downtime, improving response, and delivering a more reliable power experience for customers across the Bahamas.
Welcome back. It's your election 2026 countdown, and we have the latest results coming in now from in Long Island. I won't delay for polling division number 1. The PLP 59 votes, the Free National Movement 58 votes, independent candidate 1 vote, COI 5 votes. In polling division number 2, 31 votes for the PLP, 24 votes for the Free National Movement, 0 votes for the independent, 0 votes for the COI. We go now to polling division number 6, still in Long Island, 44 votes for the PLP, 110 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent, and 1 vote for the COI. Polling division number 7, 25 votes for the PLP, 26 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent candidate, 2 votes now for the COI. We go now to those totals for Long Island so far. For the PLP, 159 votes, 218 for the Free National Movement, 1 vote for the independent candidate, and some 8 votes now for the COI. That is in Long Island. That's how things are shaping up. We go now to North Eleuthera, where we have the FNM candidate Howard Mackey, 335 votes rather. Sylvanus Petty, the incumbent, 167 votes. The independent candidate, some 24 votes. We are still in North Eleuthera at this hour. We are going to go now to Mangrove Key and South Andros, polling division number 1, PLP Leon Lundy, 13 votes. Free National Movement, 33 votes. The COI, 2 votes. Polling division number 2, 43 votes. The FNM with 41 votes, COI 2 votes. Polling division number 3, 78 votes, 72 votes for the Free National Movement, 11 votes for the COI. And polling division number 5, 63 votes for the PLP, 93 votes for the Free National Movement, and 10 votes for the COI. Going now to polling division number 6, still in Mangrove Key and South Andros, 29 votes for the PLP, for the FNM 35 votes, and for the COI 4 votes. Those vote counts coming in from Mangrove Key. That count now at 226 for the PLP, for the Free National Movement 274 votes. We're seeing a switch here now in Andros for the COI, some 29 votes. We're seeing that the COI is pulling some votes. We go now to Bimini, getting those votes in now from Bimini. It would be our first Bimini scores for the night. Bimini now, Randy Roll, 119 votes. Carlton Boleg, 104 votes. Independent candidate, 22 votes. We are now in Bimini, going to give you that breakdown in Bimini in just a second. Bimini and the Berry Islands from those polling divisions. We have polling division number 4, 22 votes for the COI. FNM, 104 votes. For the PLP, Randy Roll, 119 votes. For the independent candidate, 1 vote. Again, this is coming in from Bimini and the Berry Islands. The first set of results we're seeing for the night, and obviously a new constituency that was formed following that Boundaries Commission. Those votes coming in now. We're going to go back to Central and South Abaco, where we have the Bradley Fox for the PLP, 24 votes. For the Free National Movement, 47 votes. And for the COI, 9 votes. Those first set of votes coming in from the Central and South Abaco constituency. Free National Movement, 47, 24 for the PLP, and 9 votes for the COI. What I'm saying is interesting, as we're seeing more votes for the COI in the Family Islands. That's what it's appearing to look
And
like
it's
at this
looking
hour.
like where you have a close race with Bimini and Berry Islands, those 22 votes, if they had gone to one of the other legacy parties, it would have made a difference because the closeness of the race is such that Randy Roll is only leading by like 15 votes or so. So that's significant that the COI is sort of a spoiler in that sense.
Yes, we are
Bimini
seeing.
and Berry Islands have a greater impact also on West End.
Yes.
And that transformed that stronghold into a possible stronger risk factor
shift.
against the PLP. And then with the COI, as you mentioned, I think in Pine Ridge, they're going to have a significant impact, especially with past McAlpine on the ground
Yes.
in there. I do believe the FNM can pull it off, but these are strenuous opposing forces against that in there. And the COI did well in the last election
They did.
in Pine Ridge.
So now we're going to go to Long Island. Our Danielle Dean is standing by live tonight, and we'll just go back over some of those results. Danielle, polling division number 1, 59 votes for the PLP, the Free National Movement, 58 votes, the independent candidate, 1 vote, the COI securing some 5 votes, and polling division 2, 31 votes for the PLP, 24 for the Free National Movement, 0 votes for the independent and COI. Polling division number 6, 44 votes, 110 votes for the FNM, 44 for the PLP, 0 votes for the independent, 1 for the COI. Danielle, what's the latest?
Well, Janaea, that's right. We're back to where it all started over 3 weeks ago at the Clarencetown Family Island Administrator's office, where we just had the Family Island Administrator, Jandalee Archer, standing with us. She then had to run inside to get those numbers over to you guys, which you were then able to read off. Now, those numbers are pretty interesting. They seem pretty close right now. We know that historically the island has been considered F&M country, but what happens if the PLP is able to secure some more votes? That would make everything really interesting, right? And then we would have to look at what that would mean for the overall results at all of the polls across the country. Could that be indicative of a win for the PLP if this F&M stronghold is able to be snatched? But like you said, the numbers are pretty close. You said that the COI is getting some numbers across the various family islands, but the numbers seem pretty low here on Long Island, which is surprising because we were able to canvass the constituency a bit earlier today and yesterday, and it seemed as if a surprising amount of voters were saying that they are kind of fed up with both of the major parties and that they will be leaning over to the coalition of independents. So we were waiting to see what those numbers are looking like. Still pretty low at this juncture, but there's still more results to come in. We know now that we have Dr. Andre Rollins running for the F&M in this constituency. Just a little bit of history there. Dr. Andre Rollins was the Fort Charlotte MP for the Progressive Liberal Party during the 2012 to 2017 political term. He then switched over to the F&M during that term and then exited the political scene completely after that term, only to return earlier this year after he was ratified for the party in place of incumbent Adrian Gibson. The history there, Adrian Gibson was the former chairman of the Water and Sewerage Corporation, and it was mentioned or believed that, due to the legal battle that is still ongoing, Gibson was unable to secure the seat again. And then we have the PLP's Renika Knowles, who ran in the Killarney constituency back in 2017 against former F&M Prime Minister Hubert Minnis. We also have Shira Pratt, again, representing the Coalition of Independents, newcomer to the political scene, and then the only independent candidate for the island, Natasha Turnquest. So things are going to be looking pretty interesting. Not hearing any votes for Natasha Turnquest at this juncture, but we are waiting for those votes to continue to come in, and we will be bringing you more live coverage as that does happen. Back to you at the desk.
Thanks so much. Our Danielle Dean is standing by live tonight. We do have more results coming in for you. The first from New Providence, we have the Seabreeze constituency, polling division number 6, 188 votes. That's for the PLP incumbent Leslie Miller Bryce. For the Free National Movement, 76 votes. And for the COI, some 51 votes in Seabreeze. Those numbers just coming in. We are also having some more numbers coming in, this time from Fort Charlotte, polling division number 4. 135 votes for the PLP, 35 for the Free National Movement, and 23 for the COI. That's in Fort Charlotte, polling division number 4. We also have Killarney coming in. The FNM, 150 votes for the FNM. Robin Lyons, 115 votes. And for the COI, Dr. Veronica MacGyver, some from 26 votes. That is polling division 10A. That is in the Killarney constituency. Again, 150 votes, 115, 26 votes. Those first set of numbers coming in, waiting in for those scores from Dr. Hubert Minnis. If we can scroll up those votes now from the independent candidate in Killarney, Dr. Hubert Minnis. If someone can get me those figures quickly from 10A, but he has 19 votes. This is 10A in that polling division for Dr. Hubert Minnis. Let's talk about that. Some first set of results coming in from New Providence.
Let me just say this. Hubert Minnis had history against him because independents who run in constituencies where the legacy parties are contesting rarely do well. We only have one case in history, 2002, where Whitney Bastian and South Andros won a seat where the PLP and FNM contested. In 2002, you had 4 independents who won, but in every case, except for Whitney, you had the PLP who chose not to run. That was Tennyson Wells, Pierre DePuche, and Larry Cartwright won, but that was because the PLP didn't contest. Here we have a candidate, former Prime Minister, but he's going up against 2 strong candidates in the PLP and the FNM lines, and of course Barnett. And so it looks not so great for him because he's not even showing up in these figures. I'm sorry to say that.
Well, it also demonstrates that is it so that the individual may not be bigger than the cause? Or the cause, because it is critical that when you lead a party, you have a mechanism, you have followers, you have a belief system behind you, and you cannot transcend the belief system that qualified you and made you who you are today. And so Killarney is a very interesting thing. It will go down in history again.
But does it also show that with a strong independent, somebody who's capable of being a representative on his own, that Bahamians are not necessarily open to the independent?
You saw that example well with Hubert Ingram and also Perry Christie when they themselves had a stint in independence. But they were still boasted by not having competition against them, which allowed them to still flow. So they had brand recognition, but again, they still had a mechanism that followed behind them.
That was in 1987, and that was unique because that came on the backs of the Commission of Inquiry. And so they, of course, were fired from their party. They stood as independents, but they didn't have FNM's contesting. So they had a good space to win that election in 87.
We do have some more results coming in, this time from Fort Charlotte polling division 4B. 139 for the PLP, 33 for the Free National Movement, 0 votes for the COI, and that is polling division 4B. 139, the PLP candidate Sebastian, the Free National Movement candidate Travis Robinson with some 33 votes. We now take you to Central and South Eleuthera. We are in polling division number 3, some 58 votes for the PLP, Clay Sweeting, 47 votes for the Free National Movement, Philippa Kelly, and some 11 votes for the COI. These results coming in again from the Family Islands. They're becoming quicker and quicker now. We're getting more results coming in. Again, polling division number 4, 135 votes for the PLP, Clay Sweeting. For the Free National Movement, 71 votes. And for the COI, 23 votes. Polling division number 7, 46 votes for the PLP. For the Free National Movement, 60 votes. And for the COI, 1 vote. When we talk about North, Central, and South Eleuthera, we often talk about those delivering those twin babies. Also, what we see in Abaco. And we're seeing some of the numbers inching closer and closer. So it could be a toss-up on whether or not these seats will remain in the governing party's fold, or will we see a switch?
Clay is formidable in that regard, especially holding such a significant portfolio. But that portfolio was tested because of the needs of Eleuthera, especially recently, the water issues and many other crises, which will actually work against him in that regard. And then you see the incumbent for the FNM is showing a very good showing. Ricky Mackey, as an incumbent, has proven himself before, and he's also showing good numbers. So it is a strong likelihood that could deliver twins for the Free National Movement, but the Progressive Liberal Party has in recent time stepped up the game, but it was more of an apology tour.
Yeah.
What's also interesting is as we look at the COI in the Family Islands, that 40 plus votes that we saw just now in South and Central Eleuthera, if you add them to the FNM, that would equal the amount that Clay has. It's a very tight race there between FNM and PLP.
We're going back now to Killarney. Everyone is excited to see what is happening in Killarney. This is polling division 11B. Some 76 votes for the PLP, Robin Lyons. For the Free National Movement, 33 votes. For the COI, Dr. Veronica McIver, some 32 votes. For the independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 38 votes. The PLP leading in polling division number 11B, 76 votes. The PLP, 39 votes. For the Free National Movement, the COI, 32 votes. And the independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 38 votes. Any surprise there?
This is a cannibalizing of the...
Killarney is too close to call its totality.
Yes, right now.
But it could be called for the next two. Obviously, Dr. Minnis is off the books, even though I guarantee there's some strongholds he has in Killarney, but he can't make up that number. But it also is a very good showing for Dr. McIver, a complete novice in all of this. And it shows that she has made a very, very good impact. So now we're really watching lines.
Well, she's not entirely a novice. You know, she's contested before and she performed well. People expect her to pick up more support there in Killarney with this vote this evening.
We're going to go to Golden Gates. I think we're in Golden Gates, polling division number 8. Some of the first set of results we're getting in Golden Gates at this hour. Right on your screen there in Golden Gates.
Pia Glover Roll, 159. Pia Glover Roll, 159 for the PLP. For the FNM, Michael Folks, 65 votes. 65 votes. For the Coalition of Independents, Charmaine Adderley, 38 votes. 38 votes. And Independent Anthony Ramming, 1 vote.
That is Golden Gates polling division number 8. We are going now to St. Barnabas, Shanique. St. Barnabas.
We have the PLP's Michael Halkitis, 149 votes. The Free National Movement, in fact, the Coalition of Independents candidate, Dr. Karen Butler, 37 votes. The Coalition's candidate, Dr. Karen Butler, 37 votes. The Free National Movement's Jamal Moss, 33 votes, Janelle.
Based on these results, and we saw a poll come out yesterday about the COI being more popular now than the Free National Movement.
This is the first one polling division where I've seen them being number 2 and not number 3.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing a trend in that they're either disruptors or spoilers in the Family Islands. And we're seeing in New Providence that they're actually making a difference here. Going back to Killarney, Robin Lyons had a slight lead in one of the polling divisions. But what really impressed me was the numbers that we saw for the COI candidate there, Dr. McIver. So I'm thinking that this is sort of cannibalizing that constituency, meaning that we actually will see the possibility of the PLP winning the constituency because the FNM vote has been fragmented and the COI has gained some grounds.
She has gained grounds. Dr. McIver, again, no novice to Killarney. She contested before. Yeah. She's continued to stay in there and work and build on that strength.
And she's the deputy leader of the
party. And she's the deputy leader of the COI. Yeah.
We are going to go back to Michael. Some more numbers coming in. We have polling division number 1 again with the PLP, Ronell Ambrister, 27 votes. The Free National Movement, 41 votes with James Leo Ferguson. The independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 5 votes. Polling division number 2, PLP, 22 votes. The Free National Movement, 10 votes. Independent candidate, 2 votes. Polling division number 3, 26 votes for the PLP. The Free National Movement, 16 votes. The independent candidate, 1 vote. Polling division 4A, 59 votes for the PLP. For the Free National Movement, 42 votes. The independent candidate, 16 votes. Polling division 4B, 22 votes for the PLP. For the Free National Movement, 36 votes for the FNM and 3 votes for the independent candidate. In polling division 5A, 22 votes for the PLP, 36 votes for the Free National Movement, 3 votes for the independent candidate. Polling Division 5B, 77 votes for the PLP, 44 votes for the Free National Movement, 1 vote for the independent candidate. Polling Division number 6, 11 votes for the PLP, for the Free National Movement, 30 votes for the independent candidate, 5 votes. Polling Division number 7, 77 votes for the PLP, 44 votes for the Free National Movement, 1 vote for the independent candidate. Polling Division number 8, 22 votes for the PLP, 2 votes, for the PLP. For the Free National Movement, 2 votes, 0 votes for polling division number 8, the independent candidate. Again, polling division 10. This is still in MyCal. 36 votes for the PLP, 38 for the FNM, 2 votes for the independent candidate. Those results coming in from MyCal so far. The PLP has 381 votes, the FNM 339 votes, and 39 votes now for the independent candidate, which makes up the difference, really.
Well, what's interesting about that is Ferguson is holding his own, considering the fact that he was literally the last
person to ratify.
Because of extenuating circumstances. And as to your question as related to the popularity of the COI, especially in that race out of St. Barnabas. St. Barnabas is a PLP stronghold, and you need a very strong candidate in there. Jamal also was late into the game, and it's a new experience for him on the whole. But you know what's going to identify the popularity is at the end of the day, how many of the COI candidates will actually get their deposits back?
How many?
And that's a cold hard fact about it.
Yes,
I actually had a phone conversation with Graham Rutherford, and I was saying to him, in 2012, the DNA got about 13,800 votes. That was the apex of a third-party success. But I said to Graham, if you all get 16 to 18 to 20,000 in the popular vote overall, the entirety of the country, that would be success for a third party. Not necessarily how many people get elected, but the total of the popular vote at this point.
Certainly, Shanique, we now move to North Eleuthera. More numbers coming in.
More numbers coming in, Janelle.
Your hometown,
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Eleuthera, just rooting for anybody. So here are some results. Howard Ricky Mackey, 651 votes. 651 votes. Sylvanus Petty, the Progressive Liberal Party's candidate, 471 votes. And the COI's Natasha Mitchell, 49 votes.
So just to give them a breakdown, we have polling division number 1. This is North Eleuthera, 53 votes. For the PLP, for the FNM, 33 votes. For the COI, 3 votes. Polling division number 4, 44 votes for the PLP, 141 votes for the Free National Movement in polling division number 4, 8 votes for the COI. Then we go to polling division number 5, 72 votes for the PLP, 148 votes for the Free National Movement, and 14 votes for the COI, Natasha Mitchell. Going back to polling division number 6, 78 votes for the PLP incumbent Sylvanus Petty. For the FNM, Howard Mackey, 163 votes. The COI, 12 votes. Polling division number 7, 45 votes for the PLP, 31 votes for the Free National Movement. We have some 4 votes now for the COI's candidate. Polling division number 9, highly densely populated polling division, 126 votes for the PLP, 102 votes for the Free National Movement, some 5 votes for the COI. Going to polling division number 11, still in North Eleuthera, 53 votes for the PLP, 33 votes for the Free National Movement, 3 votes for the independent candidate, 471 for the PLP, 651 for the Free National Movement, 49 votes now for the COI.
North Eleuthera, you have to explain demographically because you have offshore Keys with Harbor Island and Spanish Wells. Then you have the mainland settlements of Upper and Lower Bogue, Bluff, etc., right? So each of those polling divisions have a different demographic profile and are going to reflect differences. So North Eleuthera is a very complicated and complex constituency. I think you're seeing it in how you're calling these
Yes,
numbers.
you're seeing the difference.
But notwithstanding, there is still a thread that runs through it that tends to lean towards the Free National Movement. And Ricky Mackey has a very, very good footprint. And right now, as it looks now, it's an uphill battle for Sylvanus Pelly.
Yeah.
And I believe in being cautious on calling, but that has you on the precipice of saying, this is hard for him to overcome.
Yeah, because there's a 200-point margin, it seems.
Yes.
Just about.
All right, we are going to go on to another constituency. I do believe we have some results in from the St. Anne's constituency. The first set of results we're seeing from St. Anne's, set to be a Free National Movement stronghold for the PLP in polling division number 5, 62 votes for the PLP. Keno Wong for the Free National Movement. Adrian White, incumbent, 94 votes for the COI. Graham Rutherford, 21 votes, 0 votes for the independent candidate. Those first set of numbers we're seeing coming out of the East. We know that the St. Anne's constituency is a Free National Movement stronghold, and we see now some inroads are being made with these results. Any thoughts?
St. Anne's has a very unique distinction, and the many times where we had both parties suffer devastating defeat, St. Anne's at one point in time was the only Free National Movement seat that held in New Providence, and it's still holding today. I still think with the number of those very early, I commend Graham for the 21.
That's impressive.
You know, I think that's impressive enough.
I want to go now, and Shanique, if we'll pull it up to the first set of numbers coming out of Central Grand Bahama. The first set of numbers coming out of Central Grand Bahama on our screen, we have the Free National Movement. Shanique?
Fraser Gibson, this is the FNM's candidate. Fraser Gibson, 391. Park O'Deal, the PLP's candidate, 340. And the COI's candidate, Aram Lewis, 116 votes.
Very interesting indeed. We see coming out of Central Grand Bahama. Shanique just giving you that breakdown. Polling division number 2A. PLP, Park O'Deal, 57 votes. Free National Movement, Fraser Gibson, 73 votes. COI, Iram Lewis, 23 votes. Polling division number 5, 65 votes for the PLP, 84 votes for the Free National Movement, 19 votes for the COI. Polling division 7B, 72 votes for the PLP, Park O'Deal. Free National Movement, 92 votes. And for the COI, Iram Lewis, 28 votes. Polling division number 10, 146 votes for the PLP, 142 for the FNM, for the independent, for the coalition of independent, 46 votes. Now we go to polling division number 11, 123 votes for the PLP, 108 votes for the FNM, 37 votes for the independent candidate. Polling division 12A, 76 votes for the PLP, 103 votes for the FNM, some 32 votes for the independent candidate. Again, we see that independent factor pulling in there between the Free National Movement and also the Progressive Liberal Party in Central Grand Bahama, where it was an interesting dynamic. First, a Free National Movement seat. He moved on to the COI, gave them representation in the House of Assembly, and he appears to still be holding votes in Central Grand Bahama tonight, even as those numbers kick in. But we do see the Free National Movement. Central Grand Bahama mainly has always been a FNM seat, and so we're seeing they appear to be holding on to that now, but we do see where the COI is making a pull in those votes.
I totally agree with that. I think this is the first instance where you see true representation from the COI, meaning that he's a true coalition, because Iram Lewis is still riding on the residue of his interactions with FNM candidates, and you can still see that reflected in his numbers. And this number, yes, because he's a very nice person, and notwithstanding party ties, reputation still carries over. But still, this is very likely to be an FNM win.
First set of results now coming out of Marathon, Shanique.
Absolutely. In polling division number 2, PLP's Lisa Ramming, 140. The Free National Movement's Dr. Jacqueline Penn Knowles, 56. The Coalition of Independents, Tyrone Green, 42. In another polling division, in fact, Janaea, that is kind of sort of all we have there right now. In polling division number 2 in Marathon, once again, the PLP's Lisa Ramming, 140. The FNM's Dr. Jacqueline Penn Knowles, 56. The COI's Tyrone Green, 42.
Now we're going to go to Centerville tonight. Polling division number 5A. Polling division 5A, Centerville. PLP, Jomo Campbell, 188 votes. The Free National Movement, Darvin Russell, 46 votes. The COI, Jamal Woodside, 22 votes. Again, the first set of numbers coming in from Centerville. Jomo Campbell for the PLP, 188 votes. Free National Movement, 46 votes. The COI, 22 votes. Again, this is polling division number 5A.
Yeah, you know, Centerville was always like considered for years that
A
safe
PLP,
seat
yes.
until Perry Christie lost by 4 votes, right?
Right.
And she will always remind you about that. But it looks like Joan was taking it back to the old days when it was a safe seat for the PLP. That's a sizable margin there.
Right, certainly we see, and we're waiting for those additional numbers to come in, but we do have some more figures coming in from Killarney. I think we were at polling division number 10A, 115 votes for the PLP Robin Lyons. For the Free National Movement, Michaela Barnett Ellis, 150 votes. For the COI, 26 votes. The independent candidate, 19 votes. That's Dr. Hubert Minnis. Polling division number 7, 94 votes for the PLP, 115 votes for the Free National Movement. For the COI, 31 votes. For the independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 34 votes. Polling division number 2 in the Killarney constituency, the PLP Robin Lyons, 77 votes. The Free National Movement, Michaela Barnett Ellis, 94 votes. The COI, Dr. Veronica McIver, 41 votes. The independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 23 votes. We go to polling division number 11B for the PLP Robin Lyons, 76 votes. The Free National Movement, 39 votes. Michaela Barnett Ellis. The Coalition of Independents, Dr. McIver, 32 votes. And for the independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 38 votes, 362, 398, 130, 114. Michaela Barnett Ellis is taking the lead in that seat tonight.
It's very close, but I find it so remarkable that former Prime Minister is running in 4th place. He's not even in 3rd. And the COI candidate is doing well.
He was very confident today. He said, no negativity. He's got this. That's what he said. So, Dr. Hubert Minnis, I don't know.
Faith and works.
Your colleague, your parliamentary colleague as well.
All I was saying is that the life that we live speak for us, and these numbers are showing.
I think,
showing
Doctor,
it.
you know,
and
Ruben,
he is loved and he's respected, and I think history would vindicate a lot of the feelings. But in the politics of things, right now, I think the numbers just speak to where people wants to be.
All right, we'll take a quick break and be back with all of the numbers right after this break.
Welcome back to another episode of The Movement, your energy and transport briefing. Today, I'm stepping into the shoes of a crossing guard. Let's see how it goes.
Hey, stop the car. Put your window down. Listen, there's 2 stop signs through this corner. One at the end of the corner, and this. You gotta respect both. You hear me, sir? Let's go, keep rolling, don't let it happen again. Every day, crossing guards are up and on duty way before you even get up to start your day. And today, I'm gonna spend the day with them, rested and double vested, to see what it takes to keep our kids and our streets safe. Heading good.
I've been doing this now for about 6 months now, and what made me want to become a crossing patrol officer is the love for the children, to protect the children, the safety of the children. I've noticed that everybody is always in the heat and rush, and they don't have the full understanding of what is the importance of us doing this job. The importance of us doing this job is for the safety of our children.
5 minutes. Good. That's your $5. You need that?
I have kids of my own, and they're very grown, so to come back out here and help these children along the way and be a mentor, to be somebody that inspires the children is very, very rewarding for me.
As a crossing patrol officer, one of the most important things that you need to know, and that is paramount, is that our kids come first. And the ultimate goal, once again, is the safety of our kids in crossing our streets. Early in the morning, you have high traffic.
We gotta go. Let's go, we gotta go.
The most difficult part is being able to create a gap within the traffic so that we can safely navigate our kids across the streets.
Driver, please stop your car. You're trying to see the kids cross from near and far. Driver, when you see this, then stop. Because if you don't stop, then your car could drop in a pothole. And like you say, see, I tell you slow down because the children got to get in the schoolyard.
Looking to transfer your designs directly to fabric or garments for the family gatherings, funerals, social clubs, team uniforms, and much more? Contact Janae's Uniform Center digital team via WhatsApp. Text only 817-3295. Get that special effect image on your t-shirts or garments for your group. We use the latest technology in embroidery, DTF, and regular DTF transfers to print your file. Contact Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road, 394-838-5 or 6, or email sales@janae's.com or www.janae's.com. Look sharp and fresh.
Welcome to Grand Bahama Tile's post Mother's Day pop-up sale. This Thursday and Friday, enjoy 15% off store-wide. Come in and see our new arrivals of outdoor and indoor tiles with new designs and textures. There's something special waiting just for you. Just 2 days only. Call them at 352-7920. Restrictions apply.
When bold flavor meets crispy perfection, something deliciously unexpected happens. Say hello to Wendy's new Italian chicken sandwich. Juicy chicken topped with Italian seasoned tomatoes, melty mozzarella, and a zesty mayo spread that'll have you saying, Bellissimo! It's the chicken you crave with a zesty twist you didn't see coming. Always imitated, never duplicated. Gotta be Wendy's.
Require global power solutions. Increased energy demands and grid outages are posing a major threat to mission-critical operations. The need for reliable power has never been more important. Caterpillar has been a trusted large-scale power supplier to key industries for decades, such as hospitals, data centers, and manufacturers. We offer dependable power on demand to keep factories running, protect vital information, and keep people working. Developing powerful partnerships, providing powerful performance, offering fuel flexibility, and powerful support. 156 dealers in 192 countries. Manufacturing to one quality standard globally. Choose CAT Electric Power.
Welcome back. It's Your Vote, Your Choice, our coverage of the 2026 general election. Shanique, we're going to Long Island. Those latest set of results coming in Long Island. Our Danielle Dean also standing by in Long Island tonight with the latest on what's happening there. But just to go over some of those results from Long Island tonight, we do have the PLP candidate Renika Knowles, polling division number 1, 59 votes. The Free National Movement, Dr. Andre Rollins, 58 votes. The independent candidate, 1 vote. The COI, 5 votes. Polling division number 3, 66 votes for the PLP candidate, some 129 votes for the Free National Movement candidate, Dr. Andre Rollins, 1 vote for the independent, some 15 votes for the COI, Shura Pratt. We go to polling division number 8, 107 votes for the Progressive Liberal Party, Renika Knowles, 59 votes for the Free National Movement, Dr. Andre Rollins, independent candidate, 2 votes. That's Natasha Turnquest, and the COI, Shura Pratt, 5 votes. Totaling now for the PLP, Renika Knowles, 398 votes, for the Free National Movement, Dr. Andre Rollins, 555 votes, some 5 votes for the independent Natasha Turnquest, and for the COI, Shura Pratt, 37 votes.
And Janelle, we have the first results coming out of Marco City. Everyone's waiting for this one. And so let me go by polling division. Polling division number 1B, 34 votes for the PLP's Edward Wan, 34 votes. For the Free National Movement's Michael Pentard, 80 votes. For the Coalition of Independents, Jillian Bartlett, 16 votes. That's polling division 1B. Polling division 2A, Marco City, 42 votes for the PLP, Edward Wan. 88 votes for the FNM's Michael Pentard, 29 votes for the COI's Jillian Bartlett. In Marco City still, polling division 2B. For the PLP's Edward Wan, 202 votes. For the FNM's Michael Pentard, 346 votes. For the COI's Jillian Bartlett, 36 votes. In polling division number 3 in the Marco City constituency, the PLP's Edward Wan, 93 votes. The FNM's Michael Pentard, 133 votes. The COI's Jillian Bartlett, 18 votes. Polling division number 4, the PLP's Edward Wan, 56 votes. The FNM's Michael Pintard, 102 votes. The COI's Jillian Bartlett, 23 votes. In polling division number 5, Marco City, the PLP's Edward Wan, 112 votes. The Free National Movement's Michael Pintard, 165 votes. The COI's Jillian Bartlett, 25 votes. In polling division number 6, the PLP's Edward Wan, 67 votes. The FNM's Michael Pintard, 132 votes. The COI's Jillian Bartlett, 15 votes. Polling division number 8, Marco City, the PLP's Edward Wan, 60 votes. The FNM's Michael Pintard, 119 votes. The COI's Jillian Bartlett, 20 votes. Now there's a total in Marco City as we stand right now. The PLP's Edward Wan, 754 votes. And the Free National Movement's Michael Pintard, total as it stands right now, 1,297 votes. And the COI's Jillian Bartlett, 203 votes. That's Marco City, the first numbers coming in for the Marco City constituency.
No surprise there, Shanique, but we want to take you to some of the first set of numbers coming in from the St. Barnabas constituency. The PLP candidate, Michael Halkitis, we'll go to polling division number 4, 196 votes. The Free National Movement, Jamal Moss, 30 votes. The COI, Dr. Karen Butler, 32 votes. For polling division number 5, the PLP, Michael Halkitis, 106 votes. Free National Movement, Jamal Moss, 40 votes. The COI, 25 votes. Dr. Karen Butler. We go now to polling division number 6A. PLP Michael Halkitis, 87 votes. Free National Movement Jamal Moss, 25 votes. COI Dr. Karen Butler, 27 votes. Still in the St. Barnabas constituency, going to polling division number 6B. 84 votes for the PLP, Michael Halkitis, 17 votes for the Free National Movement, Jamal Moss, 22 votes for the COI, Dr. Karen Butler. Polling division number 7, PLP, Michael Halkitis, 149 votes. The Free National Movement, Jamal Moss, 33 votes. The COI, Dr. Karen Butler, 37 votes, for a total now of 622 votes for the PLP, Michael Halkitis. We have the Free National Movement, Jamal Moss, 145 votes, and the independent candidate, or the COI candidate, Dr. Karen Butler, 143 votes.
That is so interesting, with the COI just about tied with the FNM.
And we talked about this earlier. Seeing that dynamic between the two, and the COI really picking up steam across the constituencies. But what's also interesting is Michael Halkitis, he would have run before in the St. Barnabas constituency during the last general election, was not successful there. We had Shannon Dawn Cartwright, who now moved to the St. James constituency as the deputy leader of the Free National Movement, moving out of that area now, and we see now the support, what that support looks like, whether that be for the Free National Movement or the candidate itself in St. Barnabas.
There's some tangible things that are happening in St. Barnabas that are an advantage for the PLP. That new clinic that they're building, it's almost completed, and that's something that really, really people need. That's the bread and butter issue, healthcare.
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes.
What about you,
and Michael Halkitis is a good man in character himself, and a very good individual in terms of representation. Again, the COI is making an imprint. It won't benefit them at this point in terms of seat. And Shanique, actually looking at it, there are a few seats and myself, I'm already calling in my head. Definitely I'll call Cat Island, and definitely I'll call Marco City.
Definitely.
And then there are a few other ones, you know, and I know we're going to play it safe on here, that we know are strongholds, and we could see from the numbers some things are shaping up even more.
We're getting some latest numbers now from the Fort Charlotte constituency, polling division number 11. If you still have your tally sheet, we are in polling division number 11 in Fort Charlotte. The PLP's candidate, Sebastian, 174 votes. Travis Robinson for the Free National Movement, 113 votes. And for the Coalition of Independents, Daphne, Johnson, 7 votes for the COI. This is polling division number 11. Fort Charlotte, Sebastian, 147 votes. Travis Robinson, 113 votes. And for the COI, 7 votes. Those latest results now coming in from Fort Charlotte.
That's a bit tight. That's one I'm going to put a zip on, and let's just see the rest.
Watch that play out.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to Cat Island before we move. The Prime Minister is addressing supporters in Cat Island now. Jose Atienza.
And now that I've brought this country where it is now going in the right direction, and I always tell them, you don't need to ask me, just look at the international rating agencies. They tell you where we are, and we are about to blast off.
Yes.
We're about to what I call soar.
Yes.
When you look at the word SOAR, S-O-A-R, I'm talking about security, talking about opportunity, talking about affordability, and I'm talking about reform. And we're building on that, and we'll continue to do so. I just want to, this has been a lovely journey for me, for being a barefoot boy right up the street, and who, the elder of the matriarch of our family, Miss Monica Dada. Dada is right here with me. And I also want to acknowledge and point out the other one who's, Dada, where's Belly Brown? Belly, he has been with me before I got started. He started with me, and my father spoke to him from his grave, quite frankly, to say that you must not leave my son alone. And he's been with me ever since, and he's here again with me tonight. I want to thank you, Ellie. And of course, there's so many of you who I see here who's been with me from the start. Because every one of my nomination papers was signed by Monica Hart. And this one, I flew the plane in to make sure she was able to sign this one. And
24th of this month is my birthday, make me 95 years old. 95 years old, the 24th of the same month. I'm born the 24th of May 1931. Figure for yourself.
And she was here during those days, right? When Custom got locked up, you remember? Adeline and Bonita and Adeline.
If you see Adeline look like my grandmother.
Yeah, but family. Yeah. So I just want to thank everyone. Bishop Roker, for your prayers and for the work you're doing here for us and amongst these people. And it's very emotional for me right now. Okay. To be able to thank you all. But I'll be back. Yes, sir. I'm being pulled everywhere. We appreciate you. And I just want to know that I don't forget you. Like I tell
Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, Philip Davis, he is addressing supporters there over in Cat Island as we await these results coming in. But we do have some results coming in now from Exuma and Ragged Island.
That's right, Janea, polling division number 7. The PLP's Chester Cooper, 118 votes. 118 votes. The Free National Movement's candidate, 73
Deborah
votes.
Moxie Roll.
Deborah Moxie Roll, 73 votes. And the Coalition of Independents, 18 votes. That is Exuma and the Ragged Island, polling division 7. Polling division number 8 for Exuma and the Ragged Islands. The PLP, 122 votes. The Free National Movement, 63 votes. The Coalition of Independents, 18 votes. The Independent, 0. Exuma and the Ragged Islands, polling division number 9. The PLP, 143 votes. The FNM, 37 votes. The COI, 10 votes. Independent, 0.
Those are the latest numbers coming in from the Exuma and Ragged Island chain. We now go to Marathon, Shanique, where the incumbent Lisa Ramming, she's now leading with roughly over 100 votes now. I'll let you take that, Shanique.
Yes, Janea, Lisa Ramming for the PLP in the constituency of Marathon, 464 votes. The Free National Movement's Dr. Jacqueline Penn Knowles, 325 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Tyrone Green, 154 votes.
And we're going to go back to the Killarney constituency. We are in polling division number 4. The Free National Movement, Michael Barnett Ellis, 152 votes. The PLP, 70 votes. Robin Lyons. The COI, Dr. MacGyver, with 17 votes. This is polling division number 4. The independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, some 17 votes. Again, this is in the Killarney constituency for a total now of 706 votes for the Free National Movement. For the PLP, 615 votes. Dr. Veronica MacGyver, 182 votes. And the independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 174 votes. More results now coming in from Exuma and Ragged Island. We have the PLP, 108 votes. This is polling division number 14. The PLP, Chester Cooper, 108 votes. The Free National Movement, some 53 votes. Deborah Moxie Roll. We have the Coalition of Independents, Byron Smith, 20 votes. The independent candidate, Deidre Taylor, 4 votes. This is polling division number 14 in Exuma and Ragged Island. I do believe we have some results coming in now from the Marathon constituency. Mount Moriah constituency. We have the incumbent, Shanique.
Yes, Michael Barnaby. The PLP is Michael Barnaby, 342 votes. The Free National Movement's Marvin Dames, 217 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Linda Stubbs, 115 votes. These are, of course, total votes. The various polling divisions would reveal the breakdown of it, but the total right now, Michael Barnaby for the PLP, Mount Moriah, 342 votes. The Free National Movement's Marvin Dames, 217 votes. The COI's Linda Stubbs, 115 votes.
We're also getting in some latest numbers in from Fort Charlotte. This is polling division number 8 for the PLP, 159 votes. This is polling division number 8 for the Free National Movement, 56 votes. And for the total, we don't have the latest numbers. That's 0 votes for Daphne in the polling division number 8. We go now to Pinewood Gardens. Some of the first set of numbers we're seeing out of Pinewood tonight, Shanique, also said to be an interesting seat.
An interesting seat to watch because we all know we have a political leader running in this constituency. And so let's hear the numbers. The Progressive Liberal Party's candidate, Miles LaRota, 183 votes. The COI's Lincoln Bain, 150 votes. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 125 votes.
This is the first time we're seeing the COI in a sizable position in second place, and not just second place, but very close to first. And this is, of course, the leader of their party.
And Ruben, this is also the constituency you represented.
He did well in the last election.
Right.
He came in third place, but he did well. He increased his numbers, I think, by a few hundred back then. And even now, even though it's the entrance, it is a very impressive showing going on at this particular point in time. And so that now is an exciting one to watch in the South, because they say as the South goes, so does the election.
So we're going to go back to Fort Charlotte. We're getting these results in from Fort Charlotte. If we can get a placeholder up on the Fort Charlotte constituency for these newest set of numbers that we have coming in from the constituency. We have the latest results coming in from the polling division 9B in Fort Charlotte. Sebastian, polling division 9B for the PLP, 162 votes. We have from the Free National Movement, 76 votes. And for the COI, some 18 votes. Those latest numbers now coming in from the Fort Charlotte constituency. Shanique, we also want to go to Golden Gates tonight. We do have the latest numbers there.
And here it is, Golden Gates. I believe we have been here before, so here are the latest numbers. The Progressive Liberal Party's Pia Glover Roll, 431 votes. 431 votes. The Free National Movement's Michael Folks, 147 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Charmaine Adderley, 119 votes. And Independent Anthony Ramming, 4 votes. That is the Golden Gates constituency.
I see, the gap is widening. If this was a race, we could talk about the gap extending. And we see that in Exuma and Ragged Island with Chester Cooper. We see that with Pierre Glover Roll.
Yes.
And we're also seeing that in Fort Charlotte. The PLP candidates seem to be doing good in those three. It's we don't want to call it. It's not a dominating constituency like we see with Marcos City, with Michael Pintard, and our current Prime Minister with
Cat Island, Ramkey, and Salvador. Yes.
Well, actually, I do think it is a dominant constituency because of the flavor that Pia brought to it. I think it would be a fair assessment of her that in the experience, the Bahamian experience, she was a breath of fresh air. And so I expect this to be very, very competitive, and I expect for her to perform very well as a whole. And she did well in her.
She did well in the campaigning, and she did well as a sitting MP, being very active in her constituency. So I'm saying it's dominating, but just because we still have so many polling divisions that haven't come in yet.
But also, are you both surprised at some of these races are sort of razor edge thin, like
paper thin.
They kind of like have you. They have you on the edge of your seat in the way that the numbers are coming out.
Yes.
I feel that way about Killarney, definitely. And I'm feeling a little bit about that in a couple other constituencies, but Killarney is the one that really gets me, and also I guess I should say Pinewood too. When you look at the closeness between Miles, Larota, and Lincoln Bay, that's very close. I think it's like only 5 votes. It's really close.
Yeah. I do believe Denari is a factor, but we never counted Lincoln being out on the whole. I think the one that came in for Fort Charlotte, that was a bit surprising because the numbers were pretty close. So we just mums and let's watch, see how that one goes. With Dr. Minnis, I think it's more emotional. In a sense, you really hope for a better performance, especially carrying the title of PM. And it's a tremendous work for Dr. MacGyver to be a giant slayer, for lack of a better term. And we see Michael Abalit heading that, going on into it. So thus far, we basically almost guarantee that the leaders of the parties now are doing well. Definitely, I personally believe Prime Minister Davis will and Michael Pintard will secure, and it's shaping up to be a very good race.
Shaping up to be a very good race.
Exciting.
Tonight is still young.
Tonight is still young. We're going to go back to the St. Anne's constituency. The Free National Movement incumbent Adrian White, 446 votes. Keno Wong for the Progressive Liberal Party, 374 votes. Graham Rutherford for the Coalition of Independents, 100 votes. Otis Forbes as an independent, 3 votes.
I want to say something. Graham, I only saw one single poster up, and that was on Village Road. And yet he's gotten 100.
100 votes.
That's success for Graham.
But that's home for Graham, and Graham is a social media influencer. He has been very, very active in a lot of things, so he has a presence.
Yeah, you see him on the motorbike. I saw he took the long video of their motorcade. They didn't ever have a rally, but they had a motorcade.
Yes.
And he took a full long shot of it on his motorbike.
Yes.
That's what they do. It's a different way of campaigning.
Yes. So Graham is a scrapper, if I can say that. And, so he's going to take a fight. And so this is something that's within his wheelhouse in that regard. But the gap with Adrian Gibson is substantive, and the history is behind it.
I am watching Mangrove Key in South Andros. That too is shaping up to be quite an interesting race.
In fact, St. Anne's says, you got to go back to say that people said that was White Knights territory and people expected a landslide. Look, that is so close.
Speaking of Mangrove Key in South Andros.
Mangrove Key, South Andros, Leon Lundy for the Progressive Liberal Party, 631 votes. Julian Gibson for the Free National Movement, 508 votes. For the COI, Carlton Clare, some 68 votes tonight. Free National Movement performing considerably well in Mangrove Key and South Andros, and we see he's closing in on that gap with Leon Lundy, the incumbent. Any thoughts on that?
Actually, earlier Gibson was ahead, but we said it was premature. But now we have more votes in. The gap is still very close. That's another one of those paper-thin ones to watch.
Yeah, two hometown boys.
Yeah.
So this is going to be deeply personal in South Central Andros.
Yes, we have more Fort Charlotte coming in.
Fort Charlotte. We have the Fort Charlotte card up. The Progressive Liberal Party PLP candidate, Sebastian, 742 votes. The Free National Movement candidate Travis Robinson, 313 votes. Daphne Johnson for the COI, 48 votes. We have those latest results in from Fort Charlotte. We did go through a number of those polling divisions, and we'll go through them again just for you to be able to see those numbers as it relates to Fort Charlotte tonight. That constituency, we see the Free National Movement with 313 votes. Daphne Johnson, some 48 votes, and Bastian, 742 votes, waiting for those polling divisions to be populated. But I'll just go ahead and go through some of them. What are your thoughts on what's happening now as we're seeing the numbers? We go now to Central and South Eleuthera. We see Clay Sweeting taking a considerable lead, 1,411 votes compared to Philippa Kelly, 910 votes for the Free National Movement, and that's Bakira Grant Taylor for the COI, 126 votes.
I think we have three categories. You have the paper thin, then you have races that are dominating but not completely over, and then you have a few that are over. And I want to put Fort Charlotte in the category as over, because he's leading by like 3-1 margin, and a lot of polling divisions have come in. Yeah.
But Fort Charlotte, there was an expectation in Fort Charlotte, and that's why with the first numbers you begin to say, okay, let's wait and see what's happening. And so there are a number of races. We said about Clay Sweeting and his performance in Eleuthera, and I was just wondering how many more polling divisions need to be reported in.
We have some more numbers coming in from the Pinewood constituency. Miles LaRota, 413 votes. Lincoln Bain for the COI, 404 votes. Denari Roll for the Free National Movement, 335 votes. We see Lincoln Bain for the COI closing in on the incumbent Miles LaRota. We see Denari Roll now with some 335 votes. And at this point, with more polling divisions still out, it could be anyone's race.
9 votes are separating Lincoln Bain from
be anyone's race in Pinewood. Ruben, I'm looking at your face now. What do you think about the numbers?
No, what I was thinking about with the numbers, especially being intimately knowledgeable about this polling division, I wish I had the numbers on the breakdown. Then I could tell you how those numbers work out in terms of what could drum, because they're pockets. But Lincoln is performing very, very well. He's stuck with it. He carries a title leadership. It carries additional weight to it. Miles had lost a lot of his popularity coming on into that. And so this is going to be one of the exciting ones to watch. A little bit more than Bridgerton, in my opinion.
A nail biter. I like that. I like
Penelope. I love Penelope. This is going to top that.
This is our Bridgerton
What's
tonight.
interesting too is that you've had substantive amount of votes that have come in, and there hasn't been any separation.
No, there has not been. We're going to go back to the St. Barnabas constituency. Michael Halkitis, 1,044 votes for the Progressive Liberal Party. Dr. Karen Butler, 246 votes. In St. Barnabas, Jamal Moss for the Free National Movement, 209 votes out. The COI candidate is outpacing the Free National Movement's candidate.
That's the two constituencies where we've seen that in Pinewood and now in
the Progressive
St.
Liberal
Barnabas.
Party still has the considerable lead, but in the Centerville constituency, Jomo Campbell for the PLP, 639 votes. Darvin Russell for the Free National Movement, 129 votes. Jamal Woodside for the COI, 93 votes.
And Janelle, wait, we do have the polling divisions. I know everybody's interested in that. And so the breakdown for Centerville and the polling divisions are polling division 1, the PLP's Jomo Campbell, 138 votes. The Free National Movement's Darvin Russell, 26 votes. The COI's Jamal Woodside, 29 votes. In polling division 5, the PLP's Jomo Campbell, 188 votes. The FNM's Darvin Russell, 46 votes. The COI's Jamal Woodside, 22 votes. In polling division 7B, the PLP's Jomo Campbell, 112 votes. The FNM's Darvin Russell, 18 votes. The COI's Jamal Woodside, 13 votes. Polling division 8. The PLP's Jomo Campbell, 201 votes. The FNM's Darvin Russell, 39 votes. The COI's Jamal Woodside, 29 votes. And of course, Jamal, Janea, you mentioned the totals, the incentive bill as it stands right now.
And we're just having the first set of numbers coming out of Tall Pines tonight. The incumbent, Dr. Michael Darville, also served as the Minister of Health. 187 votes. We have the Free National Movement candidate, Serfent Roll, 156 votes. We also have Trevor Green from the COI, 82 votes. These first set of numbers coming out of Tall Pines tonight. We will be giving you that breakdown momentarily, but again, the first set of numbers coming out of Tall Pines, still a close race. Again, we see where the COI would have made up the difference in that constituency.
Yes, it would have.
Yeah,
certainly would have made up the
This is an interesting one
a
right here.
seat to watch, a seat to watch. We are in Freetown, Lincoln Deal. Shanique?
Yeah, this is quite interesting. This way we have those 5 candidates, so let's go to it. The Free National Movement's Lincoln Deal, 231 votes. The Progressive Liberal Party's Wayne Monroe, 199 votes. The Coalition of Independents' Olivia Ingram Griffin, 48 votes. The Independent, Andrew Blue Johnson, 29 votes. Now, I know there about at least one other person on that ballot, but not sure if she got
Miss
Hannah Carey.
Right.
Yeah, not sure if she.
And what
got
I find
anything.
interesting here is that Andrew Blue Johnson is in 4th place. I had heard that he had a lot of support. He grew up in that neighborhood. He stayed there. He started his business there.
Yes.
But he's in 4th place.
Yeah.
The COI is doing better.
Mainly in the central area.
Right. Yeah. We will see maybe when more results come in. Exactly. Yes.
We go now to the Yamacraw constituency. The incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, Zane Lightbourne, 217 votes. We're seeing a tie here with the Free National Movement candidate, Ellsworth Johnson, with 217 as well. Yvette Prince for the Coalition of Independents, some 53 votes. I think it's the first set of numbers we're seeing from the Yamacraw constituency. A tie race just early on in those numbers coming out. And we see the Free National Movement, the PLP, 217. Yvette Prince, 53 votes.
Yamacraw historically is an interesting constituency. It's flip-flopped from going back to the days of Janet Bostwick, and then you had Griffin in the PLP. Melanie Griffin, and then of course recently was Ellsworth Johnson, and now with Zane. So it's a constituency that flip-flops. So that'll be interesting.
It is one of those constituencies that tend to, I guess, depending on the election cycle.
Yeah. But then too, the thing with Yamacraw as well, it shares up the Elizabeth energy as well because of their proximity and how that tends to overlap in there. And so that's going to be an interesting one to watch on a whole. And I have to quickly say that when we were watching the progress of the COI, I think it is fair to say that historically this is going to be the most COI representatives that will get their deposits or would have made across that line.
And I think it's going to be a record breaker for a third party in terms of the popular vote. I think it's going to break the record of the DNA in 2012, and it may get up to 20,000 overall. When we're looking at the results, they're doing well in many constituencies tonight.
It's a possibility, yeah.
We are going to go to the Pinewood constituency again, where we have some more of those results coming in, Shanique.
We do, Janea. This, of course, Pinewood constituency, Miles LaRota, the PLP's Miles LaRota, 618 votes. 618 votes. And I want to give a sort of a breakdown by the polling division. I know you all love to do that. So Miles LaRota in polling division number 2, 84 votes. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 47 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 80 votes. In polling division number 3, the PLP's Miles LaRota, 73 votes. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 70 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 77 votes. Pinewood Gardens, polling division number 6, Miles LaRota, the PLP's candidate, 102 votes. The FNM's candidate, Denari Roll, 56 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 83 votes. Polling division number 7, 99 votes. The PLP's Miles LaRota. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 63 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 81 votes. In polling division 8, the PLP's Miles LaRota, 44 votes. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 107 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 91 votes. In polling division 9 in the Pinewood Gardens constituency, the PLP's Miles LaRota, 106 votes. The F&M's Denari Roll, 48 votes. The COI's Lincoln Bain, 108 votes. In polling division number 12, the PLP's Miles LaRota, 110 votes. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 55 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 73 votes. Again, for a total, the PLP's Miles LaRota, 618. The Free National Movement's Denari Roll, 446. The Coalition of Independents, Lincoln Bain, 593.
Well, we do have our Laurentia Smith standing by live tonight in the Pinewood constituency. She's there with the COI leader, Lincoln Bain, as we see these results coming in, and it's shaping up to be a very tight race in Pinewood tonight. Laurentia?
That's right, Janea. We're here in the Pinewood Gardens area with Mr. Lincoln Bain, and we understand that he is gaining some momentum. Unofficially, we understand that there's a 9-point difference between him and the incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, Mr. Miles LaRota. And we have Mr. Bain on standby with us. Mr. Bain, now we know that you are making ground. Are you surprised by this outcome at this point?
No, not surprised yet. I mean, the democracy is something amazing. It is where the people get to make a choice. And so it's just about them making a choice. If they choose to do something different, then they'll get something different. If they choose more of what they've been getting, then they'll choose LaRota. And so it's just about a choice. And so they have to choose if they want more of the same or if they want something different. And so it's simple as that for me.
Now, we know this is your third time contesting the Pinewood seat. You are a son of Pinewood. To know that you've been making the strides and this could possibly change the tide. Do you think this is a true signal that the Bahamian appetite has changed for what they've been seeing?
Yes, I think it does signal that Bahamians are tired of the same old, same old. They're tired of the F&M and PLP, and they are starting to look at something different. I think this is a very good sign.
And also, too, we see a number of your candidates and other constituencies pulling some strong numbers in the low 100s, some in the mid 100s. What does that say to the team and the campaign that you put forth?
Yeah, I think it shows that these people put in some work. A lot of people were wondering who they are, but they were putting the work on the ground. They were talking to the people, they were knocking on the doors, and that's how they were doing what they were doing. We weren't necessarily getting the media coverage, but we were putting in the hard work on the ground where it can't be touched. And really we want to thank the Bahamian people who believe in our vision.
Have some technical difficulties there with our Laurentia Smith over in the Pinewood Gardens constituency. But as we said, that appears to be shaping up to be a very tight race between Lincoln Bain and the PLP's candidate, Miles LaRota. We also have the Free National Movement candidate, Denari Roll. But we're just getting some news out of Long Island tonight. Unofficially, the Free National Movement's candidate, Dr. Andre Rollins, leads with 646 votes. All of those polling divisions, the numbers appear to be in at this time. Free National Movement candidate Dr. Andre Rollins is one of the first unofficial declarations for the night for the Free National Movement. Of course, Long Island staying in the Free National Movement's fold, but let's see how the PLP also shaped up and also the COI. And they did have an independent candidate factor, Renika Knowles from the PLP, 534 votes. Shura Pratt from the COI, some 66 votes. Natasha Turnquest, the independent candidate, some 8 votes. 646 and 534.
So
the difference.
Saying is that strongholds have been fortified and traditional strongholds are holding.
Mm-hmm.
So this brings us back to a flavor of democracy I think we have been craving for, where there's a real battle of opinions and a battle of expressions in that regard. And now we see an opportunity where there's a likelihood that the COI may have its first elected, possibly, candidate. That's a strong possibility as
there
well.
You have it.
So this is shaping up to be a very exciting election time.
It certainly is.
I want to say one thing. Although he is the unofficial declared winner, the margin is not that great for Long Island, for the F&M. This is a stronghold traditionally. You could track it back over decades. What is interesting is some other traditional strongholds are not as strong as we thought. Killarney is shaping up to be a two-person race because of the independent and the COI functioning as spoilers there. St. Anne's is surprising me at how close Keno Wong is to Mr. White.
We're seeing the tight races come about in various constituencies. We do have our Danielle Dean, who is also in Long Island. We're standing by, waiting to get reaction from Danielle and Dr. Andre Rollins tonight. But some more unofficial results are coming in from the election secretariat. We are now ready with Danielle Dean standing by live tonight from the Free National Movement camp. Danielle?
Janaea, big celebrations are underway here on Long Island tonight as the unofficial results have revealed that F&M candidate Dr. Andre Rollins is the victor here for the Long Island constituency. Loud music, as you can see in the background. There's a DJ. He got the music started and rolling as soon as those last set of unofficial results came in. And then we heard the screams erupting from inside the building and everybody running out. Earlier on, everyone was a bit tight-lipped and reserved on giving me an interview because they said they didn't want to ruin the moment or to speak out of turn. But after that, like I said, they came out erupting with noise. And we do have Diane Knowles here, an F&M supporter who is one of them who came running out of the building. Ms. Knowles, tell us how you're feeling tonight.
Man, this is a sweet victory for us here in Long Island.
And what was the anticipation like? I saw that all of you were waiting and anxious, anticipating. You could hear a pin drop in the room just now as you guys watched the election results come in. What was that moment like for you?
Well, as the results was coming in, we realized that some of the polling stations, the results was very close. I knew we were going to win. I wanted us to win by a large margin, but I must say it was a good race. I have to be honest, it was a very good race.
And unofficially, I believe that the votes were around just under the 200 mark in favor of Mr. Rollins. Again, earlier on, we got those results from polling division number 2, where Renika Knowles got 31 votes and Dr. Rollins got 24. We got results from polling division number 6, where Renika Knowles got 44 and Dr. Andre Rollins got 110. And then we got some results from polling division number 7, where Renika Knowles got 25 and Dr. Andre Rollins 26. So like you said, it was pretty close with some of those polling stations earlier on, which is why I guess you guys were anxious. But the results have come in and I saw that you guys were celebrating. We will be confirming those results during the recounting tomorrow. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you at the desk, Janaea, and we will be keeping you updated from Long Island.
Thanks so much, our Danielle Dean, live in Long Island tonight. The first unofficially declared winner, Dr. Andre Rollins, of course, no surprise there, Free National Movement, a seat over in Long Island. We go now to the Fort Charlotte constituency. The PLP candidate, Sebastien Bastien, 1,517 votes. Travis Robinson for the Free National Movement, 457 votes. We have Daphne Johnson for the Coalition of Independents, 127 votes. Again, we see a significant lead by the PLP candidate, Sebastien Bastien, over 1,000 votes now. Travis Robinson was able to garner some 457 votes. The projected winner, the second projected winner for the night, Sebastien Bastien over in Fort Charlotte, 1,517 votes. Travis Robinson trailing behind with some 417 votes for a total of 6,802 votes in that constituency. We see the dynamic over in Fort Charlotte, a seat that now remains in the PLP fold from Alfred Sayers, now moving on to Sebastien Bastien. He holds 72% of the vote there. Travis Robinson able to garner some 21% of the vote over in Fort Charlotte.
That kind of margin, 72%, that's something you would see with like Brave Davis, you know, or it's even like a safe seat in Exuma and Ragged Island.
For a newcomer to politics, though, as well, when we see those numbers.
Have we heard of such margins? Let's think historically. We've been around a little bit. We didn't have much time. I don't recall. Have you heard of such margins?
Not in recent time. People don't necessarily vote in those 3-to-1 type margins as we've seen this evening in Fort Charlotte.
I would look at Glennis Hannah Martin and Ingliston in the last one. and maybe even Adrian White in St. Anne's in the last one. Close, but 72, that's just
72%.
That's solid. And for a newcomer.
A newcomer to politics to garner some 72% of the votes tonight. Obviously, celebrations taking place in Fort Charlotte tonight. We'll come back with more details and more results right after this break.
Step inside a world of adventure with Mandalorian and Grogu at Burger King. See The Mandalorian and Grogu only in cinemas.
5 cars, catch the keys, don't blink, take these.
Island Luck is giving away 5 brand new cars. Earn 10 reward points for a chance to enter and win. Enter weekly from Monday 12 a.m. to Sunday 2 p.m. Winners are announced Sundays at 3 p.m. on 103.5 The Beat and Island Luck Socials. 5 cars, 5 weeks. The more you play, the better your chances. Visit islandluck.com for more information. Catch the keys only at Island Luck. Must be 18 and over. Island Luck reminds you that it's only a game, so please game responsibly.
Looking to transfer your designs directly to fabric or garments for the family gatherings, funerals, social clubs, team uniforms, and much more? Contact Janae's Uniform Center digital team via WhatsApp. Text only 817-3295. Get that special effect image on your t-shirts or garments for your group. We use the latest technology in embroidery, DTF, and regular DTF transfers to print your file. Contact Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road, 394-8385 or 6, or email sales@janae's.com or www.janae's.com. Look sharp and fresh.
Our future is here. And no matter the result, we must come together. Together, we will innovate. Together, we will lead the way. Our future belongs to us. Happy Election Day, my fellow Bahamians. Leading the Bahamas in home improvement since 1973.
Welcome to Grand Bahama Tiles Post Mother's Day pop-up sale. This Thursday and Friday, enjoy 15% off store-wide. Come in and see our new arrivals of outdoor and indoor tiles with new designs and textures. There's something special waiting just for you. Just 2 days only. Call them at 352-7920. Restrictions apply.
Hi, my name is Wesley Neely, CEO of BKS Special Need Concierge Services. We are the premier non-emergency medical transportation provider in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We provide transportation for all occasions for the disabled and the elderly. As you can see, we have a fleet of buses to transport you and your loved one in style and in safety. Only thing we ask is 48 hours in advance booking. Give us a call at 808-6719. 808-6719. Call us because we care.
At Shield Insurance, we protect what matters most to you and your family. With over 10 years of trusted service, we offer coverage for your motor, home, marine, construction, business, liability, health, and life needs. Our dedicated team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a smooth, stress-free experience. Don't take a chance. Put it in our hands.
Looking to transfer your designs directly to fabric or garments for the family gatherings, funerals, social clubs, team uniforms, and much more? Contact Janae's Uniform Center digital team via WhatsApp. Text only 817-3295. Get that special effect image on your t-shirts or garments for your group. We use the latest technology in embroidery, DTF, and regular DTF transfers to print your file. Contact Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road, 394-8385 or 6, or email sales@janae's.com or www.janae's.com. Look sharp and fresh.
Welcome to Grand Bahama Tiles Post Mother's Day pop-up sale. This Thursday and Friday, enjoy 15% off store-wide. Come in and see our new arrivals of outdoor and indoor tiles with new designs and textures. There's something special waiting just for you. Just 2 days only. Call them at 352-7920. Restrictions apply.
Looking for insurance that fits your lifestyle and your budget? At Star General Insurance, we've got you covered. Whether it's motor insurance with flexible options for third-party liability and comprehensive coverage, or commercial insurance products that protect your business, we have choices you can afford. Own a home or renting? Our home insurance products have just what you need. And for the adventurers out there, we offer marine insurance too. Visit our website or social media pages for contact information and quotes. Star General, insurance made simple.
Require global power solutions. Increased energy demands and grid outages are posing a major threat to mission-critical operations. The need for reliable power has never been more important. Caterpillar has been a trusted large-scale power supplier to key industries for decades, such as hospitals, data centers, and manufacturers. We offer dependable power on demand to keep factories running, protect vital information, and keep people working. Developing powerful partnerships, providing powerful performance, offering fuel flexibility, and powerful support. 156 dealers in 192 countries. Manufacturing to one quality standard globally. Choose CAT Electric Power.
Nassau, get ready! This June 27th, YBE Promotion and Excalibur Entertainment presents The Season of Love Part 2 R&B Edition on the lawn of the National Stadium ground with performances by Get ready for Joe! It's Joe performing live! Come and experience the undeniable voice of Kelly Price. Kelly Price comes to Nassau. Bahamas own Nasheed LS, Fan Shaw, it's Jimmy Cossier. The legendary Ryan McKnight. This will be an ultimate night of love. Saturday, June 27th, on the lawn of the National Stadium ground. Tickets on sale now at Classy Cuts Hair and Nail Beauty Supply or online at ybepromotions.com. For info, Skybox and VIP packages, call 242-427-8111 or 242-357-0116. Be there.
Welcome back. It's your vote, your choice. We are in the Pinewood constituency again with our Laurencia Smith, Lincoln Bain there with his supporters at the COI. Laurencia, what's the latest on the ground there?
For the Pinewood constituency, you've gotten some 700 plus votes. Tell us how that does feel, winning 9. So far, 9 out of the 13 polling divisions have been called.
Hallelujah! I want to thank the people of Pinewood for believing in me. I want to thank them. I'm a son of the soil, and whatever they're feeling, I'm feeling, and they're going to have a voice in the House. A lion is going to walk in that House of Assembly, and the people of Pinewood will go voiceless no more. We are going to represent them, and we're going to represent the country at large, because once we get in that House, we are going to represent for all Bahamians. Whether you're PLP, FNM, COI, whatever you are, we are going to represent for the Bahamian people who've been kept down in this country for too long.
Well, you just heard it from Mr. Bain.
Well, we do have some technical difficulties taking place in Pinewood Gardens tonight, but it's a celebratory mode for Lincoln Bain over there in Pinewood Gardens. However, the incumbent Miles LaRota still leads for the Progressive Liberal Party, some 824 votes. Lincoln Bain very closely following behind for the COI, some 747 votes. The celebrations could be viewed as a bit premature at this moment, but we have the Free National Movement, Denari Roll, trailing behind now with some 547 votes. Ruben, I'll let you take this.
Pinewood has been the constituency where the term has been counted again, and so we need to pause. I stand ready to applaud anyone that wins their seat because I expect my country to run properly. And so with this one, definitely we better wait, not even just for the unofficial result.
Yes.
We got to call them, call your people, tell them, call them again and make sure.
Call them again.
Know why? Because this is so important. Why is this so important? This isn't just a PLP or F&M win. This is a chance that a third party could win.
Yes.
So this one,
Yes.
I'm going to
This
say,
is a
even
start.
when we get the unofficials,
Yes.
let's tell everybody, hold on, we're going to
Hold
double
the
check the
line.
unofficial because
Hold
it
the
is a
line.
historic moment.
It is.
And let's
It is.
respect it as that.
Yes, certainly. Now we go now to Grand Bahama in the Pine Ridge constituency, Shani.
Yes, Janea, Pine Ridge constituency. These are the first numbers coming out of Pine Ridge. The PLP's Ginger Moxie, 900 votes. 900. The Free National Movement's Dr. Charlene Reed, 473 votes. Daniel Mitchell, the Coalition of Independents candidate, 186 votes. And the independent Frederick McAlpine gentleman, 132 votes. Again, these are the first set of numbers to come out of the Pine Ridge constituency. Another seat to watch, certainly.
Sizable lead for Ginger. A lot of people expected her to do well, though, because she is the minister for Grand Bahama. But that's interesting.
A very tight race on your screen, a very tight race in Central and South Abaco. The PLP candidate Bradley Fox Jr., 1,340 votes. The Free National Movement, Jeremy Sweeting, 1,322 votes. The COI, Crystal Williams, 353 votes. This is over in Central, in South Abaco. I'll give you some of the breakdown. The polling division 1, PLP, 24 votes. F&M, 47 votes. COI, 9 votes. Polling division 2, 46 votes. PLP, 113. F&M, COI, 2 votes. Polling division 3, 50 votes. PLP, Free National Movement, 105. COI, 32. Polling division number 4, 71 votes. PLP, Free National Movement, 135. COI, 11. Polling division number 5, 74 votes. PLP, Free National Movement, 130. COI, 17. Polling division number 6, 92 votes. PLP, Free National Movement, 84. COI, 45. Polling division number 7, 166 votes. PLP, 78. FNM, COI, 22. Polling division number 8, 25. PLP, 107. FNM, 13. COI. Polling division number 9, 41. PLP, FNM, 65. COI, 26. Polling division number 10, 94. FNM, 80. Polling division number 10, that's 94 for the PLP, 80 for the FNM, 12 for the COI. Polling division number 11, 172 for the PLP, 100 for the FNM, 16 for the COI. Polling division number 12, 155 for the PLP, 55 for the FNM, 28 for the COI. Polling division number 13, still in Central and South Abaco, 155 again for the PLP, 112 for the FNM, 61 for the COI. Polling division number 14, 175 for the PLP, 111 for the FNM, 59 for the COI. That total now 1,340 for the PLP, 1,322 for the FNM, and 353 for the COI. We have some new numbers. I saw we had Southern Shores coming up. Shanika, I'll let you take that.
Janea, we have the first set of numbers coming out of the Southern Shores constituency. Here are the polling divisions. Polling division number 1, the PLP's O.B. Roberts, 130. The FNM's Denley Penn, 115. The COI's Kirk Farrington, 41. Independent Leroy Major, 10. Moving along to polling division number 6 in the Southern Shores constituency, the PLP's O.B. Roberts, 131, the FNM's Denley Penn, 110, the COI's Kirk Farrington, 29, Independent Leroy Major, 12. Polling division number 7, PLP's O.B. Roberts, 82, FNM's Denley Penn, 111, COI's Kirk Farrington, 43, Independent Leroy Major, 11. Polling division number 8B, PLP's O.B. Roberts, 87, FNM's Denley Penn, 71, COI's Kirk Farrington, 42, Independent Leroy Major, 17, Still in Southern Shores, polling division 9. PLP's Obi Roberts, 128. Denley Penn, F&M, 121. COI's Kirk Farrington, 55. Independent Leroy Major, 5. Polling division 10. PLP's Obi Roberts, 76. F&M Denley Penn, 71. The COI's candidate Kirk Farrington, 31. And the independent Leroy Major, 14. Polling division 11 in the Southern Shores constituency. PLP, 97. F&M, 98. COI, 58. Independent, 12. Again, you saw those totals now. Obi Roberts, the PLP's candidate, 71. Denley Penn, F&M, 697. Kirk Farrington, COI, 299. Leroy Major, Independent, 81.
Again, the COI proving to be a force to be reckoned with when we look at what the numbers are shaping up to be in that constituency tonight. Before we have a discussion on that, I want to get straight into what's happening in Seabreeze, where the incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, Leslia Miller-Bryce, she is clocking in with a total of 1,877 votes. She's leading over the Free National Movement's Trevania Clark of the FNM, 618 votes, and William Knowles Jr. for the COI, 427 votes. If we go to the breakdown of that, she's now been declared the projected winner in Seabreeze, 1,877 votes, leading by more than 64% of the votes. Trevania Clark, 618 votes for the Free National Movement. This constituency remains in the PLP's column tonight.
Doesn't surprise me. She was active and engaged for the last 5 years, whether it be Mother's Day, Father's Day, Independence, special events.
And everything else in
everything
between.
in between. She was just stellar in how she executed on a daily, weekly, monthly basis.
She's just simply done a very good job on the whole. I put in a class with Pia, persons who I admire for their personal abilities and that. I like how you represented in your pronouncements about the COI, and I want us to reject the term, and I respect how I watch how you conduct yourself. They are not spoilers. A spoiler is someone who forcibly enters a race or interferes with a race. They competed.
They did.
They competed. And whatever their numbers are that jack up whoever they are, they earned their numbers. And remember I said earlier, let's watch how many of them get their deposits, and I believe they will break a record on this.
I think you can make distinction between spoilers and competitors, because in some instances it's just a spoiler where it's making a dent. But and to the point that
once
you're making,
you're on that ballot, you're a competitor, and if you earn one vote, you earn one vote.
Well, I disagree.
Legally.
No. Let's go to Tall Pines. Let's go to Tall Pines. The incumbent, Dr. Michael Dalvo, 1,251 votes in the Tall Pines constituency. For front roll, 875 votes. Again, this is Tall Pines. And Trevor Clark for the COI, some 516 votes in Tall Pines tonight. I do believe this is about the third set of numbers we have in Tall Pines, where we see what numbers are making up the difference. The Coalition of Independents continuing to pull more than 100 votes, more than 200 votes. The Free National Movement trailing behind by some 400 or so votes, leading up to Michael Darvo, who still has a considerable lead in that constituency, still waiting for more of those numbers to come in tonight.
One thing I want to say is, what would have been the situation had the COI had rallies and not just a single motorcade? What would have been like if they claim, as they have, that they didn't get the coverage? Well, I don't know about that, but I'm just saying that they are making a sizable dent. I do believe they're very competitive in most of these races in New Providence. Right, we're seeing this. In some instances, they're running in second. Where they come in third, they're getting 12, 15 to 20% of the total popular vote. So it's very competitive.
It's interesting, but as it relates to coverage, I think the COI ran their campaign differently.
Yeah.
They did not host formal rallies.
Right.
They did not host formal constituency events. A lot of their campaign was done in the digital space.
Yeah, that's interesting. And even like...
And so that could have also made a difference
And I
of
noticed
who they appeal to, especially that younger vote that we talked about.
I told you all when I came here, I had offers from different places. And I told you I came here because of the respect of what you bring to the table here, you know. That, in my opinion, I'm telling you this, compete with Z&S, who reaches to Turks and Caicos Islands because you have a presence in the digital realm. We know that right now the most accurate spot is the digital space transcends
and that is where they campaigned.
Yes.
The COI had not press conferences, but they had live events on social media every Sunday. It wasn't necessarily an invitation
and
extended
both parties, other major parties, caught up with that and was working with that.
But they presented it differently.
These launches, you would pull something from their live stream or use it in the newscast, but it was not necessarily an event to attend. So I don't want to get it confused to say that they were denied coverage because they were not.
And gentlemen, you both are, and you're very experienced politically, and you understand exactly how politics run. Media houses sort of shift to a different model during the political season. So
let's go back to Kalani, though, before we
coverage.
continue this discussion on how that strategy worked for the COI. Let's go to Kalani with Michaela Barnett Ellis for the Free National Movement, 1,004 votes. She leads over the PLP's Robin Lyons, who has 940 votes, a slim margin there. We also see Dr. Veronica MacGyver for the COI, 312 votes. The independent candidate trails behind in fourth place, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 276 votes.
Let me just put this in historical perspective. When the FNM was founded in 1972, Delaporte was considered FNM. Delaporte, Kendall Isaacs. It was always considered an FNM safe seat. She's trailing by what amounts to about 60 votes here, Robin Lyons. That is remarkable. And this is not in any way, shape, or form over. So this is an interesting one that we have to watch. Yeah.
Certainly. Always been a Free National Movement seat. We've not seen them switch the tide.
Yeah, but some of the demographics has changed in that area as well, on the whole, and I think that Michael is doing actually exceptionally well. I think it's an exciting race.
And also a newcomer to,
Dr. MacGyver, and you have me continuing to recognize her, and her advocacy is working very, very well. And then our heart goes out to Dr. Prime Minister Minnis.
Your heart goes out to him tonight.
Yeah, it's more sympathetic because regardless, I think all of us historically love our former leaders to whatever extent, and we always wish the best.
Yes.
And this is not, in my opinion, honestly, humbly, good for his legacy.
It's not.
It didn't have to be.
We're going to go to Tall Pines, Shanique, where we have some of the latest results coming in from Dr. Michael Darville. He's the incumbent there in Tall Pines.
Yes, Janelle. In fact, let me go to the polling divisions. Everyone loved those, and they want to keep tabs on those. And so in the Tall Pines constituency, in polling division 2, the PLP's Dr. Michael Darville, 107 votes. The Free National Movement's Serfent Roll, 75 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Trevor Green, 48 votes. In polling division number 4, Dr. Michael Darville, 77. Serfent Roll, FNM, 79. Coalition of Independents, Trevor Green, 36. In polling division 5, this is Tall Pines, the PLP's Dr. Michael Darville, 151. The FNM, Serfent Roll, 87. The Coalition of Independents, Trevor Green, 59. In polling division 6, PLP's candidate, Dr. Michael Darville, 124. The FNM, Serfent Roll, 107. COI's Trevor Green, 54. In polling division 7, the PLP's Dr. Michael Darville, 119. The FNM, Serfent Roll, 94. The COI's Trevor Green, 50. In Tall Pines still, polling division number 8, the PLP's Michael Darville, 140. The FNM's Serfent Roll, 124. The COI's Trevor Green, 64. In polling division number 9, Dr. Michael Darville, 290. Serfent Roll, 144. Trevor Green, 64. Polling division 10, the PLP, 79. FNM, 63. The COI, 57. Polling division 11. The PLP's Dr. Michael Darville, 110. The FNM's Serfent Roll, 77. The COI's Trevor Green, 46. The PLP's Michael Darville, 66. This is polling division 12. The FNM's Serfent Roll, 67. The COI's candidate, Trevor Green, 41. In polling division 13, Dr. Michael Darville, 112. The FNM's candidate, 65, and the COI 51. And of course, the total there, as we saw, Dr. Michael Darville in the Tall Pines constituency, 1,375. The Free National Movement, Safend Roll, 982. The COI's Trevor Green, 570, as it stands right now.
Well, we go now to Golden Isle, Shanique. Darren Pickstock. We just recently had a by-election in Golden Isles. Darren Pickstock, he leads with 259 votes in the Golden Isles constituency. Brian Brown, 214 votes. Brian Roll for the COI, 90 votes. And we have Karen Kim Butler, some 6 votes. Again, Darren Pickstock, it's his second election in some, 2 years? And he is leading now by 375 votes. Those numbers just being updated. Brian Brown, 349 votes. Brian Roll, 109 votes. And Karen Kim Butler, she is clocking now with 6 votes. Just to give you a breakdown of that, that's polling division number 1, PLP, Darren Pickstock, 116 votes. 116 votes. FNM, Brian Brown, 135 votes. COI, Brian Roll, 19 votes. The independent candidate, Kim Butler, she has 1 vote. That's polling division number 1. Polling division number 4A, 92 votes. PLP, Darren Pickstock. FNM, Brian Brown, 94 votes. COI, Brian Roll, 37 votes. Independent candidate, Karen Kim Butler, 2 votes. In polling division 6A, 155 for the PLP, 156 for the FNM, 51 for the COI, 1 for the independent. Polling division number 8A, 93 for the PLP, 61 for the FNM, 31 for the COI, 2 for the independent candidate. Polling division number 8B, 74 for the PLP, 59 for the FNM, 72 for the COI, 1 vote for the independent candidate, for a total of 530 votes. 505 votes now for the FNM, 160 votes for the COI, and some 7 votes for the independent candidate. Shanique, I think we're going over to St. Barnabas.
Yes, we are going to St. Barnabas, Janea, and here are the polling divisions. Of course, you all see the totals on the screen, but here's how that breaks down. Polling division number 1, the PLP's Michael Alkidas, 227. The FNM's Jamal Moss, 56. The COI's Dr. Karen Butler, 24. Polling division number 2, the PLP's Michael Alkidas, 154. The FNM's Jamal Moss, 22. The COI's Dr. Karen Butler, 48. Polling division number 3, the PLP's Michael Alkidas, 157. The FNM's Jamal Moss, 14. The COI's Dr. Karen Butler, 23. In polling division 4, the PLP's Michael Alkidas, 196. The FNM's Jamal Moss, 30. The COI's Karen Butler, 32. In polling division 5, the PLP's Michael Alkidas, 106. The FNM's Jamal Moss, 40. The COI's Karen Butler, 25. In polling division 6A, the PLP's Michael Alkidas, 87. The FNM's Jamal Moss, 25. The COI's Karen Butler, 27. In polling division 6B, the PLP's candidate, 84. The FNM's candidate, 17. The COI's candidate, 22. Polling division 7, the PLP's candidate, 149. The FNM's candidate, 33. And the COI's candidate, 37. This is the St. Barnabas constituency. Continuing polling division number 8A. Moving on, there are no votes there as yet. Number 9, polling division number 9 in the St. Barnabas constituency. The PLP's candidate, 106. The FNM's candidate, 28. The COI's candidate, 32. Polling division number 11. The PLP's candidate, 105. The FNM's candidate, 53. The COI's candidate, 25. In St. Barnabas again, polling division number 10. The PLP's candidate, 167. The FNM's candidate, 49. The COI's candidate, 26. For a total of the PLP's candidate, 1,543, the FNM's candidate, 367, the COI's candidate, 321 in St. Barnabas constituency right now.
Yeah. He's trying to match Sebastian's number.
Michael Alcides is performing.
Michael Alcides.
Performing, so you are seeing that as almost a 3-1 margin as well.
I think it's almost close to the point where it can be unofficially declared, because that's a huge, sizable.
I think it can be unofficially declared. It's just that it's not unofficially declared.
But what is a very close margin, Dr. Curry? Look on your screen there.
Yeah,
we have what is happening in Central and South Abaco.
I was thinking
18 votes.
I was thinking this would be very close, and it's proven to be the case.
Some 18 votes, and someone just dropped me a line to say he's the unofficial winner by 18 votes, the first Bahamian of color to ever win that seat. That's what they're saying. It don't matter here nor there.
No, it doesn't. But he's a first timer to frontline politics, and so it's really it speaks well for him that he went into somewhere that is traditionally a stronghold.
Yeah.
They won it the last time, of course, but he went there as a young man
and obviously
and won.
New candidates for this.
So when you say they've declared this
unofficial winner, but it's too close to call. But we do have some numbers that we've been waiting on. Shanika, I'll let you take this. The first set of numbers coming out of Fox Hill tonight.
I know you all are very interested in this one. Get
All
ready.
silent.
Get ready for Fox Hill, you all. Let me just pull it up. Of course, we see there, I'll call it right where I see it on the screen, the total votes for each candidate right now in the Fox Hill constituency, and then we will get to the polling divisions. So the total in Fox Hill right now, the PLP's Fred Mitchell, 405 votes. Dr. Nicholas Fox, the FNM's candidate, 253 votes, and the COI's Robert Brown, 104 votes. Now, here's how that kind of shapes up, you all. In polling division 2, the FNM's candidate, Dr. Nicholas Fox, 66. The COI's candidate, Robert Brown, 15. The PLP's candidate, 83. In polling division 7 in the Fox Hill constituency, the FNM's candidate, Dr. Nicholas Fox, 54. The COI's candidate, Robert Brown, 20. The PLP's candidate, Fred Mitchell, 20. In polling division 9A, the FNM's candidate, Dr. Nicholas Fox, 59. The COI's candidate, Robert Brown, 25. The PLP's candidate, this is Fox Hill, in polling division number 9A, 119. That's Fred Mitchell, 119. In polling division 9B, the FNM's candidate, 63. The COI's candidate, 18. The PLP's candidate, 82. In polling division 11, the FNM's candidate, 11. The COI's candidate, 26. The PLP's candidate, 101. In polling division number 12, the FNM's candidate, 56. The COI's candidate, 33. The PLP's candidate, 110. Again, in the Fox Hill constituency, the first numbers coming out, the totals are this right now. The FNM's candidate, Dr. Nicholas Fox, 378. The COI's candidate, Robert Brown, 166. The PLP's candidate, Fred Mitchell, 632.
Some interesting results in Fox Hill. Is it what you anticipated?
It's looking a little less competitive than you thought it would have been
between
Fox and that.
I expected it to be a tighter race.
But most importantly, Brown is doing a very, very good job, as he would have been expected to even be polling even less.
Let's go to these first set of numbers, because we haven't heard from West Grand Bahama all night. The PLP incumbent Kimsley Smith Jr. over in West Grand Bahama, 754 votes. The Free National Movement, Omar Isaacs, 368 votes. And Tony Stubbs Aubrey for the COI, some 67 votes. And just for the breakdown, polling division number 1, the PLP, 336 votes. The FNM, 128. The COI, 17. Polling division number 2, 95 for the PLP, 37 for the FNM, 10 for the COI. Polling division number 3, 171 for the PLP, 67 for the FNM. The COI, 8 votes. Polling division 4A, 75 for the PLP, 66 for the FNM, 12 for the COI. Polling division 4B, 77 PLP, 70 FNM, 20 COI. Polling Division 5A, 56. PLP, FNM, 55. COI, 7. Those are the latest results coming in from those polling divisions in West Grand Bahama. The lead now with the incumbent Kingsley Smith Jr., 819. We go now to St. Anne's. St. Anne's, Shanique, I'll let you go to the east now. Over in St. Anne's, we just came out of Fox Hill, going into St. Anne's. We see the incumbent.
I'll tell you, Chris is sitting. He sat up because, of course, you know that's his constituency. He is proud to say that he voted very early in St. Anne's, and so let's go. Here is the St. Anne's numbers coming in. Adrian White, the Free National Movement's candidate, 1,698. Keno Wong, the Free National Movement's candidate, 972. Graham Rutherford, the COI's candidate, 262, and the independent Otis Forbes, 13. Of course, those polling divisions work out to be the PLP's candidate, Keno Wong, 75. That's polling division number 1. The FNM's candidate, Adrian White, 168. The COI's candidate, Graham Rutherford, 21. The independent Otis Forbes, 2. Polling division number 2, the PLP's candidate, 74. The FNM's candidate, 132. The COI's candidate, 11. Independent, 0. Polling division 3, the PLP, 89. The FNM, 114. The COI, 18. The independent, 1. Polling division 5, the PLP, this is St. Anne's constituency. Polling division 5, the PLP, 62. The FNM, 94. The COI, 21. Independent, 0. Polling division 8, the PLP rather, 81. The FNM, 146. The COI, 18. Independent, 0. Polling division 8, the PLP, 68. The FNM, 122. The COI, 25. The independent, 2. Polling division 10, the PLP, 101 votes. The FNM, 123. The COI, 19. The independent, 2. In polling division 11, the PLP, 63. The FNM, 109. The COI, 14. And the independent, 1. Polling division 12 in the St. Anne's constituency, the PLP, 98. The FNM, 159. The COI, 41. Independent, 1. In polling division 13, the PLP, 110. The FNM, 135. The COI, 36 rather, and the independent, 2. In the polling division 14 in the St. Anne's constituency, the PLP, 64. The FNM, 139. The COI, 21. The independent, 1. Polling division 15 in the St. Anne's constituency, the PLP, 39. The FNM, 130. The COI, 8. Independent, 0. Polling division 16, the PLP, 48 votes. The FNM, 127. The COI, 9. The independent, 1. And of course, you all see the totals there on the screen as a result of all the numbers coming in all the polling divisions.
I want to say a couple of things. We see, of course, now Adrian White is starting to get a sizable lead, whereas before it was much closer.
Yes.
Secondly, you would want to know that part of St. Anne's polling division 4 was added to Freetown. All right, that was actually Little Blair. Okay. I used to live in Blair, and that is definitely always has demographically been known as sort of a white area, enclave. Extending, of course, the Eastern Road as being considered white knight territory. But I do believe St. Anne's demographically is more diverse than it used to be. When you consider also like Johnson Road, Step Street area and all of that. So I think that Keno Wong has really made some inroads here.
Made some inroads, certainly.
Yeah.
But there's few diverse candidates as Adrian White. I could say this because he is the blackest white man in the world.
He is absolutely wonderful.
He's an excellent MP representative. He's down to earth. And he could relate on all levels. Being a top-notch lawyer, you wouldn't think of that. You just consider him a homeboy. And he has represented that well. So notwithstanding it being a stronghold, it being a stronghold quickly does not diminish his quality of his representation.
No, he's likable. He's likable, and obviously he resonates and works hard in the constituency.
And he's got good dance moves.
He's a good dancer. He's a big dancer. Adrian is a big dancer.
We are going to go to a constituency where they are dancing tonight in Fort Charlotte. Some muggling going on. Our Rebecca Bain is standing by live in the Fort Charlotte constituency. She's over there at the Technology Hub.
Bastian. Good evening, Janelle, all the way from Fort Charlotte, and we are here at the constituency's Arts and Culture Center. I am here with a few residents, but if you were to take a look behind me, you can see that the crowd is going crazy. They're bursting with energy as they are dressed in the party's paraphernalia. They're waving their flags, they're tooting their horns. They're not only here to represent and they're not only here to throw their support behind the party, but they're here to throw their support behind the candidate for the area Fort Charlotte, candidate Sebastian Bastian, who is the undeclared projected winner for the constituency. The last time we looked at the numbers, we saw that it was 1,517 votes that Mr. Bastian has gotten for this constituency. And that is a huge number for someone who is making their way into front-line politics. I'm standing here with Ms. Hannah. Can you tell me what made you want to vote for Sebastian Bastian for this election?
Well, this is Fort Charlotte. Historically, from Oaksteel to Delaport to Fort Charlotte, we are seeing not only a legacy happening here, but from the crossover, from Mr. Sears to the process, to the opportunity that he has brought to our community as one family. As you can see, there are different age groups of persons here tonight, and we have felt Mr. Sebastian Bastian from day one. Not only that, let's not forget where he came from. He has great background with family, and in 1967, the legacy of our history for PLP and the country for freedom, there were 7 men that made us an independent nation, and they were his age. So yes, he's a great person for the Prime Minister.
With Ms. Miller Johnson, can you tell me how you feel for Mr. Bastian to now be your next member of Parliament?
Well, my name is Bridget Denise Miller, and I am a proud constituent of the constituency of Fort.
We are showing you live scenes from the Fort Charlotte Technology Hub. They are having a grand time over there, obviously. Sebastian declared the unofficial winner, and the numbers don't lie. More than 1,500 votes in Fort Charlotte. They're having a whale of a time, boots on the ground. A dandy over there in Fort Charlotte tonight.
Absolutely. You know, he was one of those candidates that came out, gentlemen, regardless of where you sit, the way that he's one of those who endeared you to him. He pulled you in. He went into Fort Charlotte. We all watched it from the sidelines. We watched what he did. He went in there and he made himself the people's, look at this, Bamboo Town, you all. Bamboo Town.
We've been waiting on Bamboo Town
we've
all
been
night.
waiting. Listen, you all. Janae, you look like you're
the Southern Port are showing up now.
Oh, it's showing up. They're showing up. But listen, let's get into it, because I know y'all are waiting for all of the polling divisions. Y'all leaving higher, so let's go into it, you all. Here is Bamboo Town. The PLP's candidate, Patricia DeVoe, polling division 1A, 66. The FNM's Dwayne Sands, 62. The COI's Maria Daxon, 54. In polling division 1B, the PLP's Patricia DeVoe, 70. The FNM's Dr. Dwayne Sands, 53. The COI's Maria Daxon, 36. In polling division 2, the PLP's candidate 110, the FNM's candidate 107, the COI's candidate 56. In polling division 3, the PLP's candidate 221. This is Bamboo Town. The FNM's candidate 138, the COI's candidate 49. In polling division 4, the PLP's candidate 102, the FNM's candidate 92. The COI's candidate, 49. In polling division number 5, this is Bamboo Town, polling division number 5. The PLP's candidate, 94. The FNM's candidate, 85. The COI's candidate, 43. In polling division 6, the PLP's candidate, 98. The FNM's candidate, 82. The COI's candidate, 39. In polling division 7, The PLP's candidate, 106. The FNM's candidate, 82. The COI's candidate, 49. In Bamboo Town, polling division number 8. The PLP's candidate, 199. The FNM's candidate, 149. The Coalition of Independents candidate, 30. In polling division number 9. The PLP's candidate, 104. The FNM's candidate, 103. The COI's candidate, 54. In polling division 10A in the Bamboo Town constituency, the PLP's candidate, 83. The FNM's candidate, 74. The COI's candidate, 36. In polling division 10B, the PLP's candidate, 74. The FNM's candidate, 45. The COI's candidate, 33. In Bamboo Town polling division number 11, the PLP's candidate, 91. The FNM's candidate, 51. The COI's candidate, 24. In polling division 12A, the PLP's candidate, 62. The FNM's candidate, 57. The COI's candidate, 28. In polling division 12B in the Bamboo Town constituency, the PLP's candidate, 57. The FNM's candidate, 54. The COI's candidate, 31. Polling division 13, the PLP's candidate, 80. The FNM's candidate, 54. The COI's candidate, 29. In polling division 14, we see everything all at once. In polling division 14, the PLP's candidate, 99. The FNM's candidate, 64. The COI's candidate, 37. And there you have it, you all, a full breakdown of all the polling divisions in the Bamboo Town constituency. Janea, they see, of course, the totals there.
And, you know, we went back to Fort Charlotte because Sebastian, who is the unofficial winner, has now emerged amongst the crowd, and we'll take you to some live video there tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He is now being flanked by many of his supporters there. He was in the inside, I guess, watching those numbers come in. They had a watch party at the Fort Charlotte Technology Hub, and he is there now with all of his supporters in that area who rallied behind Bastian. Of course, this has also been a controversial seat during the course of the general election, but definitely a celebratory mode for Sebastian and his supporters tonight over in Fort Charlotte. And over the past 6 to 8 months, he's talked about transforming the community. You know, someone said he's turning Fort Charlotte into Charlottesville. So it'll be interesting to see what else takes shape in Fort Charlotte during the campaign trail. He talked a lot about housing developments and wanting to do a lot of housing initiatives, and also technology with AI and other innovative advances. Going back to Killarney tonight. We are keeping a close eye. All eyes are on Killarney tonight.
And for you gentlemen, before Janea continues, for you gentlemen who were talking about Dr. Menace, I see that he has slipped into the third position. Why did you all flip that? You all are something else.
If you remember what I said with Dr. Menace,
slipped into the third position.
Remember when I said Dr. Menace? I said he has some strong pockets in Killarney that they would factor in a bit later on. But obviously, he's not going to make the winning column.
It's going to be interesting who comes in third and fourth in a way. But for me, I am still fascinated by 1 and 2, and it is so close.
Very close. It is
and
so
again,
close.
knowing the history of Killarney / Delaport is very interesting.
This has never been in the gold column.
Never.
To see how close this is tonight is certainly telling of what is happening. We're going to North Andros, Shanique. We haven't been to North Andros for the night. The candidates now, Leonardo Lightbourne for the Progressive Liberal Party, 673 votes. Janice Oliver, 475 votes for the Free National Movement. Indira Lang for the Coalition of Independents, some 636 votes. These are the first set of results that are coming out of North Andros.
Yes, absolutely, Janea. And if you want me to go into the polling divisions, I will absolutely do that. In the North Andros constituency, polling division number 1, the PLP is Leonardo Lightbourne, 94. The FNM's Janice Oliver, 68. The COI's Indira Lang, 2. In polling division number 2, the PLP's Leonardo Lightbourne 180, the FNM's Janice Lightbourne 119, the COI's Indira Lang 2. Polling division 3, the PLP's candidate 88, the FNM 66, the COI 6. Polling division 4, the PLP 174, the FNM 109, the COI 14. Polling division 5, the PLP 65, the FNM 27, the Coalition of Independents 5. In polling division 6, the PLP 72, the FNM 86, the COI 0. Polling division 7, the PLP 47, the FNM 7, the COI 3. This is North Andros, you all. Polling division number 8, the PLP 54, the FNM 50, the COI 1. In polling division, well, that is all we have right now, you all. Again, just 8 polling divisions in, only but 4 more to come in. But of course, you see that Leonardo Lightbourne has the lead, 774, the FNM 532, and the COI 40.
Notwithstanding a few close races, it is clear to me that the pattern we're seeing in the last hour is that the PLP is leading most of these constituencies. And that will be important because they will be making history by defying history. Defying history because it's not been since 1997 that an incumbent party has won. That's over 30 years.
Yes, history is in the making tonight. We are watching and seeing it all unfold right here on Eyewitness News. Your vote, your choice for the 2026 general election. We'll have more results right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's your boy Charlie Bahama here at Superwash, Superwash's newest spokesmodel. And I'm here to tell you about Superwash's large capacity washers and dryers for all your big loads.
I know I see that Charlie Banana coming here just now.
Uh-oh. Luckily, it's also big enough for me to hide it.
I thought he was right over here where these large capacity washer and dryers is. They're big enough now to handle your big loads, you know. Yeah, like your comfort on your blanket. But just look at us. Somebody forget to turn on the dryer. Oh, stop! Help! You hear something? Yeah, that's the sound of clean. Superwash washes your process you and entertains them 24/7.
Our future is here. And no matter the result, we must come together. Together, we will innovate. Together, we will lead the way. Our future belongs to us. Happy Election Day, my fellow Bahamians. Leading the Bahamas in home improvement since 1973.
Very dry, tight, sensitive skin? Relieve it in 60 seconds with Aveeno Skin Relief. With soothing triple oat complex, clinically proven to heal and strengthen dry skin. Aveeno, your skin stronger.
Don't let diarrhea steal your sunshine. Imodium Multi-Symptom Relief gets to work fast in just 1 hour, offering our most complete relief from diarrhea, bloating, gas, and cramps. So you can get diarrhea off your mind. Imodium. Calm the chaos of diarrhea.
At Marco's, we make it better. Better ingredients, better flavors, better quality. A signature sauce that families have always counted on. We are not only serving your family, but our families too. 2 medium, 1-topping pizzas with center squares or cheesy bread for just $29.95. When you want pizza you can trust, choose Marco's. Your family deserves the best. Marco's Pizza, crafted with heart and proudly shared with love.
5 cars, catch the keys, don't blink, take these.
Island Luck is giving away 5 brand new cars. Earn 10 reward points for a chance to enter and win. Enter weekly from Monday 12 a.m. to Sunday 2 p.m. Winners are announced Sundays at 3 p.m. on 103.5 The Beat and Island Luck Socials. 5 cars, 5 weeks. The more you play, the better your chances. Visit islandluck.com for more information. Catch the keys only at Island Luck. Must be 18 and over. Island Luck reminds you that it's only a game, so please game responsibly.
Wealth should not only belong to a select few. At InvestStar, we believe the door should be open to everyone. we provide options for planning a better future.
Welcome back. Your vote, your choice. Coverage of the 2026 general election continues. I'm going to get straight to the numbers. We have the latest numbers coming in now from Exuma and Ragged Island. Exuma and Ragged Island, the incumbent, Chester Cooper for the Progressive Liberal Party, 1,726 votes. For the Free National Movement, Deborah Moxie Roll, 858 votes. Brian Smith, 208 votes. Deidre Taylor, an independent candidate, 20 votes. Heading straight into the polling divisions. Polling division number 1, 78 votes for the PLP, 11 for the Free National Movement, 0 votes for the independent candidate, some 13 votes for the COI, 108 votes in polling division number 2 for the PLP, 62 for the Free National Movement, 1 for the independent candidate, 12 for the COI. Polling division number 3, 33 for the PLP, the FNM, 17 votes, 0 for the independent, 3 for the COI. Polling division number 4, if you have your tally sheets out, polling division number 4, 99 votes for the PLP, 12 for the FNM, 0 for the independent candidate, some 2 votes for the COI. Going on to polling division number 6, 145 votes for the PLP, 48 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent, 20 votes for the COI. Polling division number 7, 118 votes for the PLP, 73 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent, 18 votes for the COI. Moving on to polling division number 8. We are still in Exuma and the Ragged Islands, 122 votes. Polling division number 8, 122 votes for the PLP, 63 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent, 18 votes for the Coalition of Independents. Moving on, polling division number 9, 143 votes for the PLP, 37 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent, some 10 votes for the COI. Polling division number 10, 170 votes for the PLP, 32 votes for the FNM, 0 votes the independent candidate, 10 votes for the COI. Polling division number 11, 163 for the PLP, 58 for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent candidate, 15 votes for the COI. Moving on to polling division number 12, 168 votes. PLP, 114 votes. FNM, 0 votes. Independent, 28 votes. COI, polling division number 13, you have to keep up. 186 votes for the PLP, 117 votes for the FNM, 1 vote for the independent candidate, 36 votes for the COI. Moving on, polling division numbers 14 for the PLP, 70 votes, 152 votes for the Free National Movement. They lead in polling division number 14, 17 votes for the independent candidate, 17 votes for the COI. Polling division number 15, 100 votes for the PLP, 53 votes for the FNM, 0 votes for the independent candidate, 5 votes for the COI. Polling division number 16, 23 votes for the FNM, 9 votes for the FNM rather, 23 votes for the PLP, 1 vote for the independent candidate, 2 votes for the COI. Your totals are on the scoreboard. Chester Cooper, the incumbent, leads by 1,726 votes.
Given the gap, given the number of votes that have come in, that's very good.
Yes, we are looking now at Golden Gates, and here are the new numbers. The totals are Pia Glover Roll, PLP, 1,443. The Free National Movement's Michael Foltz, 606 votes. The Coalition of Independents, Charmaine Adderley, 420 votes. And the Independent, Anthony Ramming, 9 votes. That is the latest numbers and totals coming out of the Golden Gates constituency.
And Shanique, we're going to give them a breakdown of what is happening in Golden Gates. Pia Glover Roll, she leads by some 1,400 43 votes. That breakdown, polling division number 1, 124 votes for the PLP, 61 votes for the FNM, 48 votes for the COI, 1 vote for the independent, Anthony Ramming. For polling division number 2, 178 votes for the PLP, 79 votes for the FNM, COI 34 votes, 0 votes for the independent. Polling division number 4, 104 votes for the PLP, 67 votes for the FNM, 43 votes for the COI, 1 vote for the independent. Polling division number 3 just coming in, 302 votes for the PLP, 332 votes for the PLP. For the FNM, 162 votes, the COI 49 votes, the independent candidate 2 votes. Moving on to polling division number 5, 144 votes for the PLP, the FNM 50 votes, the COI 35 votes, 2 votes for the independent candidate. Polling division number 6, 191 votes for the PLP, 58 votes for the FNM, COI 42 votes, independent candidate 1 vote. Polling division number 7, 121 votes for the PLP, 41 votes for the FNM, 42 votes for the COI, 1 vote for the independent candidate. Polling division number 8, 159 votes for the PLP, 65 votes for the FNM, 38 votes for the COI, 1 vote for the independent. Polling division number 9, 151 votes for the FNM, 41 votes for the PLP. That's 151 votes for the PLP, 41 votes for the FNM, 39 votes for the COI, 2 votes for the independent. Moving on, polling division number 11, 112 votes for the PLP, 33 votes for the FNM, 29 votes for the COI, 0 votes for the independent candidate. For polling division 12A, 83 votes for the PLP, 62 votes for the FNM, 38 votes for the COI, 0 votes for the independent candidate. Moving on, polling division number 12B, 76 votes for the PLP, 49 votes for the FNM, 32 votes for the COI, 0 votes for the independent candidate. Polling division number 13, 167 votes for the PLP, 83 votes for the FNM, 48 votes for the COI, 0 votes for the independent candidate. Pia Glover Roll leads 1,942 votes. Michael Foltz for the Free National Movement, 851 votes. Charmaine Adderley, 517 votes for the COI, and Anthony Ramming, an independent candidate, 11 votes. Golden Gates, gents and lady.
Well, it's interesting because when you look at it, without even getting into official or unofficial notes, we have another step on there. Ginger.
Yes.
Let's
go. Hold all thoughts. Let's go quickly to Pine Ridge. And so you all see the totals there. Here's the breakdown. In polling division 1, in the Pine Ridge constituency, the PLP's Ginger Moxie 129, the independent Frederick McAlpine 19, the Free National Movement's Dr. Charlene Reed 46, the COI's Daniel Mitchell 20. In polling division 2A, Pine Ridge constituency, the PLP Ginger Moxie 99, the independent Frederick McAlpine 14, the FNM's Dr. Charlene Reed 29, the COI's Daniel Mitchell 16. In polling division 2B, the PLP 79, the FNM 15. Pardon me, you all, they just switched it up on me. Let me start that again. Polling division 2B, the PLP 79, the independent 15, the FNM 52, and the COI 18. Polling division 3A, the PLP 0. Those are not in as yet. In polling division 3B, the PLP 89, the independent 20, the FNM 56, the COI 18. Polling division 4, the PLP 139, the independent 10, the FNM 43, the COI 20. Polling division 5, the PLP 256, the independent 43, the FNM 132, the COI 24. Polling division 6, the PLP 55, the independent 8, the FNM 46, the COI 18. Polling division 7, the PLP 284, the independent 46, the FNM 103, the COI 33. Polling division 8, the PLP 112, the Independent 15, the FNM 44, the COI 28. Polling Division 9, the PLP 83, the Independent 11, the FNM 60, the Independent 17. In Polling Division number 10, this is the Pine Ridge constituency, the PLP 115, the Independent 14, the FNM 77, the COI 24. Polling Division 11, the PLP 136, the Independent 23, the FNM 70, the COI 36. Polling Division 12, the PLP 96, the Independent 21, the FNM 79, and the COI 17. Polling Division 13A, this is the Pine Ridge constituency, PLP 91, Independent 17, FNM 60, Independent 24. COI 24. Polling Division 13B, Pine Ridge constituency, PLP 89, Independent 15, FNM 67, COI 17. Again, the totals are there on the screen. In the Pine Ridge constituency as it stands right now, Ginger Moxie ahead, 1,000.
She's leading by like 900 votes.
Yes.
Large
Yes.
margins.
And that's a huge margin.
Large margins. We just have some more numbers coming in. The Marathon constituency, the incumbent Lisa Ramming, 1,444 votes. Dr. Jacqueline Penn Knowles for the Free National Movement, 1,059 votes. And Tyrene Green for the COI, some 488 votes. We're going to go straight to the polling divisions. Polling division number 1 for the PLP, 84 votes. For the FNM, 58 votes. The COI, 40 votes. Polling division number 2, 140 for the PLP, 56 for the FNM, 42 for the COI. Polling division number 3, 106 for the PLP, 62 for the FNM, 45 for the COI. Polling division number 4, 143 for the PLP, 46 for the FNM, 36 for the COI. Polling division number 5, 94 for the PLP, 80 for the Free National Movement, 23 for the COI. Polling division number 6, 97 PLP, 71 FNM, 33 COI. Polling division number 7, 255 for the PLP, 185 for the FNM, 31 for the COI. Polling division number 8, 109 for the PLP, 85 FNM, 58 COI. Polling division number 9, 217 PLP, 174 FNM, 31 COI. Polling division number 10, 121 PLP, 104 FNM, 51 COI. Polling division number 11, 93 PLP, 135 FNM, 25 COI. Polling division number 12, 77 for the PLP, 105 the FNM, 26 for the COI. Polling division number 13, 125 for the PLP, 76 for the FNM, 42 for the COI, 1,661 for the PLP, 1,233 for the FNM, 488 for the COI. I'm looking at the numbers in the COI's column and where they measure up in the polling divisions, and you see those margins is what the numbers make up for the COI between the FNM and the PLP in these polling divisions.
You know what's interesting about Marathon? There was a time when it was considered a safe seat for the FNM when Algernon Allen was the MP. But in recent years, it's been looking pretty yellow. And she's done impressively, Lisa Ramming.
Lisa Ramming, she is performing quite well this evening. By the way, we are getting
another seat, South Beach.
Another seat. This is the first.
There's a saying, who wins South Beach wins the government.
Well, Janelle, we're not going
to call it.
But here are the numbers right now as it stands. Bacchus Roll, PLP 627. FNM, Darren Henfield, 489. The COI's Karen Farrington, 208. Now, do we want to get much of the, in fact, we don't have many of the polling divisions and the numbers, but we have a few, so we'll give it to you. In polling division number 1, South Beach constituency, PLP's Bacchus Rule, 133. The Free National Movement's Darren Henfield, 111. The COI's Karen Farrington, 44. Polling division 2, PLP, 111. FNM, 105. COI, 43. Polling division 3, PLP 122, FNM 94, COI 30. Polling division 4, FNM 114. Pardon me. PLP 114, FNM 79, COI 32. Polling Division 5, that hasn't come in as yet. Polling Division 6, PLP 147, FNM 100, COI 59. Polling Division 7, PLP 146, FNM 68, COI 52. Polling Division 8, this is the South Beach constituency, PLP 155, FNM 82, COI 52. And I believe that's all we have in for now in
Have
the
about
South
6
Beach.
more polling divisions to come in for South Beach.
For South Beach.
So we're at the halfway mark in South Beach.
And I want to make a statement. The late Darrell Miller always said you could tell what is going to happen with an election based on the Southern Corridor. This election, in the majority of the Southern Corridor seats that we've looked at, the PLP has been leading.
Well, we're going to see, we see South Beach just came. We've done Pinewood, a significant part of Pinewood, so we see where that stands right now.
Gates.
Golden Gates, we have also done Golden Gates. Janea, East Grand Bahama.
East Grand Bahama, Kwesi Thompson, FNM, 365 votes. Dr. Monique Pratt from the PLP is trailing behind with 609 votes. The COI, 157 votes. Dexter Edwards over in Grand Bahama. We have those polling divisions in the PLP. Dr. Monique Pratt, 33 votes. The FNM, Kwesi Thompson, 28 votes, 11 votes. Dexter Edwards, polling division number 2, 76 votes. PLP, 72 votes. FNM, 10 votes. COI, polling division number 3A, 70 votes. PLP, 88 votes. FNM, 22 votes. COI, polling division number 3B, 146. PLP, 68. FNM, 52. COI, polling division number 4A, 30. PLP, 112. FNM, 30. COI, polling division 4B, 244. PLP, 299. FNM, 32. COI, polling division number 5, 10. PLP, 5. FNM, 0. COI, polling division number 6, 62. PLP, 36. FNM, 4. COI, polling division number 7, 44. PLP, 69. FNM, and 27. COI. We have about 12 more polling divisions for the East Grand Bahama seat. At this moment, the incumbent, Kwesi Thompson, he is leading 777 votes, a close margin. Dr. Monique Pratt, that number now moving, those numbers coming up, 973 votes, Kwesi Thompson. Dr. Monique Pratt, 866 votes for Dr. Monique Pratt for the PLP. Dexter Edwards, 246 votes.
Yeah, East Grand Bahama used to be considered safe for the FNM, but this is close.
Yes.
And
then
another
again, interesting set of numbers coming in.
Yes, absolutely. Janea, Freetown. Let's see how Freetown is shaping up. Wow. Okay. So we see the total numbers, but let me get to what y'all love best, the polling division. So in the Freetown constituency, the PLP's Wayne Monroe, 78. This is polling division number 1. In polling division number 1, the FNM's Lincoln Deal, 104. The COI candidate, Olivia Ingram Griffin, 21. The independent, Andrew Johnson, 33. Another independent, Patrice Hannah Carey, 4. In polling division number 2, the PLP's candidate, 102. The FNM, 106. The COI, 23. The independent, Andrew Blue Johnson, 30. The other independent, Patrice Hannah Carey, 5.
Shanique, before we get down to the details, we have some live interviews happening. As I said, we do have our teams in the field, Sebastian over in Fort Charlotte.
You know, the trust and the work that we put in from day one. We began instead of just traditional campaigning, we just assumed as we canvassed and started to develop our plan, which we ensured that the first 3 months we listened. And then we took that information, and that's how we came up with our plan for Fort Charlotte for the next 5 years, because we wanted to make sure that it incorporated what the residents really want. I didn't want to come in here and parachute and think that I know what Fort Charlotte wants. So that plan that we put out was a combination of, great ideas for the community, as well as the concerns that we got back in. And we just got to work. We got solving problems. My DNA I'm a serial solver of problem. I strive for excellence. And, our first 150 days, you saw, we achieved so much together. So many parks either completely restored or under renovations. We built this new Technology, Arts and Culture Centers. We've already started the grant funding program. The BJCSE, the BJC tutoring is underway. The seniors workout is every Tuesday morning. I mean, we are in full swing, and I'm just, humble and proud to be able to represent this constituency. And I think the work continues. I'm ready to get to work, and the work is not going to stop. And I'm just once again, I want to thank the residents of Fort Charlotte for thanking me. And I want my mom. My mom, right here. Don't play. And she's been behind me from day one. Great to see her in a PLP shirt. It only took like 60-something years. But, she was able to support me. Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, she don't want to tell her age. But I want to thank the residents of Fort Charlotte, for your vote. You can rest assured that I'm going to lead with integrity. I'm going to lead with excellence. I'm going to lead with a notorious just desire to execute. And that's going to be evident in everything that we do. And, I want to thank the opposition candidate as well. He ran a good race, and, I want to wish him his good luck in his endeavors. But it's all about, the PLP. I thank the Bahamian people for choosing progress when progress matters the most. And, Fort Charlotte, we are going to just continue to do the work. And man, it's a very, very humbling, exciting, and an historic moment.
Alrighty, and you've already started to make waves on the ground already. What's next for the Fort Charlotte constituency once you are officially brought into office?
Well, just to work on the plan. We have a plan. We have a plan to address the flooding in the flood-prone areas of Fort Charlotte. We have phase 2 of the Technology, Arts and Culture Center that's slated to break ground this year. We have the housing project that we're working closely with the Ministry of Housing to bring into Fort Charlotte. We're just going to expand our programs within the Fort Charlotte Technology Center, which is going to include a lot of our AI training, business training, entrepreneurship programs, and then our community programs where we really bring the community together. Nights, bingo nights, seniors clubs, and then we're going to pay a very important attention to the special needs children as well. When you go door to door, you have a different appreciation of just how widespread that is. And I promise a lot of those residents that I would be their freedom fighter in that regard. And so look forward to putting initiatives together for that as well.
Sebastian unofficially declared the winner in the Fort Charlotte constituency. Shanique, we're going to get straight back into the numbers. We were in Freetown,
yes,
a constituency. We were waiting to see those numbers come in. We do have Freetown back on the board. And again, the Free National Movement with a slight lead over the PLP candidate, Wayne Monroe. Shanique?
Yeah, absolutely, Janae. And let's get back to those polling divisions. People love to track those. And polling division picking up number 3, the PLP's candidate 72, the FNM's candidate 77, the COI's candidate 16, the Independent Johnson 20, the Independent Carey 5. In polling division 4, the PLP's candidate 122, the FNM's candidate 131, the COI's candidate 26, the Independent Johnson 12, the Independent Carey 2. In polling division, that's not coming as yet, so we'll skip over. Polling division 6 in the Freetown constituency, the PLP's candidate 205, the FNM's candidate 230, the COI's candidate 26, the Independent Johnson 18, the Independent Carey 11. In polling division 8, the PLP's candidate 117, the FNM's candidate 67, the COI's candidate 19, the Independent Johnson 47, the Independent Carey 6. In polling division 9, the PLP's candidate 81, the FNM's candidate 60, the Coalition's candidate 14, the Independent Johnson 31, the Independent Carey 1. In polling division 10, the PLP's candidate 77, the FNM's candidate 100, The COI's candidate, 22. Independent Johnson, 17. Independent Carey, 3. In polling division 11, the PLP's candidate, 114. The FNM's candidate, 110. The COI's candidate, 26. Independent Johnson, 24. Independent Carey, 7. And so, of course, you all see the totals on the screen in Freetown right now as it stands. And I think we're just outstanding maybe one, I'm not sure. But it looks like Lincoln Deal, it is ahead, 1,103. Monroe, 1,028. Andrew Blue Johnson, 285. Olivia Ingram Griffin, COI, 213. And there's another independent there. Now, you all, Fox Hill.
Fox Hill, Shanique. We've been waiting to see those numbers coming out of Fox Hill tonight. Fred Mitchell leads with 1,764 votes, followed by Dr. Nicholas Fox for the Free National Movement, 1,016 votes. Robert Brown for the COI, some 349 votes. Polling division number 1, FNM, 166. COI, 44. PLP, 356. For polling division number 2, we have the FNM 66, COI 15, PLP 83, polling division 3A 69, FNM 29, COI 117, PLP. Polling division number 5A 50, FNM 28, COI the PLP 109, polling division 5B 148, FNM 39, COI 289, PLP. Polling division number 6, FNM 67, COI 20, PLP 143. Polling division 7, 54, FNM 20, COI 20, FNM. PLP, polling division number 8, 98, FNM 30, COI 140, PLP. Polling division 9A, 59, FNM 25, COI 119, PLP. 9B, 63, FNM 18, COI 82, PLP. Polling division number 10, 109, FNM 22, COI, PLP 95. Polling division number 11, PLP 101, FNM 11, COI 26. Polling division number 12, 110, PLP 56, FNM 33, COI. We're just waiting for polling division number 9, and that will rally out the Fox Hill constituency. We are now moving on to Golden Isles.
Yeah, Janea, Golden Isles, we're back here. You see, of course, the totals on the screen. The PLP's Darren Pickstock, 1,623. The Free National Movement's Brian Brown, 1,436. The COI's Brian Roll, 447. Karen Kim Butler, the independent, 20 votes. How that works out? Polling division number 1, the PLP's candidate, 116. The FNM's candidate, 135. The COI's candidate, 19. The independent, 1. Polling division 2B, the PLP's candidate, 258. The FNM's candidate, 196. The COI's candidate, 43. The independent, 1. In polling division 3A, the PLP's candidate 99, the FNM's candidate 103, the COI's candidate 13, the independent 1. In polling division 3B, the PLP's candidate 75, the FNM's candidate 84, the COI's candidate 24, the independent 1. Polling division 4A, the PLP's candidate 92, the FNM's candidate 94, the COI's candidate 37, the independent candidate 2. Polling division 4B, the PLP's candidate 87, the FNM's candidate 91, the COI's candidate 36, the independent 2. Polling division 5, this is the Golden Isles constituency, the PLP's candidate 159, the FNM's candidate 97, the COI's candidate 53, the independent 2. In polling division 6A, the PLP's candidate 155, the FNM's candidate 156, the COI's candidate 51, the independent 1. In polling division 6B, the PLP 166, the FNM 139, the COI 55, the independent 3. Polling division 7, Golden Isles, the PLP's candidate 112, the FNM's candidate 133. The COI's candidate, 25. The independent, 2. In polling division 8A, the PLP's candidate, 93. The FNM's candidate, 61. The COI's candidate, 31. The independent, 2. Polling division 8B, the PLP's candidate, 74. The FNM's candidate, 59. The COI's candidate, 22. The independent, 1. In polling division, we're waiting for 9A, polling division 9B, the PLP's candidate, 137. The FNM's candidate, 89. The COI's candidate, 38. And the independent, 1. Of course, the totals right there on your screen, 1,623. Darren Pickstock for the PLP, and the FNM follows with 1,436.
That's one of the closer races that we still see left, but I think at this point we can basically call the election. I say that because if you look at...
say, wrap this up.
Well, let's be honest about it. In almost all of the races, we see where the PLP is leading. We have a couple of close races. We think about Freetown, and we think about Killarney and New Providence, and there's a couple of close ones like East Grand Bahama and Grand Bahama. However, and notwithstanding that we haven't heard from Engliston, Elizabeth, okay, or Garden Hill, it looks that the majority of the constituency races are being led by the PLPs, if not have already been declared winners by the PLP. So I think at this point, I personally feel confident in saying the PLP is going to be our next government. And that means the incumbent has finally won for the first time, like I said earlier, since 1997.
Streak, yeah.
They have broken the flip-flop that we've seen happen since 1997. And they have made history by defying history.
You're right.
History in the making, Dr. Curry. I can't mind you because I still have a job to do, okay? I still have to call these numbers.
Go ahead, do your numbers.
So we are now in East Grand Bahama. Quincy Thompson for the Free National Movement, 2,301 votes. Dr. Monique Pratt, 1,838 votes. Dexter Edwards for the COI, 523 votes. Polling division number 1, 33 votes. Dr. Monique Pratt for the FNM, 28 votes. COI, 11 votes. Polling division number 2, 76. PLP, 72. FNM, 10. COI. Polling division number 3, 70. PLP, 88. FNM, COI, 22. Polling division 3B, 146. PLP, 68. FNM, 52. COI. Polling division 4A. PLP 30, FNM 112, COI 30. For polling division 4B, PLP 244, FNM 299, COI 32. Polling division number 5, 10, FNM 5, PLP 0, COI. Polling division number 6, PLP 62, FNM 36, COI 4. Polling division number 7, 44, PLP 69, FNM 27, COI. Polling division 8A, 73, 109 for the FNM, 33 for the COI. Polling division 8B, 78, PLP 87, FNM 25, COI. Polling division number 9, 94 for the PLP, 107, FNM 37, COI. Polling division number 10, 93, PLP, 124, FNM 46, COI. Polling division number 11, 67 for the PLP, 99 for the FNM, 31 for the COI. Polling division number 12, 114 for the PLP, 182 for the FNM, 24 for the COI. Polling division 13, 94 for the PLP, 133 for the FNM, 29 for the COI. Polling division number 14A, 83 for the PLP, 95 for the FNM, 15 for the COI. Polling division 14B, 77 for the PLP, 107 for the FNM, 16 for the COI. Polling division number 15, 270 for the PLP, 361 for the FNM, 50 for the COI. Polling division number 16, 80 for the PLP, 120 for the FNM, and 29 for the COI. The FNM retains the East Grand Bahama seat. It has always been a FNM stronghold, and of course we are live in East Grand Bahama tonight.
Yes,
your vote, your choice in Grand Bahama.
I think this is
Arlington
Grand
Ritchie
Bahama headquarters.
Jr. is live tonight in Grand Bahama at their headquarters. We have some supporters who are sitting around. Obviously, they are watching those results. We just have some live video there tonight from the FNM headquarters in Grand Bahama. Obviously, they still have up a picture of Dr. Hubert Minnis, even though he ran as an independent. His picture remains in the
he's a former prime minister of the Free National
gallery
Movement.
of
But there's
the
a process.
headquarters. And there is a process.
Takes
We did
place,
hear about
right,
that. There is a process that takes
Has to
place.
play out.
No, but I like to see that. History will reflect he served as prime minister of this nation as a Free National Movement prime minister.
Yes.
And so it shouldn't be entirely
Not
erased.
that there's an issue, just making a point.
No,
The
there
Constitution
was an
is
issue.
linked to that.
Yeah.
But
Which was before him, has always been
Yeah.
the rule.
outside of the picture matter, the crowd there looked very sullen and melancholy.
Well, the leader, in fact,
Yeah.
is about to make
Yeah.
a
Concession?
concede. Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
so we'll
yeah.
see when that happens.
We are still, well, let's talk about what happens after this election. The PLP declared a minute. Before we get to that discussion, we're going back to St. Anne's, Shanique.
Yes.
Adrian White leading for the Free National Movement, 2,247 votes, followed by Keno Wong for the PLP, 1,311 votes. Graham Weatherford for the COI, 309 votes. Otis Forbes, the independent candidate there, some 14 votes. St. Anne's appears as if it will remain in the red column tonight as we continue to hear these results. But of course, we'll go through those polling divisions. I think we called off a number of them before. We were at the halfway mark initially, so we could now be at polling division number 12,
Okay.
I think is where we left off.
Okay,
Shanique.
so let's go there, Janelle. Let's pick up right there. The PLP's candidate in the St. Anne's constituency, this is polling division number 12, has 98 votes. The Free National Movement's candidate, 159 votes. The COI's candidate, 41. The independent, 1. In polling division 13 in the St. Anne's constituency, the PLP's candidate, 110 votes. The Free National Movement's candidate, 135 votes. The Coalition of Independents candidate, 36, and the independent, 2. In polling division number 14, the PLP's candidate, 64 votes. The Free National Movement's candidate, 139. The COI's candidate, 21. The independent, 1. In polling division 15, the PLP's candidate, Keno Wong, 39. The FNM's candidate, of course, Adrian White, 130. The Coalition of Independents candidate, Graham Rutherford, 8. And the independent, 0. And in the St. Anne's constituency, polling division number 16, the PLP, 48, the FNM, 127, the Coalition of Independents, 9, the Independent, 1. Of course, you see the totals there on the screen for the various candidates in the St. Anne's constituency.
Shanique, these numbers are shaping up. I think before we went to those numbers, we were talking about what happens now with the Free National Movement. You made some comments to say that the leader of the opposition was preparing to concede.
Yes, we got some indication that they are preparing any moment now. In fact, we could go look at Tall Pines. Dr. Michael Darville still in the lead there.
Certainly, Shanique. Dr. Michael Darville for the PLP, 1,840 votes, followed by Safant Roll for the Free National Movement, 1,311 votes. Trevor Green for the COI, 700 votes. I think we were at the halfway mark when we initially were in Tall Pines earlier tonight. So we'll pick it back up at polling division number 8. For the PLP, 140 votes. The FNM, 124 votes. The COI, 64 votes. Polling division number 9 for the PLP, 290 votes. The FNM, 144 votes. The COI, 64 votes. Polling division number 10, 79 votes for the PLP, 63 for the FNM, 57 for the COI. Polling division number 11, 110 for the PLP, 77 for the FNM, 46 for the COI. Polling division number 12, 66 for the PLP, 67 for the FNM, 41 for the COI. Polling division number 13, 112 for the PLP, 65 for the FNM, 51 for the COI. Still awaiting polling division 14 and 15 before we can close out on Tall Pines. Dr. Michael Darville, the incumbent, continues to be in the lead in that constituency tonight.
Yes, absolutely, Dr. Michael Darville. We're going to keep this moving. So, Janea, there's Yamakro on the screen. The candidates there, of course, you know, Zane Lightbourne, Ellsworth Johnson, Yvette Prince. Zane Lightbourne is in the lead with a 1,494. This is the PLP's candidate. The Free National Movement's candidate, Ellsworth Johnson, 1,243. The Coalition of Independents candidate, Yvette Prince, 335 votes. 335 votes. These races are shaping up. Chris, you mentioned before that they are all now taking on a similar theme. For those of you who love to obviously track the polling divisions, I can get that for you. Not sure where we were, but I'll pick up at number 6. Polling division number 6 in the Yamakro constituency. The PLP's candidate, Zane Lightbourne, 144. The Free National Movement's candidate, Ellsworth Johnson, 164. The COI's candidate, Yvette Prince, 34. In polling division number 7, the PLP's candidate, Zane Lightbourne, 100. The Free National Movement, 44. The COI, 19. Polling division 9, the PLP, 103. The Free National Movement, 114. The COI, 21. Polling division number 10, the PLP, 85. The Free National Movement, 85. The Coalition of Independents, 33. In polling division number 12, the PLP 92, the FNM 119, and the COI 16. In polling division number 13, the PLP 89, the Free National Movement 123, and the COI 16. That is how that shapes up on your screen right now. Zane Lightbourne, 1,494. Ellsworth Johnson, 1,243. Yvette Prince, 335 votes in the Yamakro constituency.
Shanique and gents, we have not heard from Garden Hills. We have not heard from Bain and Grants.
No, we haven't.
Eggleston.
We have not heard from Eggleston.
Elizabeth.
We've not heard from Elizabeth. What is happening in these constituencies? Based on the numbers, Dr. Curry is ready to call it a night, but we still have those other constituencies.
Let me just say that even though I'm projecting the PLP to win, I still think there are individual constituency seats that we want to look at, continue to monitor, the ones that are close, like Killarney, Freetown. I certainly want to hear what's happened in Garden Hill, because that was one that captured the nation's attention.
It certainly did.
Yeah.
Another constituency up tonight, Shanique, we are in Carmichael. The incumbent Keith Bell, 1,241 votes. For the Free National Movement, Arinthia Komalafe, 938 votes. Charlotte Green for the COI, 482 votes. And Simeon Mackey, the independent candidate, there, 14 votes. I think we went through a number of these polling divisions earlier tonight, and we were just waiting for the bottom half, Shanique. I think we can pick it up at polling division number 6.
Okay, Janelle. I certainly will do that. Here it is, you all. Polling division number 6, the PLP's candidate, 96. The Free National Movement, 50. The Coalition of Independents, 29. Polling division number 7 is still to come in. Here's number 8. The PLP's candidate, 104. The Free National Movement, 96. The Coalition of Independents, 54. Independent, 2. In polling division number 9, the PLP's candidate, 99. The Free National Movement's candidate, 84. The Coalition of Independents candidate, 57. And the Independent, 1. Polling division number 10, the PLP, of course, this is the Carmichael constituency. The PLP's candidate, 107. The Free National Movement's candidate, 88. The Coalition of Independents candidate, 57. The Independent, 2. Polling division 11, the PLP 150, the FNM 123, the COI 50, the both independents 1 each. Polling division 12, the PLP's candidate 106, the FNM's candidate 71, the COI 42, the independent 1. Polling division 13, the PLP's candidate 119, the FNM 75, the COI 0, and the independent 1. And of course, we're still waiting for polling division 14 to come in, but that is where it stands right now, with all and maybe about three polling divisions to come in, and the rest are in, and that is where it stands right now. Keith Bell with a total of 1,241. In fact, it's now been increased 1,200. I see here 41, but I'll go with what's on the screen. That's North Eleuthera. In fact, North
They're just
Eleuthera.
hearing, and they're
Yes.
telling me that Ricky Mackey has conceded. That is what we're hearing. All of the polling division numbers are in. That is over there in North Eleuthera. And the final count, unofficially, the PLP, Sylvanus Petty, 1,239 votes. Ricky Mackey for the FNM, 1,128 votes. And Natasha Mitchell for the COI, 114 votes. And when you put that 141. 141. My eyes are playing tricks on me. 141 for the COI. When you put that between the PLP and the FNM, we see this reoccurring dynamic.
But it made a difference.
It did make a difference.
No, it always does. It was interesting, if the COI was not there, you still don't know how that would split between the two. So my point is, they fought the race.
They did.
They earned their points.
Yes, they did.
And I will not call them spoilers. They competed.
No, they competed in
and
this
it's a
race.
win for who won.
Very historic election results tonight. Bain and Grantstown. First set of results we are getting out of Bain and Grantstown, Shanique.
Oh, yes.
I will let you dive into the numbers in Bain and Grantstown tonight.
Absolutely. These are the first numbers for the evening. You all, while you look at the totals, let me get you what you want most, the polling divisions. And so, in Bain and Grantstown, polling division number 2, the PLP's Wade Watson, 138. The FNM's J. Philippe, 58. The COI's Antonio Bain, 55. The Independent, 1. In polling division 4A, the PLP's Wade Watson, 89. The FNM's J. Philippe, 38. The COI's 13. Now back to polling division 1. These just came in. The PLP's Wade Watson, 137. The FNM's J. Philippe, 68. The COI's Antonio Bain, 40. The Independent Brenda Harris, 3. Now back to polling division 4A. The PLP's candidate, Wade Watson, 89. The FNM, J. Philippe, 38. The COI's candidate, Antonio Bain, 13. Let me see if there's any more. Yes, there is. Polling division number 7. The PLP's Wade Watson, 116. J. Philippe, the FNM, 63. The COI's Antonio Bain, 45. Independent Brenda Harris, 4. Polling division 8. In the Bain and Grantstown constituency, PLP's Wade Watson, 160. J. Philippe, FNM, 74. COI, Antonio Bain, 41. Independent, Brenda Harris, 2. In polling division 9, Bains and Grantstown, PLP, 298. FNM, 154. COI, 55. Independent, 2. Polling division 9, PLP, 298. FNM, 154. COI, 55. And Independent, 2. Of course, you see the totals right there. Wade Watson, PLP, 991. J. Philippe, FNM, 504. Antonio Bain, COI, 274. Brenda Harris, Independent, 12.
And there are just about 4 more polling divisions left to come in for Bain and Grantstown. Wade Watson, the incumbent, serving in the Office of the Prime Minister. J. Philippe coming in from a career in broadcasting and journalism. First newcomer to politics. And then we see the COI's candidate, Antonio Bain. It's a seat that persons weren't sure of how that would have turned out tonight.
I actually thought J. Philippe would do a little better, but this is following the pattern that we're seeing now late into the evening, where the PLP is winning sizable margins in particular constituencies.
Right.
Yeah, most of them are actually doing well in terms of a landslide.
Yeah.
And if you follow the political pulse in this country, many times you could see when the populace shift. Sometimes it could be within 72 hours of the election.
Yeah.
We saw how many of them were able to make up grounds.
20 votes.
Back in Kalani, 20 votes separates the winner here in Kalani. And I think we went through the majority of those polling divisions, a tight race. All of those numbers appear to be in Kalani tonight. I think we were only waiting on polling division 11B and polling division number 12. Polling division 11B for the PLP, Robin Lines, 76. For the Free National Movement, Michaela Barnett Ellis, 39. Dr. MacGyver for the COI, she clocked with 32 votes, and the independent, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 38 votes. Polling division number 12, 62 votes for the PLP, 72 for the FNM, 17 for the Coalition of Independents, and some 18 votes for the independent Dr. Hubert Minnis, 1,992 votes for Michaela Barnett Ellis, Robin Lyons, 1,972 votes. We understand that the leader of the Free National Movement, Michael Pintard, he is standing by live tonight. He's expected to address his supporters. Our Linton Ritchie Jr. is on the ground in Grand Bahama. If we can get Linton on the line. We are seeing live video coming in from the Free National Movement headquarters in Grand Bahama tonight. It's expected that their party leader, Michael Pintard, is or will address supporters there. They are gathering, waiting for his arrival. We do have a team on the ground in Grand Bahama. We'll be sure to bring you the latest from Michael Pintard as soon as he enters the room. Ruben, want to hear from you tonight on the positioning of the Free National Movement right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think this in itself will speak volumes. We always see that the makeup of Parliament also impacts even the leadership role in any party in and of itself. We were seeing in times when Tommy Turnquest didn't win a seat, and you got to have a deputy in the Senate, which is not always the ideal. The structure of the leadership team within Parliament will have to be redone in terms of how you would wanted the leader of opposition business inside the House. And then normally a party, the parties do have conventions normally scheduled, but they tend to defer it when they're in government. So normally there's a natural rhythm to conventions, et cetera, going forward. And so we're listening to the ideal man right now who has still the reins of the party and also determine which way it will go and how it will go forward. We still have not even heard about St. James, which impacts the deputy leader of the party.
Certainly. Still waiting for St.
Which is very, very critical. But again, while he's coming on, kudos, because most to the Progressive Liberal Party, because most of their wins were in their constituency landslide. We're not saying landslide now in terms of the win. We're waiting for official things to be responsible. But for the counts that came in, most of the wins in the constituencies were landslides. And then we see a few that are still battlegrounds that are going on and too close to call.
Yeah.
We still have not even concluded Pinewood yet.
We have not concluded.
Has anybody on this panel heard anything official from Pinewood?
I'm going to say something, but it's very, very respectful. We don't need to hear from Angleston. I'm speaking behemity true professionalism.
Yeah,
because we know Angleston.
Angleston, I'm gonna say that it's been a safe, probably the safest seat for the PLP for decades.
Yeah, decades.
And seeing the trend that we've seen, it would be unlikely that the incumbent would not win, Glenys Hannah Martin. I want to say one thing, if I could, really quickly. I believe that there is going to be a question of leadership directed towards Michael Pintard, simply because there was a pattern for 30 years of flip-flopping, and it was thought that the best chance to win an election is to not be the incumbent. He's lost to the incumbent. This is the first time this has happened since '97. So there will be questions about his leadership.
We do have one of the Free National Movement candidates, Fraysette Gibson for Central Grand Bahama. She's addressing members of the press there, including our Linton Ritchie Jr., who's standing by.
Well, for Central Grand Bahama, there is a lot of proposition that I've already made that I'm going to follow through with in terms of skill development center, community centers for the people, entrepreneurship, economic opportunities for young people. And so that's going to continue at all levels. But we have to look at the island as a whole and fight for the residents on this island. In particular, having an airport that should have been completed since March of 2025. And so there's much that we have to look into and go after on behalf of the people in Grand Bahama and the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I don't think it's set in yet.
do understand, although we've not gotten those results coming in from Central Grand Bahama, we do understand that Frazette Gibson has won the seat over in Central Grand Bahama over Iram Lewis.
In fact, they're the
And also
numbers right
Paco
there.
Deal, Iram,
Yeah.
the incumbent for the COI, and Paco Deal for the Progressive Liberal Party, 1,858 votes. Paco Deal, 1,790 votes. A very close
That is close.
call.
That is close.
Very close.
You're very, very close. And it is somewhat telling because it is Grand Bahama.
It is, yes.
And it's a stronghold, and it's also the home of the leader of the party in and of itself. Western Grand Bahama, you would have expected a tad bit better considering that part of it was split off. But it seems, did we get a conclusion on Bimini?
Not as
You
yet.
know,
No.
on
Bimini and
that.
Barry, no.
Yes, and then I'm still waiting on Golden House.
Yeah.
Golden Hours.
I thought that was interesting
We just
because-
started that.
Yes, because a
Yeah.
good chunk of their one of
Yeah.
the strongest polling division got cut into St. James.
Speaking about Bimini, I'm seeing all of the polling divisions are filled. I do believe we may have that data in our database. If we look on Bimini, all of those polling divisions are filled. We have the COI with 134 votes, the Free National Movement, Carlton Boleg, 736 votes, the PLP, Randy Roll, 947 votes. So the PLP unofficially winning that seat, a new seat created following the Boundaries Commission report, 974 votes for the PLP, the independent candidate carrying some 5 votes. We now see what appears to be happening over at Clifford Park. I think that was some
That's where they're
live
gathering.
video
PLP.
there. The PLP is preparing to gather at Clifford Park. Back to
There's
Bimini,
Bimini
as
and
we
Berry
said.
Islands, yes.
Bimini and the Berry Islands, Randy Roll, 974 votes. Carlton Boleg, 736 votes. Hiram Roll for the COI, 134 votes. And Paul Roll for the independent candidate over in Bimini and the Berry Islands. History is certainly in the making tonight. We've been talking about it. The PLP ran on this mission of not wanting to break the cycle, choosing progress, and the Free National Movement going on the narrative of we work for you, not for a few.
But also more stronger than that, reset. And gentlemen, what do you think the Bahamian people thought about let's move forward with more progress as opposed to stopping and resetting? How do you think
my
they weighed
perspective
that?
is, I've sat on government boards in recent years, and what happens is when you get appointed, whether statutory or not, you have an agenda that you want to see through, and oftentimes it takes time to get things done that you have set to your agenda. What we find and what we know is that when elections happen and the incumbent loses, boards get wiped out, new boards get appointed, and usually the work of the previous board gets completely rejected, right? And you reset. So what the PLP was campaigning on, which was I thought a very smart idea, was give us a chance, rather than reset or change, let's progress with what we've already accomplished. Right. So they were campaigning on their record, saying we've done significantly enough to give confidence in the voters that we can now move forward with progress for another 5 years. That's really, in a nutshell, what got them to this point.
Yeah.
We were waiting on those numbers from Anglerston. I'm looking at our scoreboards now, just going through constituency by constituency. We do have those numbers in for the Anglerston constituency.
Listen up, Chris, listen up.
And for Anglerston, the PLP leads 1,371 votes for the PLP, Glennis Hannah Martin. For the Free National Movement, Heather McDonald, 260 votes. And for the COI, Faith Presenti, 290 votes. As we break down those polling divisions, for polling division number 1, 317 votes, PLP, 66, FNM, 40, COI, no information yet for polling division number 2. Polling division number 3, 195 for the PLP, 37 for the FNM, 47 for the COI, 155 for the PLP, 19 for the FNM, 40 for the COI, Polling division number 6, 209 for the PLP, 39 for the FNM, 45 for the COI. Polling division number 7, 196 for the PLP, 36 for the FNM, 41 for the COI, 165 for the PLP, 37 for the FNM, 49 for the COI. Finally, in polling division number 10, 134 for the PLP, 26 for the FNM, 28 for the COI.
I gotta say something.
The thing about it is, some people may consider it insignificant, but you give credit where credit is due. I think I'm noticing this may be the second or the third time that the COI at the end of the game had even exceeded the official opposition in a seat.
I was getting
and
ready to say
that is
yeah.
very,
Yeah.
very significant, and we should give kudos to that candidate on the ground.
Central and
No,
South
hold on,
Eleuthera,
hold on.
we have a projected winner. Dr. Curry, I can let you get to that thought.
Please.
We have a projected winner in Central and South Eleuthera. Clay Sweeting, 1,821 votes to the FNM's Philippa Kelly, 1,195 votes. Another seat for the Progressive Liberal Party, Central and South Eleuthera, retaining that seat in the PLP's column tonight. Dr. Curry.
This cannot, history is
It
very
cannot
important.
go unsaid, right?
I want to say this. Glenys Hannah Martin was first elected in 2002. She is the longest serving female MP in our country's history. And this time around, she won by a popular vote of 72%.
Incredible.
Which may have even surpassed 2021.
Incredible.
She is an indomitable woman. And she's going to go down in history as the longest serving female
Glenys,
MP.
we getting that statue ready for you.
Absolutely. And speaking of members of parliament who really are that and show up, I've listened to her once or twice on events that this show was that Beyond the Headlines was engaged to provide coverage for, and she really is that MP, the one that goes out there and picks up kids off the street who are running late and put them in her car, take them to school. I mean, she's become the mother figure of Angliston. She really is one of those MPs that others should emulate.
She cares about her constituents and she cares about her country. She is a nationalist, carved and shaped in the same mold as her daddy.
Yeah. I think we're going to go to Golden Gates. As I go through all of the constituencies, box by box, I see that we've just about filled out all of the polling divisions for Golden Gates. We started there a few minutes ago. Pia Glover Roll for the PLP, Michael Folks for the Free National Movement, Charmaine Adderley for the COI, Independent Anthony Ramming, and I think we had about 3 more polling divisions left. But for that total, for the PLP, they now lead in Golden Gates, 2,280 votes. Michael Folks, 984 votes. Of course, the COI had some 556 votes, and the independent candidate, some 15 votes. Golden Gates returning to the PLP fold tonight with Pia Glover Roll.
That is, again, you see again the COI tracking in there. Pia Glover Roll, I think she took a play out of Glenys's handbook, serving from the soul and very, very good impact. And so we see another landslide move in Golden Gates.
All right, let us go to Marco City. What are the latest results in Marco City? We have the East Grand Bahama incumbent. We know he's now unofficially been declared the representative again for East Grand Bahama. So we take you live tonight.
Well, obviously, we have put forward a plan in terms of what we want to do for the next 5 years. We put that plan to the people, and we intend to go ahead and execute that plan. So we just want to say thank you to all of the folks who voted for us, and work starts tomorrow. Well, obviously, it's not the result that we wanted. It's not the result, I believe, that any of the supporters would have wanted. But the people of the Bahamas have spoken. We respect their views. And I'm focused right now on East Grand Bahama, focused on the plan that we have for East Grand Bahama. And so tomorrow we begin to execute that plan.
Member of Parliament Parliament unofficially for East Grand Bahama. They are making remarks this evening on the island of Grand Bahama. Well, Janea and colleagues, I want to bring you up to date on what's happening in Bamboo Town. Just now getting this in. We are prepared to call it. All of the polling division results are in, the numbers are in, and we can say that Patricia DeVoe has been re-elected by the people of Bamboo Town. Here are the official overall totals for each candidate. Patricia DeVoe, PLP, 1,716. Dr. Dwayne Sands, FNM, 1,352. Coalition of Independents, Maria Daxon, 677. Of course, there you have it on your screen. Patricia DeVoe.
Patricia, in this house, she came in with 1,716 votes. In Bamboo Town, Dr. Dwayne Sands, 1,352 votes. I couldn't let that pass because that's my favorite line from her.
So listen, she has so many clips we could pull from, right? Because I knew it. Yes, absolutely. But yeah, that's coming in.
So we're going to move on down to Marco City, where the Free National Movement leader, Michael Pintard, those final results are out. We started in Marco City with the majority of those votes, and the final tally for Marco City for the FNM, Michael Pintard, 2,537 votes. Eddie Wan for the PLP, 1,419 votes. Jillian Bartlett for the COI, 365 votes. Michael Pintard retains his seat in the Marco City constituency tonight.
I know we talk about perhaps what's next for the FNM in terms of leadership, and even Michael Pintard, of course, the projected winner right there, but even Michael Pintard as leader of the Free National Movement. But again, though, let's just look at what he's been able to accomplish just this evening on the Member of Parliament level. He has been re-elected, I think, now for a third time in Marco City. He must be proud of that, of course. Now, what's ahead for him in terms of leadership is something that the Free National Movement will get together and decide.
Well, we are also looking at a very tight race in Michael. I'm looking at the scoreboard here. We are just waiting for one more polling division to come in. That's polling division number 9 in the Michael constituency. For that total amount, we have the PLP, Ronell and Brister, 593 votes. For the PLP, some 606 votes. For the FNM, that's Leo Ferguson, and the COI, some 40 votes. Before we go to that, though, we're going to have the breakdown of what's happening in Mount Moriah. As we have it on the screen, we'll come back to Michael Shanique with Mount Moriah.
Yeah, Janea, it appears as though all but one polling division is in. All but one. There are 14 polling divisions, and all but one of them are in. And so here is where it stands right now. We went to this before, so not sure where we left off at. So I just want to say to you all, we're just waiting on the results for polling division number 11. Well, there it is. Michael Barnaby has been declared the projected winner in the Mount Moriah constituency. The final score there, of course, we're still waiting more votes to come in, but as it stands, Michael Barnaby, PLP, 1,896. Marvin Dames, Free National Movement, 1,020. Again, Michael Barnaby declared the projected winner in the Mount Moriah constituency.
We take you back to Freetown. We've been waiting on Freetown. Lincoln Deal now holding the line with 1,103 votes in the Freetown constituency. The incumbent, Wayne Monroe, 1,028 votes. Andrew Blue Johnson, 285 votes. There we have it, those final numbers. The projected winner, Lincoln Deal, 1,103 votes. Wayne Monroe, the incumbent, losing to the newcomer to politics, 1,028 votes.
A couple of things on this. This is a mild upset, but not too surprising. One thing is they heard that Lincoln Deal had a really good campaign on the ground, a lot of activities, a lot of projects, a lot of things that were tangible. And then secondly, the demographics. You know, Freetown includes Paradise Island, it includes parts of Montague Heights. It's not the old Annestown that it used to be.
We also have another projected winner tonight, the PLP retaining the seat in Golden Isles. Coming out of a by-election with Darren Pickstock, he wins again against the Free National Movement candidate Brian
Close
Brown in the Golden Isles constituency, but a very close race if you look at the numbers, 1,623 to 1,436 votes.
Yeah, that had to be a very calculated move on behalf of the PLP, because after moving out a significant polling division of supporters out of the constituency into St. James, it had to be a very accurate calculating going on. So now we want to see how that sacrifice paid off for St. James, because we haven't heard anything from St. James.
We haven't heard St. James yet, but we're going to go to Southern Shores. It shaped up to be very controversial initially, but this seat for the PLP, retaining this seat, Obi Roberts, 1,381 votes, Denley Penn Mackey, 1,219 votes. What is interesting about this also, Obi came in later on in the game. Denley, we know, was on the ground for quite some time, making some inroads in that constituency. Also still a close race, but Obi victorious in this seat tonight with 1,381 votes. Any thoughts on this? Golden Isles has been a interesting seat for the last few years.
Southern Shores.
Southern Shores, sorry.
Yeah, it is an interesting seat. It's part of the Southern Corridor. Obi, don't rest on him. I remember he was the deputy chair of the party. So he already had some skills, some tutelage on how to campaign. He did, and of course don't forget his dad, Big Bad Rod. So he has the history, he has the skills, he has support throughout the party. He put that all to play in this, and it was close, but he prevailed.
And most importantly, the governing party was very well funded to help them with, and not only that, the machinery is seasoned. And when you have any seasoned machine with the funding that they need, they can do a lot of things.
First set of results coming out of Elizabeth, Shani?
Yes, we have all but 2 polling divisions in, all but 2. You all see the totals. Let me give you how it breaks down. Polling division number 1 in the Elizabeth constituency, PLP JoBeth Colby Davis, 118. Free National Movement Heather Hunt, 82. Coalition of Independents Donna Dorset Major, 40. Polling division number 2, PLP 348, FNM 149. Coalition of Independents, 52. We are still awaiting polling 3. Here's polling division 4. PLP, JoBeth Colby Davis, 148. FNM, Heather Hunt, 91. COI, Donna Dorset Major, 36. Polling division 5. PLP, 173. FNM, 93. COI, 54. Polling division 6. PLP, 148. FNM, 97. COI, 37. Polling division 7. PLP, 312. FNM, 162. COI 35. In the Elizabeth constituency, polling division number 8, PLP 157, FNM 90, COI 44. Polling division 9, PLP 107, FNM 113, COI 43. Polling division number 10 in the Elizabeth constituency, PLP 139, FNM 70, COI 60. Polling division 11, PLP 158, FNM 88, COI 29. Polling division 12A, PLP 106, FNM 65, Coalition 27. Polling division 12B, PLP 95, FNM 57, COI 31. In the Elizabeth constituency, polling division 13, PLP 118, FNM 74, COI 31. Again, we are just awaiting one more polling division from Elizabeth, polling division 3, still awaiting those results. I think we may be getting those in a few minutes, but right now you see what you said?
Well, we do believe that the FNM leader, Michael Pintard, is preparing to address media at this hour. We understand that he is preparing to concede to this election. Linton Ritchie is standing by live.
Charlie? They have a podium. We have a podium. That's usually the podium. I don't want to sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, can we ask as many people to put their phones on silent, please?
Is there a podium?
Yeah, we can do a podium.
Yeah.
Sean, grab it. We can just lift it over. Hold on. Sean, yeah, we'll do it from here. Huh? Just bring it back. Ashley, let's bring that back. Hold on, let me fix this now. Oh boy. No, put this one on the end so you could have that.
You got it? And in the corner of it. Please, not a possible chance. Okay. Good? Good evening, Bahamas. Good evening to all of my F&M family. A short time ago, I called Prime Minister Philip Davis. I congratulated him on his party's victory at the polls and offered him my and our best wishes. He has my prayers for the work ahead, and he has the assurance that His Majesty loyal opposition, the one that he will face in the House of Assembly, will exactly be committed to the Bahamian people and show loyalty to the causes that affect their lives. Today, the Bahamian people made their choice. In a democracy, that is the only voice that ultimately matters. The people of the Bahamas have spoken, and we accept their decision. That is how a democracy works. We make our case, we ask for your trust, we count the ballots, and we honor what the count says. That has been the Bahamian way, and tonight we honor it once again. To every Bahamian who voted today, thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for taking your democracy seriously. Whether you voted F&M, PLP, or for any other party or individual, you are the reason this country still belongs to its people. To the tens of thousands of Bahamians across these islands who voted for the Free National Movement, I am and we are grateful to you beyond what words can express. Because of your efforts, we have expanded our numbers in the House of Assembly. And so it is my privilege to congratulate and welcome the new members of Parliament. Now bear in mind, these numbers will be official tomorrow, but let me welcome Michael, Member of Parliament J. Leo Ferguson, Freetown, Member of Parliament Lincoln Deal, Central Grand Bahama Member of Parliament-elect Fraser Gibson, East Grand Bahama J. Crazy Thompson, Long Island Member of Parliament Dr. Andre Rollins, St. Anne's Adrian White, and Kalani Michael Barnett Ellis. You believe in a different kind of government. You believed in honest, accountable government that's fair in all of its dealings, fair in its issuance of contracts. You believed in a Bahamas that works for all of our people. That belief did not lose tonight. That belief endures, and it will outlast every election that comes. To my Deputy Leader, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, and our Chairman, my brothers, my friends, thank you very much for your selfless service. To every candidate who carried our colors into each constituency, win or lose, you are champions to me. And you should be champions to every FNM tonight, especially to those who came up short. The work you did was not wasted. It was a down payment on the next chapter of our country. To the canvassers, all of you are here tonight, who knocked on many doors, to the volunteers who gave up their evenings, their weekends, well, truly gave up your days, to the donors who believed in us, to the staff at headquarters who gave their time to make this campaign possible. Thank you for all of your sacrifices. There's no FNM tonight, in victory or in loss, without you. To my wife and daughter, I want to say a special thanks. But the truth is, all of us have spouses and loved ones. And I want to say to all of you that have stood on the side of and behind all of these candidates and workers, we want to extend a special thanks to all of you for the sacrifices you made, the price you paid right along with them. I want to take a moment now to speak directly to the FNMs in this room and those watching at home tonight, because I know what you're feeling, and I want you to know that all of us, we feel the same way. To the young person who voted FNM for the first time, I want to say to you that your commitment today should not leave you wondering tonight whether your vote mattered. I want you to hear us. It mattered. You stood in line and cast a ballot for the Bahamas you believed in. That is something significant. That's everything. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. To the Bahamians who have been with the FNM since the days of Cecil, those who voted in every election since 1972, who've watched victories and watched losses, and who is sitting tonight wondering if the long road was worth it, I say to you that it was, and it is. The Bahamas is freer, more accountable, more honest, because of every voter who spoke tonight and in other elections. And we want you to hold up your head tonight. You did not lose. The work simply continues. To the candidate who went to bed believing that he or she would wake up as a member of Parliament and have to face different results, we want you to know that we see you. And I know the weight of what you are carrying. I've been there. The country needed your name on the ballot and your efforts. The country still needs you. Do not put down what you've been called to deliver. My fellow Bahamians, our calling did not begin tonight, and it does not end tonight. When Hubert Ingram stood at this very crossroad in 2012, he reminded us that what this party has done for our country is significant. He reminded us that the Free National Movement introduced the era of government in the sunshine, the government committed to accountability and transparency. That calling did not retire with him. That calling did not retire tonight. Every generation of FNMs is given the same task, to keep the books open, to keep the public trust at the center of public life. Tonight, that task pass to a new generation of FNMs, and I hope that you, as we have, will accept it. We were not building a government. We were building a country. The country endures. Tomorrow morning, the Free National Movement takes up the role the Bahamian people have given us, the role of His Majesty loyal opposition. And we will guard your trust, and we will honor it by our efforts. We will oppose when we must. We will agree when the government's plans does serve the Bahamian people's interests, and we will oppose when it doesn't. We will never, ever forget who sent us to that house, nor the friends who stood by us, the donors who contributed to this party. Not the powerful, but the people of these family of islands who deserve a government that works for them. And so, whether that government is ours or someone else's own, tonight, the result was not what we had hoped for. But the country we love did not disappear when the polls closed. The Bahamas we love is still there. It's still ours, and it's still home. To the people of Marco City, who have honored me with the privilege of representing you again, I want to say thank you. I will continue to serve you with everything that I have. And to all of you that are in this room tonight, every day I recognize that I stand on your shoulders, that you've given me the rarest of opportunities to serve our community, and I will do so vigilantly. To every Bahamian on every island, in every constituency, on every party, to all of you, even those who have no party at all, may God bless the work that we have done. May God bless the work yet to come. May God bless this beautiful country, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Quintard conceding to the PLP, really laying out his speech tonight, thanking supporters for their vote, and he's also confirming that they would have secured some 8 seats. Michael with J. Leo Ferguson, Freetown, Lincoln Deal, Central, Grand Bahama, Fraser Gibson, East Grand Bahama, Kwesi Thompson, Long Island, Dr. Andre Rollins, Killarney, Michaela Barnett Ellis, and of course, Pintard would have retained his seat as well in Marco City, some 8 seats to, what's that, 33 for the PL. Well, we haven't gotten in all of the results as yet, so we're still waiting for the remainder of those results, but for now, that is what the numbers are looking like.
Well, first of all, to the victor goes to the squirrel, so congratulations to Prime Minister Davis. I think this is needed for his history as well, because really, though he won in the last election, it still had an overshadow of he did not really win because the turnout was so low and everything else. So this is a decisive win for him, and what it does is reinforces his history and also the vision going forward for him. So that is very, very good. You want to go to screen?
We are going to St. James, a seat we've been waiting on the numbers all night. The St. James constituency unofficially declared winner Owen Wells, 1,069 votes.
He's also a first-timer. Huh?
First-timer to politics. Shannon Cartwright, of course, he would have left the St. Barnabas constituency serving as the deputy in the Free National Movement with some 957 votes. This is also a new constituency, St. James. So it's the first MP-elect for St. James, Owen Wells, and we're seeing Shannon Cartwright now trailing with some 957 votes. Still a strong effort by Shannon as well, but the winner tonight in St. James, Owen Wells.
Yeah, this is interesting, and I said this off the record, but I'm going to put it on the record, that you now have the deputy leader of the FNM and the chair of the FNM both losing. So does that create a vacuum within the FNM party? How are they going to reconfigure with those two figures no longer, those two persons no longer in the House of Assembly? Meanwhile, of the 8, you do have some what looks like promising rising stars in a Lincoln Deal, Michaela as well, Barnett. And so it's going to be interesting to see how the official opposition goes forward, given the persons that lost and also given the persons that won tonight.
Actually, technically, it doesn't leave a void in the party because in our parliamentary democracy, parties don't exist in parliament. They don't see that. You actually, quite frankly, you don't exist. You become the member for. Yes. Your name is set aside. But in the structure of the parliament, it does dictate where leadership lies, which impacts the party.
Precisely.
Exactly. See, I'm saying this just to educate our Bahamian people, to remind them on how it goes. So you may be the deputy leader of the party, but now you're seatless. And how does that flow? But it opens the door for fresh opportunity.
Which in the persons of Lincoln Deal and Michaela Barnett Ellis, I think
Could it
they
be
represent.
the first
Let's get
female?
these final numbers in from Carmichael. We started with Carmichael. We're just going to get those final tallies now. I think we went through the majority of those polling divisions, Shanique. So we have Keith Bell leading now with 1,241 votes. Orinthia Komalafe trailing behind with some 938 votes in Carmichael. Charlotte Green for the COI, 482 votes, and Simeon Mackey, the independent candidate, some 14 votes tonight in Carmichael. Again, the PLP retaining that Carmichael seat over Orinthia Komalafe. Orinthia, of course, we know she was with the DNA. She joined the FNM, has been constant in politics over the last few years, consistently offering herself for office, and again tonight. Still a strong effort by her, but not strong enough for the incumbent Keith Bell.
And Janea, before you all jump in, I want to quickly, I think this is the first time for the evening, the first results coming from Garden Hills, another seat that we said would be something to watch just for the players in that seat. And so while we are still awaiting the results from 7 polling divisions, I think we have the results from about 7 or 8 of them. And so here it goes. In polling division number 7, in the Garden Hills constituency, PLP Mario Boleg 148, FNM Rick Fox 106, Coalition of Independents Aisha Clare 25, polling division number 8, PLP Mario Boleg 284, FNM Rick Fox 207, Coalition of Independents Aisha Clare 35, polling division number 9, PLP 122, FNM 81, COI 34, polling division 10, PLP 110, FNM 101, COI 21, polling division number 11 in the Garden Hills constituency, PLP 150, FNM 87, COI 48. In polling division number 12, this is the Garden Hills constituency, the PLP 147, the FNM 92, the COI 32. You see that number has now been refreshed, so we have more results in. In fact, yes. Now for polling divisions 1 and 2. In polling division number 1, PLP Mario Boleg 120, FNM Rick Fox 92, COI Aisha Clare 29. Polling division number 2, Garden Hills constituency, PLP Mario Boleg 128, FNM Rick Fox 71, Aisha Clare COI 31. Polling division 3, PLP Mario Boleg 132, FNM Rick Fox 112, COI Aisha Clare 25. Polling division number 4, Garden Hills, PLP Mario Boleg 129, FNM Rick Fox 88, COI Aisha Clare 20. We await 3 additional polling divisions, but that is it right now. The total as it stands right now, Mario Boleg Garden Hills 1,467, Rick Fox FNM 1,037, Aisha Clare COI 338. And those numbers again have increased just now.
Yes.
But though unofficial, because they weren't mentioned by the leader, it's fair to say that those are gone.
Those are gone. So we can project right now. Mario Boleg has won Golden Garden Hills.
And it's safe because you already heard the concession speech.
Yes.
Because I've watched your professionalism. You was making sure that jump the gun or anything, but after the concession speech,
you're right. We can safely say.
We can safely say with
Yeah,
that.
I think there were trends that we saw before the concession speech, but I think it's important that we can say these things now unofficially as the winner.
Yes,
right?
Zane. So we can also project right now, based on the concession speech, that Zane Lightbourne is the projected winner in the Yamacraw constituency. He, as it stands right now, has the incumbent, being returned and re-elected, 1,746 votes. The closest to him, the FNM's Ellsworth Johnson, 1,401 vote. Of course, you see the COI Yvette Prince, 375 votes, and that is the Yamacraw constituency.
You know, the question at hand tonight, now that we've looked at everything, is the role of the COI, right? And the question is, had the COI not competed in this election, how would the results looked differently? Would it have been more favorable for the FNM? Was the COI pulling FNM votes away from traditional FNMs? This is a very important point. And then to get to your point, Mr. Rami, that COI were competitive in so many different constituencies across the Bahamas, not just in New Providence, but also in some of the Family Islands. So now the COI has to determine.
In some instances, they performed better in the Family Islands as well.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I know we run into this quickly, but I think the most important question with the COI right now is let's watch Pinewood. Because whatever happens in Pinewood, if Lincoln wins, it transcends anything else that we do, because it truly brings the COI into being. But we have...
Yeah, we don't have anything official on
not on Pinewood as yet. Let's go to Centerville, the projected winner now, Jomo Campbell, the incumbent, 1,770 votes, compared to Darvin Russell for the Free National Movement, 330 votes.
So that is a better percentage than even Glenys Hannah Martin.
73%. 73.54% of the votes out of the 4,807
That's
participants
extremely convincing win.
Extremely.
I think for
those margins, we've seen that with Glenys Hannah Martin tonight, Tobias Bastian, Pia Gloverall, and now Jomo Campbell.
Yeah.
Well, let's settle the Pinewood limbo, you all. Here are the final numbers. All of the results are in for all 13 polling divisions. This is the Pinewood constituency. We know that the PLP was Miles LaRota, the Free National Movement, Denari Roll, the Coalition of Independence, Lincoln Bain. As it stands right now, there it is on the screen. The Progressive Liberal Party's Miles LaRota, 1,446 votes. The Coalition of Independence, Lincoln Bain, 1,000, projected winner Miles LaRota. Lincoln Bain, 1,132 votes, and there you have it right there, you all.
But, people say that, if you come in second place, there's no victory in that. But I actually do think there's a moral victory with the COI. They're certainly the best performing third party since 1977. In 1977, the FNM got 2 seats.
Yes.
And BDP at the time got 6 seats. The FNM became the third party, but that's the most, in terms of seats, the most that the third party has ever achieved in our electoral system. So in terms of popular vote, this is the most successful a third party has been in terms of getting the most votes overall, not seats, not by seats, but by votes. Total votes.
Yeah.
But when you speak about judging second place persons, there is more than one victory in any race. Now, I'm not one of those who grade on the curve. Because why? When you compete against the championship, the world record, and personal best.
Speaking about championships.
Personal best. One and only, eh?
Speaking about championships, she cannot be beat.
No.
She cannot be beat in Angleston, 1,371 votes. Wait a minute now. Faith Percenti for the COI, 290
she beat
votes.
the FNM?
The FNM, 260 votes. We have the COI outperforming the official opposition.
Those were the 2 or 3 that I pointed out.
So let's go back to that poll that came out yesterday, day before yesterday. The poll called it. A lot of persons were questioning the validity of the poll and whether or not what it the data that came out, whether or not, people were questioning that poll.
I think the poll represented it,
Yes.
but not call it because the numbers don't reach
Yes.
to that wave.
Not that level, but
the poll broke the mold
And
by
it did
saying
say
there is a
that the
possibility
COI would
that they're going to
outperform
exceed
the other
a formal
It hinted at
party's
the
candidate.
possibility that
Yes.
the COI was a valid and real party. And what
that
we
is
saw
good.
today is that in
It
several
proved it.
constituencies, they came in second.
Yes.
And probably the best,
performance.
performance was in Pinewood.
Pinewood and now Engliston.
Yeah, but with Pinewood, it was actually for a while neck and neck.
Yeah,
with
very,
Miles.
very, very,
We weren't
very
even
close.
sure.
Yeah.
Lincoln had already declared himself the victor before
He was ready
he
to
was
march in the
halfway in.
House of Assembly.
Yeah. But they exceeded their personal best.
Yeah.
And that itself is cause for celebration for themselves.
Certainly,
And
we
it
do
signals
give
something
the
new in being in
COI
politics.
credit where it is due.
Yeah, and they fielded almost a complete slate of candidates.
They were the
to
first
link up with
ones. They were
Michael.
the first ones to unveil
Yeah.
their candidates.
Absolutely.
They were the first ones to unveil a plan.
Yeah.
They were the first ones to get on the ground. They were the first from last summer. We were covering the COI. They revealed their candidates. They set out a plan every week. They were rolling out who their potential ministers would be, and so they hit the ground running from before day one.
There is one constituency I don't think we've heard from. Have we heard from Nassau Village?
You are so right. Wait a minute.
Let's go to Nassau Village.
Chris,
Are
you're
there
the news
any
reporter
numbers
on this
for
block.
Nassau Village tonight? Nassau Village. Nassau Village. I don't know anything from
Nassau Village, let's see, it seems everything is in except one polling
Okay.
division. And
ahead,
here
Jimmy.
is, here it is right now. So you all know the candidates in Nassau Village are the PLPs. Wait a minute. Nassau Village, let me do this properly. Nothing is in as yet. Nothing is in as yet. Nassau Village, the candidates there are PLP Jamal Strawn, FNM Godville McDonald, COI Stephen McQueen.
Steve McQueen.
Stephen McQueen.
Yeah.
And they have no reporting as yet.
Do you have a wrap up on Fox Hill?
No wrap up on Fox Hill, but I understand that the crowd is out at Clifford Park already. I'm getting video coming into my phone. There's a setup at Clifford Park. If we have a team en route to Clifford Park, we'll be able to show that to you. But we do have Clifford Park is live and active tonight over there on Clifford Park. The Prime Minister, we understand, is on his way from Cat Island to address supporters here in the capital. And so lots of action taking place. I think we were looking for Nassau
Well,
Village. We saw
meanwhile,
Bacchus Roll and Darren Henfield for South Beach.
Who
and
was
Bacchus Roll
Bacchus
declared the
declared?
winner,
Okay,
yes.
now here is Fox Hill, you all. There, you all beat me to it. I wanted to surprise them both. So listen, there it is, Fred Mitchell in the lead, and there's just one outstanding polling division results to be for the returns to come in. But here it is, Fred Mitchell in the lead right now, 2,054 votes. Dr. Nicholas Fox, 1,191. Bob Brown, COI, 409. In fact, we can project that.
Projected
there
winner.
it is.
Yeah.
He is the projected winner because everything has been tallied and accounted for already.
Yeah, that's almost 2-1.
So he beat him 2-1.
It's interesting. You know, there was a time when Fox Hill was close. In 2007, Jacinta Higgs only lost by 60.
Yeah. She only lost by a few spoiled ballots, quite frankly.
Very true.
Yeah, I remember that distinctly.
And I don't know at this point if we can necessarily call Fox Hill a stronghold for the PLP. That used to be said, but we know that Fred also has lost this seat twice.
Yes, he has.
Chanel
Ferguson, and also Jacinta. So
and Johnny Ann Dossett.
And Johnny Ann Dossett. So we have seen it.
It's flipped a few times.
Right. Ginger Moxie for Grand Bahama Pine Ridge, 1,926 votes. Dr. Charlene Reed, 1,026 votes. Daniel Mitchell for the COI, 343 votes. And Frederick McAlpine as the independent candidate, 309 votes. Again, the COI tapping off those independents, and a former member of parliament. We see the Free National Movement trailing to some 1,026 votes. Ginger Moxie retains that seat with some 53.44% of the votes.
I thought McAlpine would have generated a bit
bit
more.
more steam.
I really
I think
thought.
some of the momentum was lost coming down to the end of the election cycle.
Probably so.
Yeah. Waiting for more of those results to come in. As we said, the PLP is setting up on Clifford Park. Some of the
we
seats.
have Elizabeth.
Elizabeth now,
yeah.
2,308 votes. JoBeth Colby Davis, Heather Hunt for the Free National Movement, 1,285 votes. Donna Dorset Major for the COI, 544 votes. These are the seats we've been waiting on all night, finally able to get the remaining results tonight. The projected winner remaining in the PLP column for the Progressive Liberal Party, JoBeth Colby Davis, the incumbent, retains that seat for the PLP. Any thoughts on Elizabeth?
No. So Elizabeth herself too was not a surprise.
We are taking you now to the Clifford Park. The stage is live tonight. Party supporters are out. We see Julian Believe. He's taking it to the left and the right on the stage tonight.
And the Prime Minister has already arrived because his wife is on the stage.
Yes, I was about to say, yes, we do have, expect to hear from Prime Minister Philip Davis. We do see him on the stage, flanked by his wife and other supporters tonight. Friends and family congratulating Philip Brave Davis. We heard from Ingram, the former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram on the rally stage that he was the only one who had a consecutive
Is that the Prime Minister there greeting everyone in the yellow shirt?
Philip Brave Davis, also a consecutive win tonight. History in the making for the Bahamas. It has been some 30 years from when we've seen a government go a second term in office. So certainly we want to congratulate the Davis-led administration for their performance tonight in these elections.
A lot has been said, of course, in the campaign, and it is expected in a campaign season for the opposition and any other opposing parties to take aim at. But let's just talk about what it is that would have given this Davis administration and the gentleman himself, the Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis, sort of this appeal to the Bahamian people across this nation to give his message, one, a look, to listen to it intently, and then obviously to go and support that message by way of their vote.
I happened to listen to an interview in Cat Island this morning that was given to his son, Chris Davis. And the reporter asked, what is it about your father that draws people to him? And they said, because he is so compassionate. He cares about people. He's also in the room when people get riled up. He's the one person that keeps a calm demeanor. He's a cool dude. And so that's the kind of leader that people need. They see him as a steady Eddie. He's the guy that steadies, of course, we're talking about the brave waves. He steadies the ship and he keeps going in one direction. And I guess that's really what the people wanted to see at this time in 2026.
It was also interesting, and it was kind of a funny soundbite. We did an interview several weeks ago, and they asked one of the persons they were doing, a man in the street, if you thought that Philip Brave Davis would get another term. And he said, well, he was the only prime minister going into a second term who he felt the public liked. He said every prime minister who went into a second term had the unpopular vote. So everyone wanted to vote them out. And he said, at the end of the day, we still like a Philip Brave Davis. He may have made some missteps, but we still genuinely liked him. Was it a popularity thing? Popularity, performance, both? What are your thoughts?
Young man, I call you because you're strong. Old man, I call you because you know the way.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, in a sense, you would probably say that Brave Davis had no excuse to lose because he had a big bag, a deep bag. He has a bag that has been drenched in the experience of Sir Lyndon, his best friend Perry Christie, the ups and downs, and his best friend, the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram. And if he had, and I'm saying this respectfully, even a scintilla, and he tap into all that, and his personal experience, and tap into that, he should know how to navigate even during the rough times and the best times. And obviously he took advantage of that, as all of us should from our experiences, and he utilized it. He had the most concentrated dose of political experience in this history.
I like that.
And I think he is the youngest of all the lines of prime ministerial ships that we have in this country. And he utilized it. And he has a party machine that is indeed also the most mature party machine. But also, we never must forget that for whatever reason, their platform, their coordination, generated the revenue stream that they need to mount the kind of campaign that they dreamed of.
Yeah. Here's another thought, a question of leadership. Michael Pintard had to bring Hubert Ingram onto the rally stage twice. While Perry Christie was seen in the crowd, and he was obviously on the campaign trail, they never had him featured as a speaker at their rallies. Why? Because Brave Davis was the face of their party. On all their billboards, he was behind, in the foreground of each of their candidates. So they made this entire campaign about Brave's leadership. Safe with Brave. It wasn't about Perry Christie. Yes, it was good that he was there. Yes, they were former law partners. Yes, he learned probably at the feet of Lyndon Pindling and Perry Christie, etc. But ultimately, he was the undisputed, unequivocal leader of this party, this campaign, and now this country once again.
And the leadership problem dynamic came in because of also the poisoning of the water. Not just from the last defeat. You've seen Perry Christie bounce back from a horrific defeat that you would think he never should have bounced back from. So it's not just a defeat. But when you see there's a lack of transference, remember we spoke about the Golden Girls off air. And we said that America has always had the top sprinters in the world. But our girls were in unison. They were in sync. And how they passed the baton made the difference that the U.S. couldn't stop, and we ended up with a Golden Girl. And so with the experience that you see, Michael Pintard was disadvantaged by the passing of the baton, not just the passing of the baton, but by the heckling of the baton passer. And so that disrupted and poisoned we are a historic family, the country. We believe in elders and following eldership, and that was disrupted by the former leadership. If ministers were quiet, like Perry Christie was, Michael could have lived even more so than he did. So there was no other option.
And the contrast between the parties is very telling, because the PLP, there's dissension and there's fraction, but you never hear it in the public. It wasn't on public display. Where is the differences? The differences in the F&M were more visible.
Right.
And it was forced in your face visible. Because we all saw times where at PLP thing, Brave got to go and all this, but it quelled. But it wasn't to the point where the leader went and was forcing it every day in there and then making yourself out to be a victim, which distracts from and poison the well. But again, regardless of those justified reasons, you cannot take away from the glory of a hard-earned victory. Just like I said with the COI, I will not say he's a spoiler, and I would not diminish the victory of Brave Davis and everyone, because they fought a good fight, they finished it, and the mistakes you made that facilitated the victory is no excuse to diminish the value of the victory.
We had some results come up, Bain and Grantstown, just waiting on those final numbers. We know what the outcome is, but again, we had those results, but we now go to Clifford Park. Fred Mitchell is on the stage, the victory stage at this point, addressing supporters on Clifford Park tonight. Audio?
Chester Cooper. All our candidates, successful, and those who did not or will not join us in Parliament this time, welcome all to this stage. And good night, welcome to all of you. The first thing we want to do is thank Almighty God for delivering the victory. That song I really want to play. Secondly, I want to say to the fellow who says he's running against me, cut is coming. belongs to our leaders, for them to speak to you about the work which is ahead of us in the next term. We have our deputy leader who was newly elected for the constituency of Exuma and Ragged Island. And of course, our Prime Minister for Rumkey, Cat Island, San Salvador. It'll be their job going forward to lead us to the next generation of our nation's work and life. I thank all of you. I welcome you here tonight. The blue is magnificent. I congratulate our Prime Minister on leading us to this magnificent victory. And now, as I ask Deputy Leader and Deputy Prime Minister to come forward, I urge you to listen attentively, and I leave you with this, that saying which cannot be defeated, which H.M. Taylor started way back in 1953. And it is PLP, PLP, PLP.
Island on that rally stage tonight. Everyone in celebration mode over there at Clifford Park. You heard from Fred Mitchell. He was asking them if they like lamb and lobster.
Versus hot dogs?
Versus Angus beef, I guess. And so certainly the Progressive Liberal Party, of course, waiting for that address from Prime Minister Philip Davis. Of course, this becomes the first consecutive two-term government, as we said, from 1997. Strong showing by the PLP tonight. A stronger effort by the COI tonight, as we spoke about, and the Free National Movement, obviously in some areas performing well, not well enough for the final results tonight.
Yeah, you know, there was a time when people made jokes about Lincoln Bain and made jokes about the COI. After tonight, no one's going to be joking about them. They're going to be taken seriously now. It'll be interesting to see if the F&M decides that they want to reach out across the bow, so to speak, and court the COI in a way, because their losses are in part because the COI is growing.
Mm. Yes.
And I think even that faction also causes every member of parliament, even those are re-elected and newly elected, to understand that they must now be representatives of the people.
That's right.
You cannot just be elected and then, you know, just hop along and do something else until the next election. No, you've got to be present and impactful.
Right.
Before we close out tonight, we take you back to Clifford Park. We're going to hear that final address from Prime Minister Philip Davis after Chester Cooper wraps up, and then we will end the show. We take you back live to Clifford Park.
For leading a spectacular campaign over the last few weeks. And I recognize Mrs. Davis. Prime Minister, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your confidence and your commitment to the Bahamian people. Together, we have made the case for progress. And tonight, the people have spoken and have elected what I've been calling the Progress Team. And I congratulate my colleagues for bringing it home. And about 45 minutes ago, I thanked in person the great people of Exuma and Ragged Island for returning me to the House of Assembly for the third consecutive term. I am humbled grateful. Exuma, I see you down there. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your belief. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to continue to serve you. And I promise you, I will continue to serve you with diligence. This victory is for every man, woman, and child in our country. I am your representative. I am your servant. Tonight we celebrate, but tomorrow we get back to work. The work of building stronger communities, the work of creating more opportunities, the work of creating more ownership, the work of empowering the Bahamian people to grow and to thrive. I thank you, PLPs. We move forward together as one people with a shared purpose to move forward, upward and onward together. God bless you. Thank you very much. PLP, PLP, PLP. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a man you know and love, a second-term Prime Minister, the first to have done this in decades. I present to you Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis.
trust and faith in our vision. We thank you for sharing our confidence that together you voted today because you love our country. You voted because you believe that together we can make some of the big changes that will fulfill Bahamas. We all want a communities. Safety and prosperity belong to all Bahamians. We want a country in which all of you and your children and your grandchildren will thrive. They have promised you much, and I promise you that every bone in my body and every beat of my heart, we will do all that we can to deliver. That we have achieved thus far. I look forward to continuing that partnership and in doing so exceed all our expectations. It will take time before the final official numbers come in, but it is clear that today a fair number of Bahamians chose not to exercise their right to vote. In the region and around the world, participation in elections is declining. So this is not good, and this is not good for the democratic fabric of our society. We must do all that we can to ensure that every Bahamian in every election feels that their vote counts. My friends, it takes a village to bring us to this moment. There are so many to thank. First of all, to God be the glory. Let us give thanks to Almighty God for all the great things He has done. I cannot go further without saying that I would not be in politics were it not for the love and support and trust of the wonderful people of Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. They have been with me since the beginning. Through all the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, they have stuck with me and I with them. They put their arms around me in a fierce embrace. Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done for me. So I look forward to lifting you up even more in the coming years. My thanks to everyone in our PLB family, my fellow candidates, our chairman, and to our indomitable Secretary General, Barbara Cartwright. I would like to single her out for the work, ethics that she's put in to ensure this victory. I also would like to thank our campaign coordinators, their teams, and the volunteers on every island. Thank you for the very long hours and for your refusal to give in or to give up, and for your belief that our parties can work and move this country forward. So thanks to everyone who worked on the rallies, on the various events, for the disciplined effort which it took in putting this together throughout our family of islands was immense. To our DJ Pencil, to our MC, Laura Bristol. You know, the high standard of productions was hugely helpful in helping us to communicate our message of progress. To all the public servants, the poll workers, the election officials, the police officers, and all who worked to ensure this election was peaceful and orderly, thank you for participating and showing the world how we conduct ourselves. Thank you for your patience, your strength, and your love. I cannot begin to count my blessings. My cup runneth over. My grandchildren have been with me through a lot of this campaign, staying up too late on too many nights. But I love them. I know they'll remember what it feels like to be surrounded by love. I hope they'll also remember what it feels like to see democracy in action. A little while ago, Michael Pinter had called to concede the election. I thanked him for his graciousness in doing so. It takes courage to put your name on the ballot. It is easier to sit on the sidelines and criticize than it is to climb into the arena yourself. So I'd like to say to every candidate of every party, your participation in the process made our democracy stronger. Today, but did not vote for us. I want you to know I've listened to you, I've heard you, and I want you to know that I will continue to work hard for all the Bahamians as I've sought to do in this past year. Tonight is a political victory, but truly, this is truly a victory for the whole country. For the first time in almost a generation, we have an historic opportunity. Let us make the most of it. I will begin our second term as I began the first, with a humble spirit and with a heart full of gratitude. Thank you for your trust and faith in me. I will not let you down. I will not let you down. And I want to take this opportunity just to recall the last time we were here, the then leader and Prime Minister Barry Glasgow. I think he might be somewhere in the audience. I haven't seen him, but I know he's in the audience tonight. Here simple. As we leave these sacred grounds of Fort Charlotte, where the birth of our nation was expressed, leave knowing that your trust in me will not be misplaced. Leave these grounds going out to ensure that you will join us in working in partnership to continue to lift each other up, and go believing and knowing that God will continue to be faithful to all of us. Good night, all of you. Drive safely. Enjoy the rest of the night. Be at peace. Be at peace. Be at peace.
Davis giving his victory speech from historic Clifford Park. PLP supporters and others out in full force on Clifford Park tonight to celebrate that win. The Free National Movement, some 8 seats to the PLP's 33 seats. That ends this short election season that we've had. It's certainly been an interesting one, lots of highs and lows, and certainly it wouldn't be election in the Bahamas without the drama. But I do want to thank our panelist, Shanique, for joining us in the conversation and in the delivery of the results. We also want to spend a special thank you to all of our viewers who tuned in. We hope we kept you informed and entertained and especially up to date with all of the latest numbers. Of course, I'm all about the numbers. Shanique?
Absolutely, Janelle. Really, it's been an awesome time, a rough 1 month?
Yes.
It really has been obviously like just a sprint this entire month, but we were happy to be your choice here at Eyewitness News and giving you all the information as best as we can, as balanced as we can, and we're happy that you chose us, and even tonight you chose to stay with us, watch our broadcast, and be informed through us and the team that's all over the Bahamas, as you saw. And of course to you gentlemen, Chris and of course Ruben, thank you as well.
Hopefully we can go back to a sense of normalcy. Your election season now officially over. We prepare for the opening of the House of Assembly, and immediately following that, it's the next budget cycle. So for us, the work continues. Thank you, gentlemen. Shanique, it's been a joy and a pleasure always to have you on the desk. I'm Janaea Noel.
And I'm Shanique Miller.
We're signing off. Have a great evening, everyone.